Hello, 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 hello. Hello, hi Dharma. Hello Dharma. Hi, how are you? Yeah, you're first and second, but you're first. Hi, hi, hi. Why do you say second? You're first, you know, you're fast. Wow. Hey, Rose. Yeah, it's time to hang out with Cove, with Shiloh. Was it Shiloh? And yeah, I forgot the name of everyone else, but yeah, the dad will be there too. The daddy will be here too. Maybe we'll get to meet more daddies. We don't know. You know what? This is not what the game is about. In today's game, we're going to be. Oh, by the way, how are you guys? How are you? How are you? How are you doing? How are you doing? I am not gonna lie. I might have little energy today. Not too much energy. Yeah, just a little energy. Because being a female, you know, sucks. I'm doing great. What about you? Sleepy. Oh, Rosie's sleepy. Damn. It's working, making you sleepy, because it looks like you are often when you are at work. Which I understand. I get sleepy too. But yeah, it's basically period time. Yeah, it's not feeling too good. I've been surviving thanks to cookies. Yeah, I do that thing that when I have my period, the only thing that I can eat is sweets, sugar, and all this kind of stuff. I'm always sleepy. Oh no! What can we do to wake you up? What can we do to help you wake up? Oh no! And then I thought my stream was making you comfy and everything, but that's actually just your default. Your default state. Okay, well it's fine, But yeah, quite struggling, but I'm gonna do my best today. Yeah, I'm gonna do my best today anyways. I'm full of sugar, so that's what's making me go on. Yeah, I don't recommend anyone to be living like me. Having your period shouldn't be the reason why to only be eating sugar, but somehow I can't do anything else. I just can't. You know what? I just can't. And I'm in so much pain that I indulge, you know? If I'm gonna be struggling and suffering, I'm gonna be indulging and have some chocolate, because that's all that I can, like, fathom. That's all that I can get through. So, same? Yeah, Rose, yeah. We got it. We get each other really well. So, yeah, sorry, that was loud. So we're going to be continuing today. The game is called Our Lives. Last time we were playing the game, we were kids. We just met our new neighbors who moved in town, who was really sad about moving out of his previous city place that he was living in, that we know nothing about, because you know it's not like, it's rude to be asking too many questions. It's kind of rude to be asking too many questions, so we didn't ask, but he was really sad about it. So he was kind of like, you know, the moody little kid, but he was really cute anyways. And we had other friends. There's my sister in the game. I forgot her name. Lucy, Susie, Julie. We'll see. She will come back. Was a little bit older, like 2 years older than us. And another friend, Shiloh, is adorable cutie pie that's currently infatuated with my sister. That's a really cute dynamic in this group. So because it was the first summer we spent together, we are not super close. Shiloh is super into. We don't know if he's in love with my sister, but he's really infatuated with her, and that's really cute and fun to see. But we don't know where we stand. Like, are we friends with him, or do we just hang out because, well, I'm hanging out with my sister and he's always there? Or, yeah, we don't really know about that. And Cove, well, he just moved in. We kind of, I think he thinks that we are friends, so we went along and said that we were friends too. So we do feel something friendly towards him, but nothing more. We're kids, remember? But right now, right now we're grown up. Right now we're teenagers, so we haven't played it yet. So I don't know how we're gonna be. Yay! But we are grown up now, and this is part 2 of the game. So hopefully I'm gonna have the stamina, the energy, and the voice to be finishing chapter 2, part 2, or I don't know what it's called, of the teenage period. I don't know how it's gonna go. I'm looking forward to it. Apart from that, I'm kind of thirsty because all I've been eating was sweet stuff, so I'm gonna be drinking quite often. Here we go. And in case of emergency stimulation, let's call it that, I have all the cookies right in front of me. So if I munch during the stream, I'm really sorry. This is just, you know, for survival. Because period sucks. Anyways. I'm gonna start the game now. Let's go ahead and move on to the game. There's no cookies. Yeah! Chocolate cookies. I'm gonna go ahead and move on to the game right now. Please let me know if the sound is good. I think it's a little low. Let's move it up right away. Okay, how's the sound? Is it too low compared to my voice? Because like it's nice when you can hear it properly too. Plus you will have little snippets of the characters' voices, so that might be interesting as well. Alright. So here we are. Teenagers! Well, let's put that on the side over here. Oh damn, I can't see the chat anymore. Let's put the chat over here. Is it good? Yeah, it's good. Okay. Okay, chat will be really small today, but I should be okay. Okay, everyone. I'm looking forward to that. Here we are. Okay, I might drink a little bit more. And I'm gonna cough really loudly, so I'm gonna mute. Okay, I'm all good. Here we go. Professional voice on. August ended. September began. It was time to go back to school. Lizzie! My sister Lizzie. It wasn't Susie, it wasn't Julie. Okay. Lizzie groaned and complained the entire first week. She hated going to classes. Still, there were interesting things to do that couldn't be done anywhere else. You weren't sure how Cove felt about it. He was enrolled that year. That was like a sign Cove could be staying in Sunsetburn for a while. At school, he was alright, but kept his distance from the other kids. From what you saw, anyway. Originally, he treated you like everyone else, passing by as if you didn't know each other. But as the years went on, the two of you acknowledged each other more and more. Ooh, because we're friends? A friendship had started to grow. Yeah! That year, the divorce of Cove's parents was finalized. You overheard your parents talking about it, saying Cove's dad got full custody. Oh, he must be even more depressed than usual. That's okay. At first, you worried that meant bad news. It had meant Mr. Holden cry, apparently. Then you found out it meant Cove would keep living with his dad. He would only stay with his mom a few weeks of the year. Cove cried too, for different reasons, you thought. It seemed like Cove and his dad might move again, but Mr. Holden decided to stay after all. Mom asked him about it once. He had said he didn't want to uproot Cove's life a second time. Mr. Holden tried to get Cove to like Sunsetburn more. He kept encouraging his son to go out and see the place. Sometimes Mr. Holden volunteered you to spend time with Cove. He volunteered you to spend time with Cove. Oh my god. This guy. Well, at least he's not paying me for it anymore since he volunteers me. You weren't sure how well it worked in changing Cove's thought on the town, yet it must have been part of the reason you and Cove ended up growing closer. Cove never talked to anyone about what happened with his parents and withdrew whenever he was brought up. It was hard for him, yet nobody knew how to help. Eventually, Cove stopped crying on his own. You couldn't understand what had changed. Still, you worried about him. You could tell he wasn't completely happy. Maybe one day, he could say out loud what he felt inside. After that, it felt like things had gone back to normal, except what was normal didn't stay the same. Years passed and suddenly, you were in middle school. You weren't a kid anymore, you were 13 years old. That officially made you a teen, even if your sister didn't agree. So we are 13! The toys and crayons that used to litter every free space in your room had been packed away somewhere, replaced by new hobbies. There were other changes too. Cove's cast got taken off, of course! It was weird to see him without it initially. Underneath the pink plaster ended up being a long thin scar that snaked across his forearm. Cove's chest puffed out in pride when someone drew attention to it. He also went through a major growth spurt. He was the tallest student in his class for 2 years in a row. Cove probably hold that spot again next time. Yeah, he did definitely buff up for a 13-year-old. This is really weird. I don't really remember what 13-year-old look like. I have no idea what 13-year-olds are supposed to be. I haven't met a 13-year-old since I was 13 years old myself. But I guess he's pretty tall and I don't know. But I won't, because it never told us what happened to his arm. So we don't know what kind of injury, like how it happened to have this big scar. But last time we were picking his outfit, we saw the scar on his arm. It's pretty big. In class, people knew him for more than just being tall. He also stood out because of how well he did on tests and in other academic situations. Oh my god! He's a perfect guy, isn't he? He's tall, he's pretty, he's clever. Oh my god. But he's depressed all the time. I don't know about that. Over the years, he began opening up more to you. No. Over the years, he began to... Sorry. Over the years, he began opening up more too. You saw him talking amicably with other kids and neighbors from time to time. And the only kid that came to visit the neighborhood when you were little, Shiloh, well, he was gone. What do you mean he was gone? He and his mom moved back south because of her work, just 1 year after Cove came to Sunset Bird. What? He's probably gonna come back though. They wouldn't have introduced him if he never would come back. It had been really upsetting when he left, yet he was inconsolable for weeks. But nobody talked about Shiloh anymore. It was a long time ago. Well, it's fair. It's pretty fair. Like, I don't remember all my friends from that long ago. You learned some heartbreaking things became less sad the further away they were, even if they had never gotten any better. That was sad in its own way. Aww. Things at home were different too. You still lived in the same house and all that, but it wasn't how it was before. Ma dyed her hair purple, wanting something new, and liked it so much she kept dyeing it. You remember calling her mommy as a kid, but something like that seemed awkward nowadays. You were much too old for the word. Really? Really? Do you outgrow the word mommy in English? It's really weird. I thought you would be calling mommy or mom your whole life. Well, Lizzie felt too mature for her nickname too. She insisted on everyone calling her Elizabeth, so you did. Your mom soon gave her permission to go places other than the playground and shopping street, which she took advantage of. You rarely saw her around the old neighborhood. In fact, she hardly spent time with you the way she did before. Elizabeth Yeah, mommy is a kid word. Oh, really? Really? Oh, that's... Okay, I didn't know that. I didn't see it this way. Elizabeth instead associated more and more with girls from school who were her own age. Was she only 2 years older though? Maybe the difference between 13 and 15 was greater than the difference between 8 and 10. Is it? Maybe? Oh, is it because 13 is middle school and 15 is high school? Probably. You started befriending new people yourself, like Derek Suarez. He didn't live in the neighborhood or go to the same school. What happened was his and Cove's dads struck up a business partnership a few months ago. Since then, Derek would pop up in the area now and then. It seemed Mr. Suarez was happy to let Derek tag along to his work if Derek had the time for it. Without a doubt, everyone and everything around you had changed. In small and big ways, you had to. And oh my god, look at this background. This is so pretty! Even though it's blurred out, because like it's not the main event for that, it's still it's breathtaking pretty. Oh, I like it. As time went by though, it was easy to settle into the new normal. Then, before you knew it, school was over and summer vacation had come again. Woo! This is a new summer vacation! Oh, this is my bedroom! Look at that! Oh my god. Aw, still interested about the sea stuff? Huh? I see that, I see. Oh, snorkeling! Awesome! Yeah, the dirty laundry full, that, yeah, same. I don't know what that is. Is that like a... I don't know what that is. Okay. It was the first day of summer vacation. The sun was as hot as ever, but you were inside and away from its harsh rays. To be more specific, you were... snuggle up in bed, celebrating your time off by sleeping in, wide awake, about to head out to enjoy your time off. You know what? I was going to be like, let's not make heavy choices as the person that I am, but let's be honest, let's snuggle up in bed. This is the best. It's sleeping. It's the first day of holiday. Why would we wake up early? If it's the first day of holiday, I was probably playing games all night, so snuggle up it is. It was hot, but you still had the blanket up over your head to block out the sun. You didn't want it intruding on your lazy morning. Unfortunately, you hadn't prepared for an intrusion. From beneath the blanket, you heard the door creak open. Wow, look at that! It's Elizabeth! Oh my gosh, she looks so pretty! Ah, she's so grown up! Oh my god! Okay, what kind of voice should I get? She looks kind of like stuck up or like valley girl, kind of like, I don't know. I'm gonna try and make her and give her an interesting voice that I'm not gonna forget. Okay, I need to drink though. Okay, I will survive. Okay, here we go. You're still sleeping? Wow, get up. Is that a good voice? I don't know. Go away. You pretend to still be asleep. You got up. You started to fake snore. I'm gonna say morning. Morning. Now get up. I will come over there. So much for lazy morning. Hey, Bobobs! Why are you sorry you're late? Why are you sorry, damn it? Welcome. Hi, how are you? We're playing a game that you probably are not gonna be enjoying so much. But you know what? We are 13 years old. In this game, we are 13 years old. So we're middle schoolers. And it is summer vacation. You're good? I'm glad to hear. So much for a lazy morning. Mom told me to tell you that your friend's at the door. Imagine being 13 years old in game. Yeah, imagine. He brought some happy summer gift from Mr. Holden. Mom wants you to take it from him. Say thanks or whatever. I know, Phillips, I know. I know, it's like I'm playing with people that could be your friends. This is weird. But like, this is me though. I'm playing at 13 years old. It means I'm playing like I could be your classmate or something. This is fun. Gotta go? Okay.
Come on.
So calm down already. You're right there. Okay, fine. Really? That's good, I'm coming. I'll be there when I'm there. You know what? Okay, fine. Elizabeth said nothing else and left, having done what was instructed of her. You rolled out of bed, stretching your arms up high and yawning. Time to get ready. You sat yourself in front of the mirror in the far corner of your room. But like, what the hell is he coming so early on the first day of holiday? Well, you know what? Whatever. Probably his dad forced him. Your reflection hardly even fit in the frame. You're very tall. I'm very tall! Your reflection went over the whole length of the mirror. You're pretty tall. Oh, okay. I'm gonna have to decide how tall I am. How tall I am. Your reflection fits comfortably. There's a lot of open real estate. You had trouble getting your reflection to appear in the mountain mirror frame. You're very short. I don't want to be very short. Should I just be average though? Should I just be average? Okay, you guys, what would you like? What would you like me to be? Be super tall. Okay, I'm gonna be super tall. I've never been super tall my whole life, even when I wear heels. Okay, I'm very tall. Here we go. You could relate to Cove in how it felt being unusually big. It was one of the rare fellow 13 years old whose height was a match for your own. Oh, okay. So I'm as tall as him. That's pretty cool. You liked your height. You weren't sure how you feel about it. You were kind of self-conscious of it. As a 13 years old, I don't know. But like, I don't know. As being me, I would be super happy about it. Not having to like cut down the pants that you buy because they're too long or whatever. Okay, too much information. I'm gonna say I liked my height. I want to be a healthy teenager and happy. So I'm gonna like my height. It suited you well, in your mind. Then you put the finishing touches on your outfit while ruminating on the situation. Careless as they had been, Elizabeth's word piqued your curiosity. You planned on going over to see what Cole was up to, so this worked in your favor. Your reflection grinned back at you. You were looking forward to seeing him. You liked your room, taking an easy time down the stairs. You left your room, taking an easy time down the stairs. Okay. Ooh, step 2, second chance. Second chance? Why? Second chance? Did we mess up something? You spotted Mom first, reclining on the couch. She held a magazine in her hands, which she was pursuing through. Morning, Mom. She looked at you. She looked up at your greeting, a smile instantly appearing on her face.
Thanks.
Good morning, Orestia. Thank you for coming down. Matt's at the door with Cove. He can't stay over today, unfortunately. Why don't you go and thank him before he leaves? You nodded and made your way to the front of the house. Just as she said, Matt was there, making conversation. She must have heard you because she looked over her shoulder.
Oh?
Look, a family meeting. Morning, sleepyhead. Ma reached forward, and you knew she was about to pat you on the head. She was taller than average for a little woman, so you were still little in her eyes despite being big for your own age. You let her do it. I wanna let her pat me. How do you let her do it? You tilted your body aside to dodge. You pushed her hands back and laughed. You pushed her hand back and groaned. No, I'm going to be a good daughter. I happily let her do it. That type of small affectionate exchange was nice. She placed the whole of her hand on top of your head for a second before lifting it back up. You're the last one down today, you know that? Life isn't a race. Morning. I was going to stay in longer, so you're welcome. Sorry about the wait. What did we get? I don't know. Between life isn't a race and that one, I was going to stay in longer, so you're welcome. Which one should I go for? I'm gonna drink again. You know what? I'm going to be a smartass. I'm going to say, life isn't a race.
Fun.
Bunny, I don't think that excuse will work if you're late for anyone other than your own mom, though. With a small laugh, Ma stepped aside. Cove was just as you remembered, exactly how you came to know him to be. Oh, it's adorable. He leaned uncomfortably to the side on your doorway as the longest strands of his hair only idly drifted with the breeze. Oh, look at that! Why does he look so embarrassed, though? What's that, flowers? It's not just flowers. Can you eat it? Wait. His features were pinched in embarrassment, and he shifted from one foot to another. He was holding what must be the most talked about gift. At first glance, you figured it must be a bouquet of flowers. Then you give it a real look. No, instead it was carefully cut fruits. Oh, it's a bouquet of fruits! It made a lot of sense that it was actually from Cove's dad. You had to suppress a laugh at this showing. You couldn't imagine many folks buying that sort of things for their own personal enjoyment. That kind of arrangement was built for the presentation, likely to impress whoever was inevitably going to receive it. It seemed no matter how long he lived here, Mr. Holden would keep going out of his way to be neighborly, and Cove would always be roped into participating. It's so cute. It's a teenage boy that's so embarrassed about bringing a gift to a teenage girl. That's adorable. Cove smiled slightly at the sight of you. The sting of this goofy errand, he was clearly embarrassed to be uneased. Hey, Orestia. Oh my, look at he's looking. Oh my, why am I like this? Oh my god, is it because I had too much painkillers? He looks so adorable. Look at the sad eyes and the little smile and like the sheepish like posture. Oh, hey, Orestia. I can't do a boy voice. That sucks. What a hoodie, yeah, I know. We gotta calm down though. He's only 13. Hopefully, Daddy will come soon. You earnestly grinned back. It wasn't real at all, like it used to be when you were kids. As time passed, the two of you started to enjoy each other's company. Now you actually considered him a good friend, and not someone you were forced to be around by your families. Hey, it's really nice to see you.
Yeah.
Yeah, you too. Oh, how do I make his voice? If I could make his voice, that would be so awesome. And you were certain he made that agreement. Ooh. It was already shaping up to be another long summer with plenty of time for the two of you to have fun together. His awkwardness over the task started to creep back in, so Cove nudged the gift closer to you. He was ready to be relieved of it. And with that, the gift was accepted. Look at him! It's really buff for 13 years old, actually. Look at that! He even have like a little side booba over here. And look at the shoulders. I don't remember guys looking like that when I was 13. Well, you know what? It's a visual novel, so let's go along with it. Okay, Cove's voice. I hope you and your family like this. It's a pretty good gift. I think so, anyway. Ah, it's so bad. I don't like this voice. He smiled earnestly. Dad spent a lot of time picking out the best size and design. There were so many options to choose from. He never used to smile like this before. Thank you, thanks. You're so cute sometimes. Ah! Are we flirting? Or just, you know what? I'm pretty casual, actually. I'm pretty casual. Most of my friends are guys, so I don't know why I'm so... You know what? Let's call it. It's all because of the painkillers. And I'm gonna drink again. Okay. You know what? Thank you! Could you tell your dad will love the gift? Yeah. Mr. Holden's behavior really was different from any neighbors you'd ever had. though after 5 years, you were used to his antics, and you'd since made up your mind on what your opinion was. He was nice, he was funny, he was pretty weird, you didn't like him, he was great and kinda handsome to boot. Okay, which one should we go for? If it was me, I would say it's sort of funny. But I guess, Rose, you'd probably say this one. He was great and kinda handsome to boot. I'm not sure what to boot means, but I know what you think of him. Okay. He was great though. He was great. I mean, he's a great neighbor. It's kind of weird. I mean, I can't check out the first opinion I had of him wanting to pay me to spend time with his son, which is so weird. Like, organizing a play date with a kid is a normal thing to do for parents, but paying them directly, face to face, never give child money, so rude. But you know what? He was great, and he's kind of handsome. You know what? I'm gonna stop lying to myself. He's handsome. Though there were some things people didn't like about Mr. Holden, you didn't mind them, and liked him quite a bit. And even if he was Cove's dad, you couldn't pretend like he wasn't a nice looking guy. He was good too. That was good too. But it was something you kept to yourself. Your thoughts were quickly interrupted by a shout. There you are! Who's shouting? You shared a confused look with Cove as both of you stepped through the open door into the neighborhood street. It didn't take long to locate the source of the noise. You spotted Derek, just a few yards down the road. He ran up to you. You were happy at the sight of him. Derek! We haven't seen Derek yet! Maybe Derek is going to become an option? Maybe Derek is going to be... And he's got a dad too! Okay. You were confused at the sight of him? Oh, hello! Rainbow... Fan... Chroma! Ooh! Can I call you just Rainbow? Oh, Chroma. Hello, welcome. We are playing Our Lives. Do you know this game? Are you here for this game? I hope you're gonna enjoy it. I'm not gonna be displeased. I'm not gonna be confused. I'm just going to be happy. Yeah, let's be a happy teenager. Derek was certainly a welcome guest in your neighborhood. It was a pleasant surprise whenever he showed up. A cutie pie, another cutie pie. Rainbow or Chroma, I don't mind. I've played the game, yes. Oh, really? Oh, this is my first time playing it and I'm really enjoying it. I hope you enjoy it with us. After a couple steps away, Derek hunched over to catch his breath. Aw, is he in a football team or something? Ah, he's a cutie, look at these green eyes. Then he looked up with a wide grin.
Hey.
Ah, but I can't make guy voice. Ah, I'm gonna do my best anyways. Hey, guy and gal. Is this a normal word to use, gal? I don't know. Oh, he's so tiny. He's adorable. Look at them. Oh my god. And I'm as tall as him, so that means I'm that tall compared to him. That's adorable. No, that look more like a 13 years old. Okay, so that's what a 13 years old is supposed to look like. Oh my god. It's so cute though. I was just at your house, Cove, but no one was there. Should figure you'd be at Orestia's place. Do you ever spend time in your own home, or are you always just here? Welcome back, people. Welcome back. We've got 2 friends now, Derek and Cove. I got in the hammock. In the hammock? Is this a Celeste reference? Derek laughed at his own joke. He either didn't notice that it he's embarrassed. Oh, the embarrassment was what he was actually laughing at. Probably. Connect problems? Oh no, Dharma! Connection problems? Damn it. I'm sorry. I hope it's going to get better soon. I will recap whatever you missed, don't worry. Do you not know what a hammock is? Or do you literally have a hammock? Like in between 2 trees? Your Switch is dead again! Damn it, stop forgetting to charge it! It's not my problem! Derek turned to you. He was going to say more when his eyes widened and he gasped. What's that? You followed his gaze, unsure. Then you realized what he meant. You were still holding Mr. Holden's gift. This? It's kinda like a bouquet of flowers, but made out of fruit.
Nice.
Nice! Can I have some? Sure, we can share! Of course we can share. I haven't even tried it yet. It's a gift from a family, I won't give it to you. Maybe we can have some later. Wait, what? No, it's just fruits. Let's just go ahead. I gotta go back inside. Be right back. okay, Robo's okay. Rose, is everything okay? Rose, why? Why the fire emoji? What's happening? I'm gonna share. Derek grew more excited by your words, bouncing on the balls of his feet. Awesome! This is fine. Yeah, it's all fine, isn't it? Then he nodded his head, as if to clear it. Anyway, that's right. I came here because I needed to say something big. He paused, possibly for effect. There's some other kid here, Insensate Bird. Cove was as surprised as you were about the news. Ooh, we've got new neighbors. Everyone else is having issues. Aww. Not with the connectivity issues. Oh no. Such a reaction made sense. No one around your age had moved in since Cove did 5 years ago. Whoa. Oh yeah, it's true. They were saying that it was an old people's city. Were they? Oh, let's go. Were they with their family? Maybe they were cutting through. You're back? Awesome. Nuh-uh. The kid was all by himself, just walking. Did you talk to him? Nope. I came to report the sighting right away. Why though? The kid had green hair. Glasses, was pretty small, and seemed really upset about something. I hope he didn't leave. Well, green hair, glasses, pretty small. It's like the opposite, but the same as Cove though. Does Cove has a little brother? Derek is a snitch. No, he's not a snitch. It's like neighbor report. You blinked. Slowly, you looked over to your longtime neighbor. That sounds a lot like you, Cove. When you first got here anyway. It kinda does, doesn't it? That's weird. What's with this face? He sounded almost fond, a small smile playing on his lips. Yeah, I know, it looks like he's nostalgia or something. Derek snickered good naturally. I can see that really well, now that you say so. But you know, but what do you say? Let's go find Cove's look-alike. We should all meet him.
Sure.
I'll do it. Sure. I want to see who this person is. Derek grinned. Then he pointed down the street, the way he came. Last I saw him, the mystery visitor was going this direction. Nothing else needed to be said. The three of you were off, with Derek leading the way. Derek brought you to the beach, and as a trio, you made your way down the shore to the whole playground. You walked the familiar path in a comfortable silence. When you were almost there, you spotted the kid in question. His bright colors almost shone like a beacon beneath the rays of the sun. He scuffled around, kicking up the sand as he paced. Is it Cove's that secret child? Okay, no. It was true. He certainly seemed upset, but you didn't think he was sad, like you had originally pictured. No, with his heretic movements and scrunched up expression, he came off angry. You started to have doubts about his expedition. Maybe it better if you left him alone and leave him sort himself out. Derek didn't feel the same. He waved wildly, calling out to the boy. Hey guy, over here! Uh-oh. He doesn't look nice. With this haircut, it looks like a mean little kid. The kid whipped around an impressive skull, carving deeper into his face. His eyes were tired, but a strong hostile energy still radiated from him. What? What is it? What do you want? The sharp tone made Derek flinch. He shifted on his feet. What's your name? Jeremy. What that is?
No.
No, I'm Derek. That's Orestia and Cove. We were just walking around and saw you. We wanted to say hi. There aren't a lot of kids our age in this neighborhood. Yeah, and you know, it's cool to see someone else here. Strangely, Jeremy grew furious by the response. It's if steam could erupt from a person's ears, it would happen then. Sorry about the stuttering, everyone. I don't know why I'm stuttering so much. They did bring me somewhere stupid. Of course, I knew it. Wait, what? He's calling him stupid right off the bat. What?
My parents.
My parents. They're the one who brought me. I didn't walk to this town. Can you not figure that out on your own?
Right.
Right. My dad brings me to Sunset Bird too, when he has to come for work and all that stuff. It's not bad. That heard him a glare from Jeremy. Derek winced beneath it, glancing away. It was a struggle to remain friendly with this Jeremy guy. I mean, I wouldn't want to come here for a real vacation probably either. Imagine stuttering. Damn it, Bill Bobs! Don't bully me like this. It's hard to say. It's hard, you know. Doing my best. That's an understatement. This doesn't count as a vacation. It's a waste of time, a chore. My parents' family is nearby and we just had to come and see them. Ugh. Okay, it's clearly killing the mood. Dude, you're going to the beach. Isn't that just a nice thing to do when you're a teenager? If they're your parents' family, doesn't that make them your family too? I guess. That's a pretty good reason to come by. Did you want to go somewhere else? No. Jeremy crossed his arms with a huff. He turned away. They should have gone by themselves, since they cared so much and left me home. But I'm not allowed to be left by myself. It makes no sense. There's no one. They're the ones who don't know how to do anything. And I'm the kid. Oh, damn, he's a angry kid. You kept quiet. You shouldn't talk about your parents like that. Sorry, it must suck being forced to do something you don't want. We just said hello. You don't have to keep complaining at us. Calm down. You don't have to yell so much. Who peed in your cereal this morning? I don't know. I would keep quiet and just get out of there because I'm not interested in the situation because like it's just a petty angry kid. But that might not be the most interesting thing to do. Lecturing him about parents and everything. I don't think I'm that mature as a child. This one, let's go for. We just said hello. You don't have to keep complaining at us. Maybe. Oh, Chroma! Thank you for the follow. Thank you. Thank you. I'm really hesitating within this one and this one. What do you guys think? We go for the blue or for the green? Who peed in your cereal this morning? I don't know. I don't think I'm that clever to come up with something like this. Maybe I should just go with this one. We just said hello. You don't have to keep complaining at us. Cereal? I knew you would say that, Rose. I knew you would say that. Okay. I'm going to be a little bit like spicy myself. Let's go with that. Who peed in your cereal this morning? If Elizabeth was here, she would definitely have said that too. Jeremy's lip curled as his face contorted from anger to horror.
That's disgusting.
Why would you think of something like that? It's disgusting.
Sheesh.
It's just an expression. He took a deep breath. You thought for one hopeful second that maybe he was calming himself down. He was not. So what? You're putting it in people's heads? You don't wanna have to think about it and someone brainless might decide it's a good idea and actually do it. Did I change his voice from before? Whatever. There are some real stupids out in the world, you know. You're all living proof of that. Hey! We're not stupid. I'm smarter than you are. Shut up, stop it. You know what? Stop it. You first. Wait, what? You turn to Cove, lowering your voice. The two of you aren't that similar after all. Jeremy must had a good hearing though, because it caught the private exchange and coughed.
Stupid.
Coughed. Damn it. Of course we're not similar. My eyebrows aren't stupid. Well, your haircut is. Your haircut is stupid. Cove's cheeks flushed crimson at the insult. Oh no! Oh yeah, when we did the scar and the bracelet, we put the bracelet on him last time. You couldn't. I'm all over the place. I'm sorry. You couldn't be sure if it was out of embarrassment or anger. Maybe both. Come on. Jeremy has a bowl cut. Yeah, he has a bowl cut. I don't like it. Every anime character with a haircut like this, apart from Lee. Okay, apart from Lee, in Naruto, all the characters with a bowl cut like this, they're pretty much often jerks. I don't know. Come on. What? No, Cove's wavy eyebrows are so cool. That's a ridiculous thing to say. Well, it would depend on the person's personality. Yeah, it's true. But in the anime world, usually that's... But maybe he's gonna develop into a nice guy. I don't know. Don't listen to him. Oh, wait. How can you say that when you've got a bowl cut? Oh, that's what I said! Don't listen to him. They're really unique and special. Looks like a mommy talking. They're really unique and special. Well, they are kinda silly. Apologize to Cove right now. You can't treat people like that. Okay. Would I go with that or would I go with this one? Apologize to Cove or you got the bowl cut? They're both green answers, so it's the same sentiment behind it. You know what? Maybe he's just having a bad day. Bowl cut? Okay, Rose. I was about to do it too. He deserves to be bullied a little bit too. If we don't give him back what he gave us, then nothing's gonna come back, right? We need to fight in order to reconcile. Yep, it's embarrassing and awful, but my parent made me. I won't have to have it when I'm older. Aw, poor guy, his parents made him like this. I don't know what he's gonna do with those things, except maybe shave them off. He probably should. I bet he looks less dumb with no eyebrows. Why is he still going at it? You just rolled your eyes, you crossed your arms over your chest, you shook your head, you patted Cove on the shoulder, you lunged towards your you grinned at all of this. You're so funny. I've played this game too much. I have 400 hours, oh my god! Because you were playing the DLCs and all of this? Wow. I think I'm at like 5 hours because that's the time that it took to complete the first part of the game. What should I do? Okay, Cove is not blushing anymore, he's just pissed. Including the DLCs. Woo! I haven't gotten any DLCs yet. I'm going to finish the game first and see how it goes. Because it's going to be pretty long already. That's why I didn't want to do the DLCs on top of it. So what do I do? I would roll my eyes actually, because this is kind of a ridiculous situation. All we did was saying hello, and then, yeah, it's ruining the atmosphere. You know what? I'm gonna go with I roll my eyes. His behavior was unbelievably childish. Oh, sorry. You bet this is what Elizabeth imagines she's dealing with whenever you do anything. But with Jeremy, he really is like a kid. Whoa, what's wrong with you? Instead of taking offense, Jeremy only parroted Derek's words in a nasally voice. Wow, what's wrong with you? Haha. Oh, what a... I wasn't gonna say anything bad. This is dumb. Jeremy stuck out his tongue and skulked away, throwing more sand everywhere as he went. You watched him go, hunched over, until he became a speck in your vision. Hi, Jonax! Hello! Hello! You missed a little bit. I don't know if you were here last week, actually. But just so you know, now we are 13-year-old and we have Cove, that's like super like, you know, look at him. And we have Derek, he's our friend too. I just came back from the store. I bought 2 triple chocolate cupcakes. Oh my god. Oh my god. All I got is cookies. All I got is cookies. And you got 2 triple chocolate cupcakes. Give me. I'm the one with the period here. I should be getting the cupcake. Sorry, that must have been too much information. Sorry about that. I will eat one in your name. Okay, okay, in my honor. Please, enjoy. First time you've seen this game? Oh, so you were not here last week. Okay, well, we are growing up. We are 13 years old and we are a grown-up teenager. And I'm a girl because I'm a girl. And those guys are my friends. Here we go. Silence reigned in his wake. The 3 of you tried to process what just happened. I can't believe it. What a mean kid. Derek wasn't kidding, and by the sound of those earlier complaints, the new boy Jeremy was going to be in the area for at least a little while this summer. All you need to know is that Cove's dad is hot. Yeah. Probably TMI if you had already told me. Yeah, probably. Well. Oh yeah, Cove's dad got it going on. Yeah, agreed. Everyone is agreeing on that. So what about Derek's dad though? We haven't seen him yet, but maybe. You know, I want to tie up my hair, but as usual, everything is gone. Damn it. Do I have something under the cookie box? No, I don't have anything under the cookie box. Where are all my hair ties at? Well, you know what? That's okay. But you know what? I have hopes for Derek's dad. Look at him. He has a tan skin with green eyes. That's hot already. Derek sighed in dismay, plopping onto the ground. You followed and Cove did too shortly after. There wasn't much else to do. Want to know something funny? My hair is like Cove's hair. But black. Really? What are you waiting for? Dye them green. Well, you know what? Actually, no, you're already green. Aren't you already green, Geonax? I think you're already green though. If not, hurry up and dye it. I want a cosplay picture. I want a cosplay picture.
This sucks.
This sucks. I was hoping we could meet someone fun, hang out maybe. He shook his head. After a moment, he slowly turned to you with a hopeful expression. But you know what would really improve the day? What? He didn't respond. Instead, he used the hand to point, right at the fruit arrangement that you were still holding. You'd completely forgotten about it during the mini-drama that unfolded. You had gotten used to the wait. Glancing over to Cove, you noticed he was eyeing the fruit. You must want some too. I should dye it green. Never dyed my hair. Always been scared of it will damage beyond repair. No, that's not true. It might damage your hair, but like, they will go back anyways. But if you dye it only once, usually it's probably gonna be fine. Especially if you have black hair. Black hair is usually strong. I've dyed my hair a few times too. That was fun. But I'm not doing it anymore. I'm a grown up. Why not? Let's eat. Of course, let's eat. Derek perked up immediately at your words. He reached out for his skewer, hesitating slightly once he was inches away.
Are you sure?
Are you sure? You nodded. With an eager grin, he plucked out a prime row of fruits. I've dyed my hair. Yeah, it's fun to dye the hair. Like, you give a complete different... Like, yeah, it's a different side of yourself. And it's pretty fun. Was it green, by the way? Was it green? Like this? Long wavy green hair? grabbed one for himself after him. Only you were without a skewer of your own, while I have the whole bucket in my hand. I've done red, pink, and blue. Woo! Rose! Ah. You know what? I'm not surprised. That's really fun. That's really fun. Yeah, I was pink toe at some point. I was pink toe. Only colors have been are blue and blonde. Oh, blue is cool. Blue is one of the hardest ones to get, isn't it? The first time I dyed my hair pink, I had blue strikes in it, but it came off after the first shampoo, so I was like, okay. I used to use a lot of hair products when I was in middle school. My hair was really damaged, so I spent my 3 years of high school without cutting it. My hair reached my waist! Whoa! And then I cut it and it grew super healthy. I have barely used hair products since. Whoa! Blue is my favorite color though. Yeah, if it goes well with like, yeah, it's really pretty. People who can handle the blue, it's really pretty. It's really pretty. But damn, that's long hair, Geonax. I don't think I've ever had hair that long. Too lazy to entertain it. It's too much. You took a pineapple skewer, you took a grape, strawberry or melon? There's no bananas, damn it. Melon or strawberry? Okay guys, what's your favorite fruit? Everybody here knows that my favorite fruit is chocolate covered bananas. What's your favorite fruit though? Strawberry? Oh, that's so cute. Rose, you're so cute. Strawberry is the cutest one in here. Can I just take one skewer of it? No, Gio, don't be greedy. Don't be greedy like that. Okay, you guys choose. I'm gonna drink a little bit more water. So Chroma is not sure. Ruby grapefruit, it's not there. Yeah, it's not here either. Ruby grapefruit, never heard of that. Well, in your magical garden, probably you can have all sorts of ruby stuff. Well, you know what? Since you guys are also undecided, we're going to go with strawberry. The strawberry was a bright red and beckoning you. It was the obvious first choice. Of those, I would agree with strawberry. Awesome. Derek ate a pineapple skewer enthusiastically, finishing it within moments. This is amazing. It's not different from any other normal fruits. It's kind of worse. These have been out in the open with their skin up for a while. Sheesh. Hey, you two remember the land before time? That fruit thing makes me think of it. The dinosaurs all like the leaves that were shaped like stars. The land before time? Do you guys know what it is? Let me look it up just a second. The land before time. Is it an actual thing? Oh yeah! I remember that one! I used to love that movie when I was a kid. I watched it a lot. I watched it several times. Oh my god. The land before time. That's how it's called. About dinosaur kids, yeah! Oh yeah, they were looking after the leaves. Oh, that was so cute. It was like 7 movies? I've seen only 1. 3 stars. Yeah, I like really faintly remember it though. That was such a cute movie. 3 stars. Oh, Cryptid Rose, it's like you knew what he was about to say.
Yeah.
Yeah, jumping leaves looked so delicious when they did it. And there was that scene with the pretty trees and all the dinosaurs came in and picked everything off them till there was nothing. That's us right now. Awesome. Ah, I love that movie. I've never seen it. I didn't like that one. That movie's for kids. Eating leaves looks good. Should I worry about you? Do you think things taste better when they're shaped like stars? Okay, either this one here, shaped like stars, or I love that movie. Because I do remember loving this movie. So I keep moving the mic because I keep shifting around. I hope that's okay. But I love the movie though. And it's true that when it's shifted like something, it tastes better. I'm gonna go with this one. Do you think things taste better when they're shaped like stars? It's Snickers. Not everything, but it probably helps. The three of you continued like this for the next few minutes. Eventually, the display was barren. It looked weird when devoid of fruits. Hey, we weren't supposed to eat all of it. It did help make you feel better. Eating it all hadn't made you feel better. Wait, what? No, I feel better. I do feel better when I eat. Derek was right. It was so good you were already brightening up from earlier drama. Hey, Orestia. Yeah? The two of you met eyes casually. That was pretty cool, what you said back at the guy. Oh, thanks. I was just saying that what I thought. Derek chimed in while in high spirit. You totally honed him. I don't know what his parents said, but it's good at least somebody that is around to tell him what's what. Wow, my stuttering so much, damn it. Yeah. Derek then leaned back on his arms. He contemplated the sky with a content sight. So, are you both ready for summer break? Yeah! Hell yeah! Is there a hell yeah here? I'm not sure, are you? How's someone supposed to be ready for a break? Nah, I'm ready for a break. Gaming all day. Cool, new. Wish I could say the same. It feels like there's a lot of plan for. And what about you, Cove? Are you ready? Yeah. Before you could say anything else, the light atmosphere was shattered. Why? Oh, Lizzie. Hey, Orestia! You glanced over your shoulder to see your sister. She strode closer and closer, appearing none too pleased. I've been looking all over for you. Ma said you and Cove ran off with the Mr. Holden brought for us. She leered over with her arms folded. So, where is it? Well, it's gone. What do you mean, gone? You moved over to the side to face her completely. She zeroed in on the bucket in your hand, which was now populated exclusively with skewers dripping in juice and tiny flakes of leftover fruit pieces. Her mouth dropped open at the tone of her voice rose. What? Seriously, Orestia? What were you thinking? It was supposed to be for all of us at home! She glanced at Cove, who sat beside you, and continued mockingly. Even if you did have an in with the delivery boy, that was up to Mr. Holden. Cove gave you a bent smile of support, which didn't help disprove her accusation. So, Elizabeth, get over it. Well, the morning's been kind of a disaster. We were hungry? It wasn't us. Seagull came down and ate it all. Yeah, I want to go up with that one. It wasn't us. A seagull came down and ate all while we weren't looking. Elizabeth narrowed her eyes, not at all deceived by your response. Oh no. I think I hear the Mean King coming back. We better get out of here. Well, she's the Mean King right now. Elizabeth blinked, confused, and looked around. What kid? I don't see anyone. Derek didn't bother explaining. He just launched to his feet and ran off. Cove hopped up too, gladly taking the opportunity to exit the situation. He followed after Derek, but he sent a look to you from over his shoulder. You turned to watch Elizabeth. She stared back, brow raised. I ran. Imagine that option you picked, but in the voice of Anya. I can't do Anya's voice. She's too cute. I wish I could do Anya's voice. She's so cute though. I'm gonna run. Without a word, you two got to your feet and bolted down the beach. Unimpressed, Elizabeth rolled her eyes. The seagull option just in case. Yeah, I got it, don't worry.
So immature.
They're so immature. She shook her head as she walked towards the house, not bothering whatsoever to follow. Meanwhile, the three of you made it back to the shoreline. Derek pumped his fist, grinning in triumph. We escaped and shall live to see. We escaped and shall live to see another day. Exactly, but we should keep moving. Yeah, for now at least. Victory! My mom's gonna be so mad when Isabel tells the story. I don't think so. I mean, they're not that, like, starving for fruits. I'm sure it's fine. Yeah, for now at least. I still have to face Elizabeth when I go back home. You chuckled together, walking further down the beach side by side. You definitely wanted to stay outside a little while longer. You had gotten a bit of a scolding from your moms for not saving any of Mr. Holden's gifts for Elizabeth, but you didn't get any real punishment for it. Instead, while you were out with the boys, Elizabeth returned home to share the news. The three of them went to get dessert on their own. It was declared even by your parents when everyone got back and the event was settled. And that was a while ago now. Later that night, you found yourself seated near the kitchen counter. Phone call! Your fingers drummed the surface as you waited, your gaze trained on the phone. Oh, we're waiting for someone to call us! You were waiting on a call tonight, specifically from your cousin Leandra. You didn't want to miss it accidentally. Ooh, Leandra, that's a nice name. Never heard of that name before. Alexandra, but like without half of it. Your uncle, aunt, and Lee used to live many hours away. Your families only saw each other a few times a year for big occasions. A while back though, they'd moved and were closer to you than ever before, and now hang out regularly. With school being out, you're positive she's gonna wanna come over a lot, and the two of you were the same age and got along well. She used to be really fond of Lizzie, Elizabeth, too, but now that your sister had become allergic to interacting with her own family, it tended to be just you and Lee who spent time together. Okay, so she called Leandra Lee, just to be sure. She was your only friend who was a girl. Oh really? Being family helped make you close, but you had a lot of girlfriends. I want to have a lot of girlfriends. I don't want to be the girl who hangs out just with boys. Now I'm going to be hated by the other girls. Yeah, I've got a whole other girlfriends too. You often gravitated towards other girls and be friends with them pretty easily. Yeah, I want to be an extrovert in the game. I don't want to be like me. You also had a lot of non-girlfriends. You didn't have many non-girlfriends. Well, I've already got 2 of them. I want to have a lot of friends. I don't care. I want to have a lot of friends. What kind of gender that someone was didn't seem to make any difference in who you got along with. Exactly, that's how it should be. Then the shrill ringtone announced an incoming call. You jumped, before grabbing the receiver and pressing it to your ear. Lee, finally! Who is it? Star's resident, Orestia speaking. Hello? I'm gonna go with hello. Hello?
Hi!
Hi, Orestia, it's Lee! Oh, she's so cute! Look at this cute! She's like a Disney princess! Oh my god. I'm glad it's you. For a second there, I thought it might be one of Elizabeth's friends. There was static on the end, as if Lee was shifting wherever she was. Oh, look at that blue eye. She's definitely a Disney princess. Oh my god. Can't wait to see her grow up. So, can you believe school's actually over? I thought it'd never be done. Now we don't have to do any of that boring stuff and we get to hang out whenever we want. Speaking of hanging out. Lee, can you wait a second? Let me just head to my room.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. You got up from the seat. You got up from the seat at the counter. Luckily, the phone was wireless, so you didn't have to worry about any cords tying you down. Your mom's had a rule about not moving the phone unless a call was in progress, which was why you'd been sat by its cradle waiting for Lee to call. Your mom's could be really unfair. Well, that just makes sense though. You didn't like it? No, yeah, it just makes sense, but then the phone will be uncharged or whatever. It makes sense. It was nice to keep everything in its proper place, exactly. But now that Lee had called, it was okay for you to go upstairs to your bedroom and talk to her. You made your way up the stairs, smiling. After you had arrived, you shut the bedroom door firmly behind you. You took the seat on your bed. Alright, I'm here.
Cool.
Cool! Hey, did you know the girl down the street from me had her own phone now? A cell phone. She doesn't have to wait for someone else to stop using it or anything. Wow, really? The thought of someone I'm mixing every voices. The thought of someone having a phone that was all their own seemed unbelievable to you, right? I wish I had one too, but my parents said I couldn't get my own phone until I'm more grown up. I wish they changed their mind. We could call each other every single day and no one would be able to stop us. How great would that be? Really great! But wouldn't I still be using a home phone? To band that's so far away? Oh, it would be really great. Let's just be positive. We could even stay up late talking about whatever we want. Lee sighed thoughtfully into the receiver. At least, they said I could have it someday. I can't wait. She sighed dramatically. Is that dramatical? I don't know. I bet I'm not gonna get one until I'm all the way into college. Squeezing the phone between your shoulders and ears, you puffed up your pillows and made yourself more comfy. It was strange to think of a time when normal school would be over, and you'd have to choose whether or not to go to a college. School was such a big part of your life right now. Studying didn't come easily to you, you always tried hard. Okay, so we've got to decide whether I'm clever or not. Okay, we already know that Cove is pretty clever and has very good grades, so I don't want to lose to him. You worked about as hard as most people and got pretty average results as well. You never tried much, but you still didn't do that bad. You didn't bother at all in school and your grades reflected that. Everything in your classes came easily to you. You worked hard for your excellent grades. But I'm not a hard-working person. To be honest, okay, this is my truth, everyone. This is an in on Orestia. You worked about as hard as most people and got pretty average results as well. Yeah, I always aimed for like the passing grade. I didn't care about getting perfect or anything. But you know what? This is a made-up universe. Am I like super clever? I think I want to be super clever, at least in one universe, you know? Everything in your classes came easily to you. It is complete wishful thinking. Let me indulge, okay? I'm indulging right now. You soaked up information as naturally as a sponge absorbed water. You had yet to worry about school being hard for you. I was one of those straight A students? Really? Oh my god! Didn't have many friends. Oh. Well, at least you did academically well, I guess. Yeah, being straight A, really, I just wanted to pass. As long as I passed, I wasn't in any trouble, so... And that gives me more time to play games and stuff. Yummy water. That really helps with the coughing. But you know what now? You've got so many friends now. And you've got time to play games too. I don't know what that means, Geonax. I don't know what GPA is, and I don't know if a 4 is a good thing. And to be honest, I don't even know what 11th grade is. Is it middle school 11th grade? I don't know any of those references. Oh well, apparently it's nice. Okay, good for you. Good for you. You felt a lot of pressure. It's basically 100. Oh my god. So now I'm like the underachieving kid with all the clever kids. I knew you guys were the cool kids, damn it. You guys are the clever ones. Oh my god. Maybe I should try a little bit harder. But you know what? You know what? All I've got to do is ask for the universe to give me the knowledge. I'm just too lazy to ask. Okay, let's continue. You felt a lot of pressure to maintain the high grades you had last year. You hoped to do just as well this year, but it wouldn't be a big deal if they dropped some. You were confident your grades would remain great. You had no plans on getting excellent scores this time around. You know what? I'm just going to be blindly confident. You could definitely keep this streak going. Yeah. You tried to sound engaged, but your mind had decided to go back to school despite the season. Lee knew you too well to be fooled.
What's up?
You sound so spacey. What's up? Just thinking about school. Lee groaned. Ugh, are you thinking about how we don't have to think about it because it's summer? That's what I'm doing. I'm looking forward to going back. Hell no! Let's make a petition for more vacation time. Hell yeah. It's so awful. I hate going. Oh, not to that point. Come on, it's too scary not to think about it. Now you know what? Let's make a petition for more vacation time. It's only the first day of vacation, by the way. Yeah, everybody in class would sign it. Maybe some of the teachers too. Though, I guess school isn't all that way bad. You can do some good things there. You can just do more when school's out. School for us is from 1st grade to 12th grade, elementary 1-6, now changed to 1-5, middle school 6 to 8, and high school from 10 to 12. Oh no, 9 to 12. Okay, that's how you count it. Okay, nice, good to know. So, on your almost the last year of high school, you were 100. What happened in the last one? Is that when you cut your hair and all your intelligence went away? Learning new skill can be good. Gym is pretty great. Nah, I didn't like gym. But I'm very tall in that universe. Okay, I took off my jacket because I was cold, but not because I was hot. Now I'm cold again. I guess it was just a fake heat. The fake heat. Feeling hot for fake reasons. Okay. It's the easiest way to hang out with people not in the neighborhood. The cafeteria lunches in my school could be better than they had any right to be. There's nothing good about my school. Huh. Well, you know what? I love learning though. I love learning new stuff. I just wish people did okay with how they taught the things. Not just some people. Wait, what? I just wish everyone did okay with how they taught the things. Not just some people. What the hell? I don't understand that sentence.
Me too.
Me too. Gym is pretty great though. It's the easiest way to hang. Oh, I'm gonna have to do that again? Why? You know what? It's the easiest way to hang out with people not in the neighborhood. If I didn't go to school, I'd never meet anybody new. No one really comes here. Uh-huh. Well, you know what? That was all. And that's pretty much everything that's good about school. Okay, point taken.
Alright.
Now, I decree the topic of school is officially closed. We have to talk about this summer first before we start plotting the rest of our lives. I've got some plans already. Woo, tell me! I'm gonna visit my cousins. You chuckled, of course. What's something you want to do? The first thing that comes to your head. I want to spend time with people. I've got some new art supplies. Ooh, reading. I'm gonna catch up on movies and TV. Probably spend some time at the beach. I don't want to do anything at all. It's a vacation. My parents were splitting apart and my dad wouldn't let me sleep because he wanted to complain about my mom. Oh my god. So I started to get class so that I could sleep on the 3rd floor of the building at the end of the school. They divorced by the end of the year. Oh my god. But why didn't you just sleep in your class though? I used to sleep in class all the time. I was sleeping in math, in literature, and in philosophy. That was my favorite classes to sleep. They wouldn't let you sleep? Oh damn, your teacher were mean. My teacher, they would let me sleep. Too bad. So you had to go and sleep on the floor? At least I was sleeping on the chair. Oh, I feel bad for you now, sleeping on the floor. Well, now it's all in the past, so I hope it's okay. Go eat the cupcake. So what am I gonna do? You know what? art supplies or the beach? There's not many beaches in Jupiter, so that's why I really enjoy that. One very nice teacher, art teacher, went to get me one day and told me that she would rather have me sleep in the classroom. Well, yeah, obviously. Aww, so the other teachers were not that nice. She was the nicest. Well, it's common sense though. If someone is sleepy, just let them sleep. It's too bad sometimes when teachers they don't see the signs. I'm happy my teachers were like understanding enough. Although the reason why I was sleeping in class is because I was playing video games. So I'm not the best. I'm sorry I got the nice teachers. I'm sorry. But I hope everything is better now. You know what? In honor of your teachers, we're going to go and do some art. It's alright, don't feel bad. Well, it's too late. I can't wait to try them out. I can't wait to see what you make. You leaned back in your bed, settling in as you continued chatting with your friend. Even though it hadn't been that long since you saw her and you'd been seeing her soon, you found plenty to talk about. For one, the events of the day. You sat up straighter. I was with Cove and Derek today, and we met a new kid. Like, at your neighborhood? His parents were visiting family, so it sounds like he'll be around for a little while. I don't know how long. What was he like? Creepy, mean, weird, kind of interesting. Mean! He was mean! He kept snapping when all we were trying to do was talk to him. He just kept being rude to everyone. But especially Cove, it was awful. Oh, maybe he's Cove's cousin or something. Like he came to visit family and he has the same hair color. I'm a detective. I am deducting. Deducing? Deducting? Deducting. Is that not the right word? You know what? Forget it. Wait, that's okay. Well, never mind. It was awful. I don't think I want to meet him. You want the boy to stay away before even meeting him? That's an unexpected twist. Wouldn't Cove recognize him then? But maybe he just didn't say anything. You know how he is. He kept to himself. Like, he didn't say anything for the whole time, even though the guy was talking about him. And the fact that he was, like, targeting him specifically, maybe it had something to do with that? Like, maybe... I don't know. Let me be a detective, Rose. Your cousin was pretty popular with the boys who knew her. She seemed happy enough to have them around, until they started to annoy her. Well, she's such a Disney princess, of course. Who are you to talk? Cove and Derek are always around. They're both boys, you know. That's true, it's not the same. They are not always around. I'm not the one who invites them, they show up on their own. That's too defensive, what the hell? You weren't able to say anything to that. No, it's not the same. We're friends, it's not the same. I'm not just keeping them around until they annoy me. They laughed at your rejection of the idea, deeply amused. Even though she couldn't see, you shook your head at her, grinning to yourself. There was a stomping noise approaching your room, heralding the arrival of your irritated older sister. She flung the door open, a frown etched on her face.
Come on.
How long are you going to hug on the phone? Glancing at your watch, you realized that your quick call had gone much longer than anticipated. Elizabeth held out her hand. The other one lodged on her hip. She noticed the reaction on your face. Time's up. Gotta go, I'll see you soon, okay? With a sigh, you said your goodbyes to Lee. Sorry for being long. I'm still using it. No, get out of my room, you know what? Let's just have a peaceful evening for once. She only looks for trouble. With a sigh, you said your goodbyes to Lee. Lee, I have to go.
Bye.
Okay, see you soon. I clicked to find story. Can I go back? No, I can't go back. You'd barely pressed the end call button when Elizabeth whisked the handset from your fingers and began dialing someone new as she strolled out of the room. That brings me back though, sharing a phone like that, remembering phone numbers. Your ma's voice called from downstairs. Hey, has anyone seen the phone? I'm using it! With that, she shut your door behind you. Silence was left in the wake. That was one way to end your first day of summer break. Sometimes later, it had gotten dark outside and you laid in bed wide awake. Your window rattled all of a sudden, startling you badly. You flinched, staring over at it with furrowed brows. A zombie? Are we in Minecraft? From your vantage point, you saw only the moon and an open sky. That's what happened when I look out in Minecraft. You were... scared? Confused, annoyed, curious. Well, if we're in Minecraft, I scared out of my mind. But what's happening now? You know what? I'm gonna be confused. What had caused that noise? Frowning, you sat up and moved closer to the window. You might as well find the reason behind the disturbance. You put to your utter shock, your gaze was met by a pair of familiar ocean blue eyes. Is it Lee? She's the only one with blue eyes, no? Cove? 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 Cousin Cove has green eyes? You squinted. Yep, Cove was right outside your window. Ooh, my. In the middle of the night? Your house was very angular, and some parts stuck out further than others, so it theoretically wouldn't be hard to climb around. Ooh, what? I don't want away! Na 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 na. Does anyone else has the Dawson's Quick theme in their head? Okay, let's welcome him in, I guess. Still, just because somebody couldn't didn't mean you expected it to ever happen. Cove looked awkward and unstable. His feet were braced against a section of the wall that jutted out, his arms flexing with the effort to keep him upright. With difficulty, he waved. Then he wobbled, immediately dropping his alarm. You hurriedly opened the window. Cove scrambled inside, nearly falling flat on his face. But he was able to right himself at the end. He's in his pajamas! He released a breath. He released a breath once he was inside.
Hey.
Hi, Orestia. What are you doing? What's up, Romeo? What? This sure is a surprise, but you're always welcome here. Is everything okay? What happened? You're lucky I didn't start screaming. Amazing, my dreams have come true. The last one is so funny. Well, is everything okay? I think I would go for that. I mean, he looks kind of relaxed though. He looks kind of relaxed. What are you doing? Let's go with that one. You're scary I didn't scream. Because we're not in Minecraft. He has green hair. I could have thought it was a zombie or something. No, it's my bedroom. Cove came into my bedroom in the middle of the night, in his pajamas and everything, and I don't know what's happening. Okay, I'm gonna go with. What are you doing? Visiting? Well, what's with what's with this face? What? Are we just friends? Did something happen I didn't know about? We're 13-year-old friends. What the hell? How is that normal? You know what face that is? It looks like this guy, like the smug face from the guy in Tangled. I love the emote. I love the smirk. Pouty Kawawa, indeed. He looks like the guy in Tangled. Oh my god. Why? I need to talk to you and couldn't wait until tomorrow. If I rang the doorbell, I know your moms would answer it and they'd just make me go home. I didn't really want to explain why I was coming over anyway, so I don't want to talk about it. Wait, what? I don't want to talk about it. What happened? Look at him, he's sad now, he's sad now! Well, besides with you, I mean, but that's why I did that. As unexpected as it was, You were touched. Cove felt like he would tell you what was wrong. Sure, tell me. I might have tried calling or something, except my dad was on the phone. Cove suddenly looked very cross. Dad, he was talking to my mom. Still is, probably. So he walked from one house to the other in his PJs? Yeah, I did. He might be cold. Help him get Geonax! What kind of attitude is that? We are 13 years old, and holding is not even happening right now. And it's the summer, dude. It's the summer. He doesn't look happy. Yeah, he's annoyed with something that happened with his dad. I've got to keep looking into it. You raised your eyebrows. Cove had eavesdropped on his parents' phone conversation. You shouldn't have done that. Eavesdropping is bad. What the hell? I would've done that too. You didn't comment on him eavesdropping. No, I don't comment. Keep talking. There were other things to talk about. Are you going to stay with your mom for a while again? Every year, Cove was sent off to live with his mom for a few weeks. When it happened varied. Sometimes he would go during winter break, but usually he went during summer. Even though it was hard news when you found out that he was leaving and you missed seeing him those weeks, you understood. To your surprise, however, he shook his head. That's what I thought too, but no. That's not what they were saying. My dad asked my mom not to have me leave this year. He said she could come stay with us here. You waited for him to continue. He didn't. The conversation abruptly dropped off. You couldn't help but stare at Cove. There was this complicated mix of expression on his face. Look at him, so cute. What did your mom say? She told him she'd come. I know she's coming soon, before school starts. Oh? You had heard Cove talk about his mom a lot over the years. He'd tell you about his past memories, or what happened while he was visiting her. Bless you. Thank you, Dharma. I'm coughing a lot today, I don't know why. Don't worry about it. Still, it was one thing to hear about someone and another to actually meet them. Very soon, you were going to see Cove's mom in person. That's going to be Jill's next turn to be hot for the mom. You were taken aback by the news, so you could only imagine how Cove felt. You looked at him. He was pacing across your room, his features painted with dread. Before, they'd barely stay in the same room long enough to have lunch. Now, we are going to be all together again. The three of us. After all this time. Just for a few weeks. I know I should probably be happy they can talk to each other now. I'm still not. I'm just confused and freaked out. And now I feel really bad for feeling this way. Orestia, it's so... His fist tightened and his eyes became misty. Oh no, he's gonna cry again. He's still a crying baby, that's so cute. I shouldn't keep getting like this. It's been a long time already, and I'm not a little kid. So he wouldn't meet your eyes. You knew he was waiting for you to say something. There's nothing wrong with feeling bad. That is hard to deal with. We can deal with this. I'm sorry, Cove. You know I'm here for you. Yeah, that's a lot. That's what I would say because I wouldn't know what to say. He didn't know what to say. I don't know what to say. Maybe I would go with the first one. It is hard to deal with because it's still like figuring out his parents being divorced and then kind of like talking back together and being on friendly terms. It's kind of like a new territory for him. I'm gonna go with that one. There's nothing wrong with feeling bad. That is hard to deal with. Yeah, let's go with that. The tense line of Cove's shoulders eased. Aww. Thanks. That makes me feel a little better. Like I'm not freaking out for no reason. A momentary silence fell over the two of you. You marveled at how the day started. You had woken up eager for summer vacation, but now things seemed so crazy. I mean, it's not that crazy. She met an angry kid on the beach. It's not the end of the world. It validates how they feel, so it's a good one. Yeah, it's true, but as a kid, would you be the validating kind of kid? I don't know if I am. I don't know if I would be. I'm gonna have a bite of my cookie right now because pain is surging again. Yum, 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 yum. Cookies are so good. Cookies save life. Oh, I have this weird craving. I have this weird craving of milk. I usually never drink milk with cookies, but I have this weird craving right now. Chocolate chip cookie, of course, Dharma. I try to be something between validation and encouragement. At 13-year-old, you were already like this? That's impressive. How's your cupcake, by the way? You have to update me about the cupcake. Can you take a picture? Okay, back to being professional. I haven't ate it yet. Really? And yes, I can. Thank you! The best cookies, of course, Dorma, you know me. If I have to choose a cookie, I will choose the best one. The mini debacle with Mr. Holden's gift, the newest addition to the neighborhood being so rude. And, as if all that wasn't enough, now Cove's mom would be living with Cove and his dad again. Your whole life was kind of like that, it seemed. Complicated and hard and different. Why couldn't things just get better with time? She's gonna eat the picture. Yeah, I might. I just might. Pooped it out and eat it? Oh, I was going to just bite into the screen. Is it a bad idea? Orestia? The sound of your name said quietly pulled you from your thoughts. Cove gazed at you concerned.
Are you okay?
Are you okay? Did you hear his voice? Ah! Yeah, I'm okay. You meant it. Yeah, I'm okay. You didn't mean it. No, I'm not. I don't know. Who, me? I'm more worried about you. Wow, things are kind of bad for everyone, huh? I would go for that one because I basically have no reasons to be bad, I think. That depends on the phone, I think. Oh, I was just going to bite into the monitor, like the screen from the computer. But you think I should bite into the phone? It's a purple one. Who, me? I'm more worried about you. You don't have to forget about yourself for me. I want to listen to you too. Oh my god! Oh my god! Is he really trying to make me fall for him? Cove grinned reassuringly. It was small and delicate, but you knew it was genuine. How does a 13-year-old talk like this? None of my 13-year-old friends were talking like that. We were just talking about video games. He had come here conflicted and upset, only to end up worrying about you. He really was a great friend. You know, I think I don't want to talk anymore about this. He looked away, his lips thinning into a line. He rubbed it at his arms. But I kinda don't want to go back home either. Could I stay a little longer? Just doing something else? Yeah, sure. We can play video games. He appeared equal parts hopeful and vulnerable. How could you possibly turn him away? You can stay tonight, but we shouldn't make a habit of it. I've got a flashlight and some cards. Are you in? Oh yeah! Of course, you can always stay, Cove. Let's play some cards! You tilted your head, waiting patiently for his answer. Cove perked up at your response, a smile appearing on his face. He immediately took a seat on your bed, not afraid to get comfortable in your room. Oh my, I would not let someone sit on my bed. Not even I sit on my bed. Only people who showered and changed their clothes are allowed to touch the bed. Am I crazy? Am I crazy? Perfect. Time for some Mario Party. Yeah! Mario Party, that would be loud though. Mommies would hear it and then we would be scolded. You felt a little better at the sight somehow. You still had a lot of worries, but you were glad he was here. And not just tonight. You were glad he came into your life in the first place. That was a change you'd never want to undo. But the game is actually going forward. I don't know if I'm ready for that. I thought we were just friends, but the game is kind of like pushing the dating agenda and we're only 13-year-old. I've slept in my bed with shoes. Oh my god. No shoes are allowed into my house. No shoes are allowed. Same? But why would you do that though? Then you have to change the sheets. Why would you do that? I don't get it. It's dirty outside. And the bed has to stay clean. Who would have thought Cove would mean so much to you? You certainly hadn't in the beginning. You had kept your distance, and so had he. Now you considered him to be one of your closest friends. Close up! I wasn't ready for that. You joined Cove on your bed, taking a seat across from him. He smiled at you again, but you could tell this time he was half-hearted. He was still easy to read. Though he didn't want to talk about his mom and dad, he must be thinking about what happened and what's about to happen. You smiled gently at him. You put a hand on his shoulder, you patted his back, you hugged him, you took his hand in yours, you nudged him with your foot. I mean, I would go like, you know, there, kind of like patting. There, but like without actually touching. But this option is not here, the there without actual touching. I'm gonna smile at him. He's smiling at me, I'm gonna smile back. And he's smiling more now. You had no idea how to make him feel better, though you wanted to try anyway. Hopefully your presence was helping. Sometimes after a long 18-hour day of work and classes, all you can do is get home, walk to bed and drop unconscious until your next shift. I guess. I mean, I had double shifts before. That never stopped me from taking a shower. And thinking of my clothes. But I get it. If you're exhausted, you do what you gotta do. Hopefully your presence was helping. Haha, Goofy's smile is adorable. Conversation was tilted and broken often by silence at first. Then both of you were able to get into your usual candor. As your secret hangout session stretched on, you thought that you truly wanted to keep having moments like this with him. You hoped a day would never come when life decided that the two of you, would have to part ways. And you knew Cove felt the same. Are they hinting at the fact that Cove is going to move away at the end of summer? You opened your tired eyes, groaning as they adjusted to the light as the bright sorry. Sometimes I just put my hand on the pillow and accidentally fall asleep. Aww. That's nice though, to be able to fall asleep like that means you need it. If you fall asleep like that, fall right into it. You need to sleep. You opened your tired eyes, groaning as they adjusted to the bright light that was streaming through the window and warming your olive skin. With a loud yawn, you rolled away from the sunlight and blinked a couple of times, clearing to sleep from your eyes before realizing with a start that it was actually morning. You couldn't remember even falling asleep. Oh my gosh, is he still here? Is he still there? It's the morning and he's still there? I hope he went back home. We're gonna get into trouble. I fell asleep driving. Oh no! Drove for like 10 minutes? Oh my god. Well, you know what? Miracles do happen. Cove had crept through your window during the night and the two of you spent time together, trying not to wake your parents. You must have fallen asleep while you were hanging out, but couldn't put a finger on exactly when. You wondered how late Cove had stayed before heading home. Okay, he's fine, he's gone. You rubbed your face and yawned again, contemplating whether you should get out of bed and get ready for the day, or stay snuggled up for a little while longer. until your gaze landed on an instantly recognizable mop of pale green hair. And you bolted upright and gasped in surprise. He's still here! No! He never left! He was still there, in the morning! Cove! You laughed out loud, you jumped out of bed, you froze. I'm gonna froze, you know what? I can't even imagine having a different reaction than that. Yeah, he's still there! Oh my god! Your muscles refused to move an inch and your eyes widened as you stared at Cove's sleeping form in absolute shock. If your moms found out you had slept here the entire night, you would both be in big, big trouble. Realizing quickly that you needed to get Cove out of here before your moms or Elizabeth walked in, you found him. You willed your body to get a move on and swung your legs over the side of the bed. You whispered in his ears, "What the hell, no!" You shook his shoulder, more than that, poked him in the face, tugged his ear, you threw a pillow at him. "I'm gonna throw a pillow at him, guy, you have to wake up right now!" Someone is getting bars on the window. Grabbing one of the soft, fluffy pillows from your bed, you tossed it at Cove and he woke with a start. You scrambled out of the way and You scrambled out of the way as he abruptly jumped to his feet before almost losing his balance and falling back down. He recovered just as quickly and faced you indignantly. What was that for? Shh! What? The situation dawned on him too before he even finished a word. Cove blinked at you a couple times, his eyes growing in panic as some thought that only he could hear settled in his mind. Oh my god! I fell asleep? You weren't exactly sure what to do as you watched Cove pace your room, looking around frantically. Cove stopped mid-step, and you wanted to ask what he had been searching for, but you guessed he wouldn't know the answer to that himself. Oh no, he just woke up. No one looked down. Downstairs? Yeah, we gotta be careful, baby mommy's already awake. Despite that, he hadn't calmed down completely. The atmosphere was still frazzled. It's going to be alright. We're going to be in so much trouble. Just calm down. Settle down before moms hear you. Yeah, settle down before moms hear you. No, it's fine. Never mind. What? Cryptid gets it. Guys, stop having jokes that I don't understand. Did I not understand? You were not talking about mommy? Cove nodded, his shoulders tensed as he fixed you with a firm stare with his turquoise eyes. Letting out a heavy sigh, he ran a hand through his hair in exasperation. He couldn't look at you again as he spoke. Get out by the window, hurry! I'll see you later. You were confused by how all of this had played out, but hoped that was the truth. Right. Goodbye, Cove. At that, he glanced at you once more. The expression was placid. In all the panic, he was topped over so briefly by a moment of clarity. Maybe he hadn't hit puberty yet. Look at his body! His purity is all over here! Thanks, again. You're a good friend, Orestia. He firmly whispered the words, so there was no room to doubt he meant it. Aww. But he turned away from you before you had the chance to respond, or even fully react. With how he looks, impossible. Exactly, right? In a matter of seconds, he had climbed over your bed and opened the window. A cool breeze rolled off the ocean. Oh, that sounds so cool. Fluttering through Cove's hair and filling your room with its salty scent. Cove anxiously stepped out onto the ledge. You wished him luck. You rallied him to keep going. You suggested he sneak out the door instead. You urged him to hurry up. I'm gonna wish him luck. He's gonna be okay, right? I mean, he climbed up, he can climb down. Sneak out the door instead? Oh, that's risky. It's definitely going to meet the moms. Or Lizzie. Yeah, let's go with that one. No, but there's a ledge on the window so that it doesn't have to jump off, but you climb down. It should be safe. I think. Good luck. Be super careful. You weren't sure if he heard you or not, but he kept going along, one foot in front of the other with increasing speed, until his form disappeared out of sight. You stuck your head out the window as far as you could go, try keeping watch. He walked the full length of the ledge before jumping down to the top of the garage, then lowering himself onto the fence, from where he finally dropped down to the ground. Okay, he's fine. You threw out a thumbs up at his successful climb. He ran off towards his house without stopping, disappearing behind the side of another building. You had to admit that you were pretty impressed at how doable he made that look. With a little sigh, you reclosed your window, deciding there was nothing more you could do. You hopped off your bed and got ready to head downstairs for the day. Dave rolled athletic and managed a nat 20. I don't understand anything you just said. Wait, what? Dave? Wait, what? Who's Dave? He's definitely athletic. Managed a nat 20. Oh, okay. Autocorrect. Okay. Cove rolled athletic and managed a nat 20. It's a D&D joke. Oh, damn. I want to play D&D someday. Yummy water. I'm so flustered. Okay, let's keep going. You put on your slippers, you checked yourself in the mirror, you made your bed, you just left. I'm gonna put on my slippers. Thank God he didn't roll a nut 1. Oh, Dharma knows D&D. Oh my god. You knew it was summer, but your slippers were comfy and cozy and made you feel better whenever you wore them. Typo was hilarious and not one? Why? It's a D&D joke, I don't get it, it's fine. You took the stairs, slowly attempting to make your face into a look of innocence. You were sure that someone would have come into your room if they had heard anything strange, but you couldn't be too careful. You had to play it cool. When you stepped into the living room... Okay, thank God we didn't make him take the door because Lizzie's here. He's just... And considering he just woke up even funnier, he is just walking to his house with morning wood. What? No, he's a kid. Kids don't have morning woods. What the hell? When you stepped into the living room, Elizabeth was there, tapping her finger on the counter. Good morning, Elizabeth. She looked you over immediately, her eyes squinting at the grating.
Why?
Oh, Orestia. Why does that sound condescending, Rose? Well, you know what? I don't know. But nothing like this happened. Why are you being so weird? You hadn't even done anything. Your big sister never missed a beat, unfortunately. You turned and offered a tight smile, and her lips pursed together even tighter. Orestia? You shrugged it off, you calmed up. Wouldn't you like to know? Sorry, you excitedly blurted it out. Wait, what? No, you folded. Wait, what? I don't fold. I shrug it off. Any boy over 9 knows that... Over 9? Morning wood starts at over 9? I thought it had something to do with testosterone. Do you already have testosterone at 9? That's early. I'm not. You spoke so nonchalantly, you almost thought she believed you. But you knew better. Further suspicious squinting occurred as she waited for something. But ultimately, she rolled her eyes, and you weren't sure if you were in trouble or not. She didn't seem to care enough to dig any further. Whatever. And then she walked straight out the front door, letting it slam shut behind her, and you let out a brief sigh. Elizabeth went out most days to hang out with her friends from school around town. Today you were extra glad for it, though you were also grateful she hadn't left the house any sooner and risked running into Cove. It looked like you were getting away with that. Breakfast was eaten in peace and alone. Your moms were both out by the time you had gotten up. They had left you a serving of food from breakfast they made. Hash browns and omelette, fruit salad, and there were a few sausages links. You took a little bit of everything. You passed on some parts because you ran things you liked. You passed on some parts because you were trying to avoid meat. You passed on some parts because you were trying to avoid animal product. I'm gonna go with this one. Don't worry about it, it was great typo and no judgment for me. Okay. Your parents still made most of food choices in the house, but they've worked on accommodating you since you've started talking about becoming vegetarian. You added some extra things not from their breakfast to your meal too, but the parts you did have were tasty. The day lazily drifted by at home, and eventually your parents returned. You pulled open the fridge again, lingering in the frosty air for a moment or two before grabbing a bottle of ice-cold water and taking a long drink. It was a perfect, balmy summer afternoon, and you had decided to head outdoors and find something to do. You hadn't decided what this something was just yet, but you were sure something would pop up to occupy your time. As you were heading out the front door, you paused for a moment. You hadn't seen Cove since he had left this morning, and you couldn't help but think about what had happened to him. Would it be bad to go over to his house right now, or to call him to check in? You stepped out of the house, still stuck in an internal debate with yourself, when a voice caught your attention. Hi, Orestia! Confused, you looked over to where the unrecognizable woman was waving at you, a friendly smile plastered on her face. You racked your memory for when you might have seen her before, but nothing came to mind. Is it his mommy? Not your school, or from the country club your moms took you to. You had absolutely no idea who the woman was. The woman crossed the road towards you, and you were a little unsure whether you should stay put or go back into the house and lock the door. Oh my god, look at that! Oops, I'm sorry. Was that presumptuous? I've heard about you, but you have no idea who I am, do you? Look at the eyes! This is Cove's mom! You shook your head and she removed her sunglasses to reveal sparkly ocean blue eyes. All of a sudden, she seemed a little more familiar. Yeah, I think that's Cove's mom! My son lives here, and my ex too. Hot mama! Yeah, actually, yeah. Look at that top, and the shorts and the tattoo. Oh my god, I love that outfit though. The thing, the outwear. I don't know how you call it. I wear the same kind of thing too. So anyway, that's definitely Cove's mom. I'll take the whole family, please. Well, we'll see if we can go into this kind of relationship. With a bland smile, she lifted a hand to point at the condo across the street from your own house. She was Cove's mom. You didn't know why you hadn't realized sooner. Now that's gotten into a good look. Why can't I read properly? You didn't know why you hadn't realized sooner, now that you'd gotten a good look at her. She seemed nice, she seemed sort of strange, she looked really young. That's true, she looks really young for someone who has a 13-year-old child. Even if she had it young, like she was 20, that would make her 33. She doesn't look like she's in her 30s. Leave something for us? Well guys, you're gonna have to fight for it. She felt so different to Cove. She was super pretty. It made sense that she was Cove's mom. You know what? It makes sense that she's Cove's mom. They really look alike. They had the same eyes and other physical traits in common, although her hair is way too green. Is that normal? No matter your thoughts on her, you still felt taken aback that she had appeared here so suddenly. Cove mentioned she was coming, but you hadn't gotten the impression it would be the very next day. I dig the green hair? No kidding. She extended her hand again. This time was for you to take. and you studied her manicured fingers in front of your face and assortment of bracelets that tangled from her waist. Kira, please help. Please, you can call me Kira or Kyra. Which one is it? Is it Kyra? Kyra sounds weird though. You shook her hand. I'm gonna shake the hand. It's not polite to say no to that. You reached out and took her hand, and she shook yours firmly, grinning wide. I'm Orestia, but you already know that. That I do. Cove's mentioned you to me before. It's nice to officially meet you, Orestia. Cove talked to you about his mom. He hadn't mentioned how he said things about you to her. What has God said about me? What are you doing here? And nice to meet you too. Nice to meet you, let's still be polite. She smiled at you fondly, her eyes wrinkling at the corners. Oh, Cove is here! Mama knows about you? That's good to know. Well, it's pretty normal to talk about your school friends, no? The sound of a door opening and closing caught both your attentions, and when you turned downward towards the sound, it was to find Cove exiting his house, his eyes skimming the ground. Considering just how tall he had grown, you kind of figured his mom also would have been tall. Oh, she's taller than him still. But she was much more on the short side. Oh, okay. She's short? For an adult anyways. Cove's height must come from his father. There you are! I thought you were gonna keep me standing out here all day. You tried to catch Cove's eyes as he walked towards you, but his gaze was firmly fixed on the sidewalk. When he finally crossed the road and looked up, he gave you a pitiful look. After the way he had acted last night, you knew he must be feeling pretty mixed up about this. Oh no! You tried to wordlessly express that you understood. Cove and I are heading into town to grab something to eat while the snore is at work. Kyra beamed at Cove and ruffled his hair, which only seemed to upset him more. You assumed the snore she was talking about was Mr. Holden. Hey, you should come with us, Orestia. I'd love to get to know you better. Yeah, you should come. There was a pleading in his tone that you couldn't miss. Okay, he wants me to come with him. Of course, we'll run it by your parents first, responsibility and all that. Oh, she's the kind of irresponsible mother then, that's why she couldn't get the custody. It'll give me an excuse to meet them, which I need to do at some point. It's important to be neighborly if I'm going to be roasting on this street for the time being. Any whoosies, let's go. Any whoosies? Is that a thing? I've never heard that before. Kyra walked ahead towards your house, and you hung back with Cove, who crinkled his nose as he watched her.
Sorry.
I'm sorry about her, but I really do want you to come. I don't want it to be just the two of us. Not right now. You leaned in closer and whispered while checking around for anyone who might hear. What happened? Did your dad know you were gone? Cove shook his head and sighed heavily. Dad was so focused on Mom showing up that he didn't even notice. I thought that when I heard them on the phone last night, that it was something they were planning for the future. This morning, Dad said it was supposed to be a surprise, and I guess I was surprised. She's gonna be here all summer. Oh, you were surprised to hear that too. Cove sighed again and heavier. I'll go with you. Oh, that's me. Huh. I'll go with you if you really want me to. He smiled. Oh, you're the cutest smile ever. His shoulders relaxing in relief. You know what? I've never noticed someone's shoulders relaxed before. Should I look at people's shoulders more often? I just checked it, and you can pronounce it both ways. Thank you, Dharma. Thank you. Thanks. That'd be cool. Ooh, she's so pretty. The two of you headed over to where Cove's mom had just knocked on your front door and stood behind her. Mom answered the door after a minute, her eyebrows lifting in surprise at the group she found in front of her. You realized that, like you, she would have no idea that it was Cove's mom who was hanging with you. However, after blinking at the woman a couple of times and looking between her and Cove, the realization seemed to strike on her. Hello there, I'm Pamela. I see you've been my Kig Orestia, and I'm guessing you've already known Cove for a while. If you look at someone's shoulder and they notice, they will probably look at their shoulder and ask if there's something on there. Well, yeah, but how are you supposed to know if someone is tensing up or relaxing if you don't look at the shoulder? That's what the story is telling me to do. I'm learning about people here. Kyra laughed, and you and Cove exchanged looks as your parents' weird sense of humor. I'm Kyra Pierce, Cove's mom. It's nice to meet you. Oh, my other mommy is here. A head of purple-brown hair caught your eyes as Ma popped up behind Mom, squeezing herself in beside her. We have company. I was wondering what all that commotion was. She grinned excitedly at Kyra. The two of them introduced themselves and shook hands.
Hello.
Hi, Orestia. Cove. Cove smiled at Ma shyly, and she gestured a hand towards the living room. There's no use hanging out around in the doorway. Why don't you come in? I'd love to, but I promised to take my son out to eat, and I wouldn't want to hold you up with a surprise visit. Oh, I understand. You're welcome to stop by any time. So those are Orestia's moms? Yeah! This is Mom and this is Ma.
Of course.
I'll take you up on the offer when I can. Count on it. Would you mind too much if Orestia went with Cove and I? My treat. We won't be driving, just a quick walk down the road. Sure, that sounds nice.
Have fun.
I hope you all have fun. You gave your moms a look. They smiled at you fondly. Aww. You were happy they were letting you go. You were annoyed they agreed just like that. Why would I be annoyed? No, I'm happy. You could tell that Cove really needed the support, and you were ready to be there for him. Marvelous! Expect us back in an hour or two. We look forward to seeing you again. Take care. Your parents waved goodbye to the three of you as you backed up onto the street. There was a sound of the front door closing behind you. I'm pretty positive I saw some restaurants when I was in the taxi, not too far from here. Yeah, it's a touristy town, isn't it? There's a lot of them around. It was kind of strange to see Cove give someone this much attitude. If he wasn't in the mood to be nice, he generally just kept to himself. The interactions in the game seem to be pretty spot on. Yeah, it's such a nice made game, like all over. Like, yeah, it's pretty well-rounded. Kara put her hand on her hips and smiled at her son. Well, you sound like the area expert. Do you have any recommendations for a place nearby? I'll be back in 15 minutes. Have fun. Okay, Mama, have fun too. Not really. Kara pouted at him a little and turned to you instead. How about you, Orestia? Want to point me in the right direction? You shrugged. Not really. Sure, I have a couple of favorites. You'd been to a lot of places in town, and there were a couple that stood out from all the rest. There's a Chinese restaurant that me and my family go to all the time. It's my mom's favorite. There's also a tropical themed place that tries to be sort of fancy. Both sound like a treat. I'll leave it to you to pick. Oh, why can't I talk? I'm sorry, I'm gonna drink more water. Hello, welcome. How you doing? We are playing a visual novel game. Were you here last week when we started it? I don't remember. But come and enjoy with us. both sounds like a treat. I'll leave it to you to pick for us, since Cove is going through a phase over there. He huffed at her and turned his face away. The Chinese restaurant, the tropical themed place, insisted Cove to contribute, and... You know what? Let's go to the tropical place. Thank you, Orestia. Will you show us the way? You nodded, taking the lead of your little group as Cove and his mom followed behind you. Why are Cove parents splitting? Or are they already divorced? Yeah, they divorced already, I think a year before? Either a year from now or a year after he got there, so 4 years ago. I don't remember, but yeah, they are divorced. Which is why it's weird that she's here. Because they used to argue a lot. Together, the three of you left the neighborhood behind. The walk was about 15 minutes, and along the way, Kyra asked a lot of questions about the area. Cove was quiet most of the time, so you ended up answering her instead. Kyra explained that she lived in a large city, and she loved how peaceful and relaxing everything seemed in Sunset Bird. I think Mom is irresponsible and Cove's dad is over it. Yeah, I got this feeling too. They kind of had a, they probably got him really young too. Because they both look much younger than my moms. So, yeah, him is probably a mistake. And she's just enjoying her life and doesn't want to be a mommy, but now she's kind of thinking things over and she wants to be a mommy again. Probably. The restaurant was busy as usual, but luckily you were shown right to a small table. Kara lowered herself into the chair, while Cove picked the one diagonal to her, not facing her, or to her side. It was awkward. Accident, not mistake, Orestia. Oh, sorry. Sorry, so he was an accident. Sorry. That, yeah. Oh, English. Let's see. To start, what would you all like to drink? I'll get an orange soda. Noted. Orestia? Just water! Lemon or anything? There's sugar on the table. Sugar? Wait, what? Sugar? In the water? Wait, what? No, thank you. Water is better on its own. Sure. Kara placed the order for your drinks, getting a black hot coffee for herself, and it didn't take long before they were brought to the table and set in front of you. You took a long sip of your drink as you looked around the restaurant. I just found out some bad news. Oh no! Are you out of chocolate? What's the bad news? I hope you're okay. It's like my sister. She got pregnant. Oh my god. Are you okay, Lou? Hope you're okay. Your small group checked over the menus, deciding what to order. The last time you came here, the dish you ordered was amazing. You wanted to order something different this time. No, wait, what? That can't be true. Are you joking? Are you joking? We need more information now. I need more info. You know what, old school? You frustrate me so much. I'm eating my cookie again. You let me worry for a second, damn it. Yeah, I should buy you for it. Damn it, you scared me. I had to munch on the cookie again. And that was the last chocolate chip cookie. I have other sorts of cookies, so that's okay. Well, I hope I'm going to bring you some entertainment. I hope you like visual novels. I hope you like visual novels because that's what we're doing right now. Oh, okay. I'm out of water though. Kara and Cove didn't need any encouragement for this. They were totally focused on the information in front of them. Soon the meals too were ordered and the menus taken away. You glanced at the table surface, waiting to figure out what to say. Cove sunk back further into his seat and avoided eye contact. He started to twiddle his thumbs while acting like all this was perfectly normal. So you guys, I'm bored here at work. Oh, you at work? Oh damn! I thought you were off work. To be honest, yeah, I thought it was weird. I'm glad only boredom killing you. Yeah. Yeah, come here and have fun. His sour feelings today were unignorable. Instead of asking more open questions he'd brush off, Kara had mercy on her son and instead put her focus towards you. So, Orestia, what's a few things that you're into? There's gotta be something you do for fun, especially now that you're not buried in school assignments. Killing you softly? Aww. But it's bringing you the money, so it should be okay. Okay, you're getting put into a timeout by Jill next now. Enjoy your time in jail! Oh damn, that's a lot. I like to read, I like to watch. Games are fun, I like to play. I hang out with people, I go to the beach. I'm into sports, music, art, writing, studying fashion. I'm really into Cove. Oh my gosh, I'm really into Cove is one of the options. No, I'm not doing that. Are you crazy? Even for fake, I can't. No. No, I'm not doing the last one. We are friends right now. This is too crazy. I can't handle it. I was going to go for art or something. Oh my god. I'm not going to say I'm into Cove. I'm not going to say that. Still here just lurking. Oh sure, Chroma, feel free to just lurk and feel free to give some input too. Oh my gosh. Geonex, you're gonna make me sweat. You already know you are. No, I'm 13 years old. I haven't went through my feelings yet. I would like to have a phone call. I want to call Orestia to be my pen pal. We can be pen pal anytime. You can pen pal me on Twitter. Oh my god. Okay, everyone, you got to give me your input. I want to say I spend time on art or I go to the beach. Because those are the best options, isn't it? Isn't it? There's no other option. We don't see anything here. We don't see that one. The beach. Okay, the beach. Joe, will you be on my contact list in case of emergency? Oh my god. You're still in jail. You're still in jail. No, best time. You know what? Rose and me, we want to talk about the beach, so we're going to be talking about the beach. Here we go. Build Sand Castle. We're not 8 years old anymore. Swim, seashells. We're not 8 years old anymore. Walk along the shore, surfing. Ooh. And? Wait, what end? Oh, we can get into zippers. Yeah, let's go with end. Swim? You want swim? Okay, we're swimmers. You must be a strong swimmer since you live so close to the ocean. I find the water a little scary, but I still like to dip my toes sometimes. Let's go with end. I want to make another option. I want to do art. Wait, art is gone. No, art is here. Okay, let's go with art. I want to talk about art. Drawing, painting, sculpting, digital. I create digitally. That's Rose though. But to me it's painting. I use paint the most. Visiting galleries is pretty cool too. But I like to have my own input. If I go to galleries, I tend to think that I'm not good enough. Let's go with painting. I enjoy painting from time to time too, but I can't say I'm any good at it. Okay, and And that's it. Cryptid, I'm gonna need a cake with a file in it. But never mind, I'm out of jail now. Are you out of jail already? I will forever insist on letting her know you're into Cove. No! Cove is right there too! This is so... Do you curiosity? We can still put some files into a cake for you if you want. You might go back into jail, you never know. And I begged it for nothing. It's not for nothing, I can have it. I can have the cake. I want the cake. It's perfect time. I want the cake. I'm the one who needs it morally.
Thanks.
I will share it. You better share it, or you go back into jail. Thanks. I'm happy to learn more about you. There's so much I hadn't heard. Cove leaves the little details out. And damn it, now I want a cake. I want a cake too! Next got chocolate cupcakes. And I don't have cupcakes and I need it. So what exactly did Cove say about me? Carol laughed, holding her hand in front of her mouth. I can't tell you that. I didn't come all the way to embarrass my son too much. Kids are delicate at this age. She laughed again. You glanced at Cove to see his reaction. Yellow cake with vanilla frosting with a cupcake with it into. Guys. Oh my gosh, I'm getting dizzy. He was trying not to pay attention, but you could tell he was uncomfortable. Hoping it would clear some of the tension in the air, you decided to ask Kyra a few questions of your own. Cove hadn't told you much about her, and you were curious to know more about the woman who was such a big part of his life. What exactly do you do for work? I'm a travel writer for magazines and things. I keep people in the loop on what's worth seeing. It's a good work. Whoa. What do you like to do? Who do you live normally? Where do you live normally? Are you in your relationship now? Wait, what? Why did you and Mr. Holden... Oh my god. We can't ask those questions. What do you like to do? Well, I guess she asked about our hobby, so we can ask about her hobby too. Spend some time with my little boy, of course. And traveling. A real shock, huh? I can't bring myself to ask any other questions. It didn't seem to bother her that the conversation dropped off. Cove sipped his soda angrily, slurping up the remaining drink with furrowed brows. He looked ready to run straight out of the restaurant. You weren't sure if coming along had ended up making the lunch better or worse. You made a silly face at him, you smiled at him, you gave him a sympathetic look. You flicked the straw wrapper at him. You left him alone. You know what? I need a reaction out of him. The wrapper hit Cove on the nose. You had to bite down your lip to keep from laughing. Oh, now he's smiling. It took a couple of moments, but finally he cracked a smile. And that made you feel a little lighter inside.
Very cute.
You two seem really cute together. Cove covered his face with his hands and leaned back in his seat.
Seriously?
Ugh, Mom, why would you say that? You felt bothered too. You blushed. Thanks, we are cute. You just laughed. I'm just gonna laugh. I'm oblivious. That was definitely unexpected, and there didn't seem to be any other way you could react. You see? She is fishing for it. I know! Everything in this story is pushing me into Cove's arms, and I'm only 13 years old. Your meals were delivered shortly after that, and everything was so delicious. Even Cove enjoyed his food. Her whole job this summer is to get you two together. You think? I think she's going to bring us together by making him angry all summer, and he's gonna come to me to complain.
Okay.
Alright, now that we're all full and content, can you explain please why you'd had a bug up your butt all day? Cove's face scrunched at that. Seriously, baby, what did Mom do to make you this mad? I haven't even been around a full day yet. He gripped the edge of the table, refusing to make eye contact. The words he spoke were barely audible over the din of the restaurant. You could've told me. She leaned forward to not miss anything else, eyebrows raised. Told you what? He finally seemed to find his voice and spoke the thoughts he had been on his mind. That I wasn't going to visit you this year. That you were going to be coming instead. Didn't you invite me? You wanted me here with you? Cove's eyes began to shake, and his frustrations ebbed. I don't know the word. I do want you to be around, but I didn't know it'd be like this. It's not the same, and nobody said anything. I see. Her expression grew tense. She threaded her fingers together and placed her hand in front of her on the table. So where's the cake then, Cryptid Rose? We're waiting. We're waiting on a cake. Oh, please guys, my head is getting dizzy. If you keep talking about cake, I'm going to cry. I need cake too. Oh, I ate it. Oh my god. She ate the... I'm gonna go grab another cookie. Okay, I'm not going to be progressing this story if I keep eating cookies, guys. This one is a soft cookie, so you won't hear me crunchy. It's a chocolate cookie with orange inside. I don't think you have this cookie in America. I think it's only on Jupiter. Now we have to get a triple chocolate cake and Cryptid won't get a crush. Exactly, just for me. Guys, I want cake so bad. This is crazy, the amount of sugar I can eat when I'm in like this. I'm gonna go get more water. And I better see pictures of those cakes. I'm gonna go feed the chickens, cook lunch, and eat a cupcake in the meantime. I want cupcake too. Okay, I'm gonna go and focus on... You know what? You go do that, and I'm gonna get myself a date. We've both been gifted another Clifford surprise. What does that mean, a Clifford surprise? Referring to that as a Clifford surprise almost caused both of you and Cove to crack a smile. Fine with me. I don't like chocolate cake. Rose, you're breaking my heart every time you say that. Chocolate cake is the best thing in the world. You also had no idea his name wasn't just Cliff. Over 5 years, nobody had ever called him Cliff until now. What, are we talking about Cove? Is Cove's name Clifford? Wait, what? Ice cream cake, I love it! I can eat ice cream cake and not share. Wait, what? I want to ban all of you guys! I want to ban all of you! She smoothed her hair out, not letting go of her stern look. The more things change, the more they stay the same. They let out identical sides, but smiled weakly at one another afterward. I would share with you, Orestia. You better.
I'm sorry.
I can go home, Cove. We can still set up a normal trip to my place before the summer ends. Cove's lips tightly closed together. His seriously ponder the option.
I mean,
I think I want you to stay. I miss it when you're not there. My heart! She reached across the gap, grabbed his face, and planted a kiss on his cheek. Cove tried to wriggle away. Mom, stop! I'm sorry. Sweet young men need to be smooched by their parents. If I don't, they'll take away my mom license. Kyra was completely enthused by Cove's admission, though a tone of seriousness did return to her voice when the conversation continued. Do you want to talk to your dad too? No. Cove had snapped the word instantly, but reeled his annoyance back in just as quickly. Maybe later, not today.
it's alright.
I understand. We can shelve it. Thanks, Mom. Thank you for talking to me, my little mister. She grinned affectionately at him before turning away. And thank you, Orestia. What did I do? It's easy to act like a baby with your mom. It's harder to keep that up with your neighbor watching everything. Especially when you really care about what said neighbor thinks of you. Oh, she's winking! She winked. Mom! She just ruffled her head with a laugh. Then moved her hand down to tap the hand of his nose. And that was how the issue was resolved, at least between Cove and his mom. When the three of you left the restaurant, Kyra had paid the bill. You walked back to your neighborhood slowly. You had eaten so much by that time, you were beginning to feel sleepy. It didn't help that the lunch had happened late and the sun was already beginning to descend from the sky. But eventually, you reached your street. Someone was there to greet your group upon arrival. Welcome back, family! And Orestia too! Look at that! He aged a little bit. Yeah, he looks good like this with his hair down too. Cliff. Oh, Cliff is his name. Oh, he's Clifford. Is hair longer? I don't know because he has his hair tied last time. Maybe it's a bit longer. Cliff. Dad. Why is everyone angry at him? The two walked past him into the condo without sparing another word. Despite the summer heat, their shoulders were cold. Oh, I'm in trouble. I can't make a man's voice, damn it. He rubbed the back of his neck with a crooked smile, but his eyes were soft as he looked on after them. He's so much like his mom, don't you think? You gave a vague nod. Cove's dad! Yeah, it's Cove's dad! His name is Clifford. Not sure what he had expecting you to do. He nodded back, far more energetically. Okay, have a nice night, Orestia. You too, Mr. Holden. With that, Cove's dad disappeared to join the others inside. It was your turn to go home now. Summer hadn't started off at all how you imagined it would, though it turned out to set the tone well. Having Kyra in the neighborhood was a new experience, not only you and Cove, but also for families, and a dull moment was rarely had. Ooh, okay. This is the moments that we have in front of us, so we're halfway through the second chapter. What should we do first? Remember, we can do those in any order. So what do you guys feel like doing first? Wave, growing, family, dinner, road trip? I'm gonna drink a little bit more water because I need to break a little bit. Family? You know what? I wanted that one too. Okay, let's start with family. Ooh, I like it. Isn't that the same? It feels different. I like it. The sun warmed your skin from its place in the sky and you closed your eyes, enjoying the mix of the heat with the pleasant breeze that drifted past you. You and Lee had spread out a blanket on top of one of the hills behind your house and had been relaxing there for a while now. Lee had come over earlier in the day, and while a range of activities had been discussed, from staying home to heading down to the beach, a picnic on the hill had been the choice you both settled on. Oh, I'm currently doing family as well. What, you're playing the game too right now? That's so funny. A small spread was laid out in front of you, some bottled water, soft drinks, as well as chips and sliced fruits. Yes, that's so fun. Well, I hope you have the ending that you expect. You sat up and reached for a snack, listening to Lee talk away about the musical she had gotten to see a few days ago. We were talking about musicals a couple of days ago too. It was unbelievable! There was singing, dancing, and crazy stunts, and it was all done live, right in front of my face. Maybe one day we could go together. I've gotta see more shows like that. I really love musicals too! Musicals are amazing. You smiled at Lee's enthusiasm, knowing how much she enjoyed singing and performing. She's such a Disney princess. Oh my god. If we were a cousin, I would go for her. And she was good at it too. You had gotten the chance to hear her sing a couple of tunes, and you knew she put a lot of effort into it. You also liked to sing, but you weren't very good. You also liked to sing and had talent of your own. You didn't like to sing, but you had been told you were good at it. You weren't good at singing, and that suited you fine. Well, for real, I love to sing and I know I'm awful at it. But this is a story, right? Can I make it so that I have talent? I wanna pretend. I'm gonna pretend that I'm good, okay? You also like to sing and had talent of your own. Yeah, I'm gonna pretend. It was nice the two of you could share that interest. I wonder if maybe we could put on our own show. Think of how fun it'd be. Oh yeah, I wanna have a show. We could perform for our parents and ask our friends and some other people to come and watch too. It'd totally work. Yes, let's do it. I don't know about that. The idea gave you stage fright. Yeah, that's true. Sure, I'll give it a go. That's not a good idea. It'd be embarrassing. It'd definitely be embarrassing. If it was me, I would definitely not do it. But you know what? We're a talented person, so let's give it a go. I'm gonna leave precariously. It wasn't something you had really thought about before, but if Lee wanted to do it, then you could at least give it a shot. Lee clapped in excitement and bounced on the balls of her feet, beyond happy that you were on board with her idea. The little squeak, that's so cute. You shouldn't care about what other people think. What? Yeah, of course. I mean, I sing all the time, and I always said I'm sorry, but I sing either way. I know that I can't sing, but it's not stopping me, so don't worry about me, don't worry. I'm gonna sing. Do you wanna too? Or maybe something else? So I'll sing too, I'll dance. I'll write the song. I would love to write a song. I'll do some kind of stunt that goes with the music. I'll pick the outfits. I'll do the makeup. I'll make a backdrop or some kind of stage. There's so many things I would like to do. I want to write a song. Oh, I hope it's something dramatic. No, how about fun? Fun is better. What about both? Lee's face lit up at the idea, and she gave you a broad smile. That sounds perfect. Is there anything else that's coming to your head? No, that's all. One more thing! I'm gonna do the backdrop. Yes, I'm going to make a huge painting on the wall. Yes, that make it a real show. I'll paint something. You thought of your painting kit back home. You could definitely use that to make something for the show. You just hoped there'd be a large enough piece of paper or cardboard for a backdrop. Is there anything else that comes to your head? Well, you know what? That's enough. We only have one summer. The two of you ran back to your house to grab the supplies you needed, dodging your mom's amused questions, before heading back out to the blanket to get started. You spread a large sheet of paper out in front of you and began imagining a backdrop for your scene of the show. But what's the show gonna be about? Lee and you discussed the plans in detail, sitting on the song first and then practicing out parts for the show. The afternoon passed quickly, the sun dropping lower and lower in the sky, and after having thoroughly worked out how the show was going to go, you decided to take a break. Oh, you know, we should have invited Cove to watch us practice our show. He could tell us if it's bad before we put on the real thing. That's smart. You guessed that would be okay. I'm glad he didn't see. You said nothing. You know what? I'd rather make it a surprise. That would have been okay though. Yeah, it would have been okay. It might have been nice for Cove to be there, but you felt weird when thinking about him watching the show. We could ask him to watch us another time. Maybe? It's too bad Derek isn't in the neighborhood today. I like him. Look at her. Yeah, he's a good person. He's really a good person. I will like him too. It's okay. It's kind of boring. Wait, what? I will like him? No way. He's a good person or I like him. I'm gonna say he's a good person. I knew you'd think so. So, exactly how much do you like him? Or maybe there's someone else that I haven't heard of yet. But she's not suspecting it would be Cove? Leah wriggled her eyebrows at you suggestively, and you knew exactly what she was implying. Lee, there's nobody I like this right now. I commented that. I have a crush. No, you know what? I'm not in love with him yet. Lee huffed in disappointment, pursuing her lips together. Darn, but you promised to tell me if that changes, right? I'll do it for you. I'll tell. Yeah. It's a deal then. Speaking of crushes, there is one boy I think is pretty cute. You leaned back on your elbows and listened as Lee talked about her crush, all in great detail. It was nice having her telling you a little gossip for once, rather than always trying to get it out of you. Finally, you both decided to pack everything up and head back home for the evening. Lee talked excitedly about the show as you did, and you thought back on what you had already accomplished for it. You could definitely do with a little more practice, but what you had so far was a solid foundation for the performance. What's happening? Everyone looks so mad. Upon walking through the front door, you were met by your moms and Elizabeth hovering around each other in the living room. Tension hung thick in the air as the three of them turned to you, and Lee frowning slightly. You had interrupted something, exactly what, you weren't sure. Whoa, who died? What's going on? You looked between them but said nothing. Hello? What's going on? Your moms looked at each other, wondering which one of them was going to speak first. Eventually, Mom cleared her throat and spoke.
Oh.
We're just having a talk with your sister. What was that accent? The room felt quiet again, with no one quite knowing what to say. You felt incredibly awkward, but the silence didn't last long. You don't have to stop just cause those two are here. There's no reason to try keeping it a secret. Elizabeth was mad, with her arms folded defensively over her chest, but your moms nodded in agreement with her. Oh, what's that? What's that? What's that? What's that? What's happening, Korma?
Well...
Elizabeth was asking about her parents. Oh, damn! No! Ah. Her biological ones. No! The world spun around you as the news You couldn't understand. Why was this happening now? When you glanced at Lee, she shuffled her feet uncomfortably. I thought she didn't know if she should be here or not anymore. You didn't know either. Your moms had always been open and honest about the facts that neither of them had given birth to you or your sister. But the details hadn't been fully explained before. It made sense that Elizabeth didn't know a lot about her biological parents and wanted to know more. You just hadn't ever thought you'd accidentally stumble into it. Elizabeth looked at your parents expectantly. She wasn't going to let the unintentional interruption derail things. We don't want to keep that information from either of you. It's your right to know your past, but we did want to wait until you asked us to hear yourselves. Well, it's happening now, so... Your mom shared a nervous glance, and Matt took in a quiet breath before speaking again. I adopted you from the Philippines when you were just a baby. Elizabeth dropped her arms, her eyebrows shooting upward in surprise. Wait, I wasn't born here? No, you weren't. You could clearly see that your sister was appalled by this information. You struggle even more with what to do or how to react. Am I gonna have to pass some test to even be a citizen? No. You were adopted into the country. We took care of things. You're already a citizen. You have nothing to worry about. I followed all the laws when it came to bringing a child into the US. Nothing can be held against you. Elizabeth sighed, placated with this information, but still far from happy. Who are my parents? As people, why did they put me up for adoption in the first place? Ma softly put her hands over Elizabeth's shoulder, trying to provide some support before she gave her the answer.
I'm so sorry.
I'm so sorry, sweetie. Your parents were reported to have died. They didn't go into details on the specifics of how, but you were an orphan. I wish we had better news for you, Elizabeth. Elizabeth was torn between emotions, her eyes filled with tears as she threw her hands in the air, settling on enraged. Great! So, I can never meet them, even if I wanted to! Not that I could, anyway, since they live in another part of the world when they are still alive. Elizabeth turned her back on you and your moms and stormed off, sprinting up the stairs and to her room before anyone could stop her. I have to go and talk to her. Ma immediately started to follow her, but Mom gently held her by the arm and shook her head. We should give her a little space to process it all. Your ma's head hung low, but she stopped walking. With Elizabeth gone, the two of them seemed to remember you, and Lee were still standing awkwardly off to the side. It reminds me of a book I once read. Yeah, adoption situations are always kind of fully dicey. I'm sorry you had to see all that. It's not how I expected it would have happened when the time came. But since it's the topic of the day, Orestia, is there anything you'd like to ask? You deserve to know, after all. Lee patted your back and gave you a supportive look. I couldn't even answer. Your parents took that as a no. That's perfectly fine.
I understand.
You can always ask later if you ever change your mind. You smiled at them gratefully. It was nice to know they wanted to be open with you about the topic, even if it wasn't a talk you wanted to have now. No one seemed to have any words after that. You went up to your room. You needed to stay here with your moms. You wanted to get out of the house. You wanted to see Elizabeth. Well, we never were really close, but I think it's It's only normal to go and check up on her. You were worried about Elizabeth. Even though she had been so angry when talking to your moms about everything, you could see she was clearly sad. You headed over to the stairs and up to her room. You asked Flea to go with you. You left Flea in the living room. It would be best to speak to Elizabeth alone. There was more chances of her opening up to you that way. Waiting in front of your sister's door, you raised a hand to knock on it. There was no answer for a good minute or two, and when you jiggled the handle, you found it was locked. Raising your hand again, you knocked louder this time, thinking she must have her headphones on, and she so couldn't hear you. When she didn't answer the door a second time, it was clear to you that she either still couldn't hear or was just straight up ignoring you. It hurt to be shut out, especially right now. You went up to your room. You wanted to get out of the house. Let's have a walk outside. I mean, it's the beach. I want to go to the beach. I'm gonna go out just for a little while. I'll be back before it's really late. Your mom's nodded in understanding, trusting you to make the best call for yourself. Without knowing where you really wanted to go, you began to walk down the streets quietly, dragging your feet. You turned and kept walking, unsure of what else to do. Everyone else had been so upset, and you didn't have the first idea on how you could help. Eventually, you found yourself at the beach, your feet sinking into the soft sand while you looked out over the ocean. You took off your shoes and paced the sand over the water's edge, letting the cool ocean swirl around your bare feet. It was comforting being there, with the ocean breeze rustling your pink hair. Oh yeah, I have pink hair. Oh, that's so funny how they included that. And the smell of salty water filling your nostrils. Eventually, you took a seat down on the ground, watching the sun as it dipped down further and further towards the horizon before it disappeared completely. Thank you. Thank you, Dama. The sky shifted from blue and pink to orange, and then the deep blue of the night. A sudden shout drew your attention. Away from the sea, someone was calling your name. Sorry. Your head snapped at the source of the yell. At the edge of the beach, there was where the grass met the sand, was a silhouette in the darkness. But the person was still unmistakable to you. It was Cove. Drinking some more water. Okay, I'm all good. I'm ready. It was Cove. What was he doing there? His eyes settled on you ahead, realizing you were in fact there. He rushed down the shore to where you sat. You could tell he was out of breath when you approached. You rose to meet him. Cove, did something happen? No, not to me anyway. I wanted to know what happened to you. I went to your house to say hi, but your parents said you were gone, that you needed to get away.
What's wrong?
I mean, I had to think something was going on after something like that, so I came to find you. He's so cute. There's a lot of things going on right now. It's nothing. You didn't speak to him. Thank you for coming. I'm glad you're here. You know what? I'm glad you're here. Cove's forehead furrowed in concern at your words. Can you explain everything to me? You nodded softly before taking in an heavy breath and launching into the story. Cove sat quietly and listened attentively, nodding every now and then or taking in a sharp inhale. It took a long time for you to relay the details. Dozens of stars were pointed in the sky as the night wore on. Silence settled between you as Cove sat quietly for a moment, contemplating everything you had said. When he finally spoke, his voice was quiet, drifting through the night towards you. Orestia.
I'm so sorry.
I'm sorry about what's happening with Elizabeth, your parents, your family, everything. everything. He stopped suddenly, and you got the impression he was struggling to find more to say. You know, Elizabeth and I haven't ever been super close, but I don't think she'd want her family to break up or drift apart, even if she complains about it sometimes. He smiled at you a little, and you could tell he was trying to be comforting. And your moms definitely don't. It doesn't matter if you're not blood related, you're definitely family. I can see that, and I hope you can too. Aww. You cried sadly, you cried in relief. You still feel unsure about it all. I'm gonna not feel sure, like it's too fast to process. It wasn't clear how Elizabeth would handle this in the future, or how your family would deal with the situation. But you bit down your lip anxiously as the worry continued to gnaw at you. Hey! The sudden voice of your sister behind you made you jump. You saw her standing a little way away. She walked closer, and you didn't quite know what to do, or what she was planning on saying.
So?
Would you mind going? I want to talk to just Orestia. You can come back. It's not gonna be forever or anything. Cove seemed equal parts concerned and skeptical. Leaving now wasn't a concept that thrilled him. You can't ask that. You nodded your head in agreement. I want to talk to you too.
Really?
Oh? Then we're on the same page. She made a little move-along gesture with her hands, and it was settled. Oh man. Okay, the way she dismisses him is not okay, but it is a moment that we have to have just the two of us. You waited until the two of you were alone before fixing her with her inquisitive look. Elizabeth folded her arms, looking you over. Did Mom tell you about your parents too? I didn't want to know. Elizabeth nodded in understanding, her face solemn. Why did you want to talk to me? I went to see you, and you didn't even answer. Elizabeth raised an eyebrow at the news.
What?
I didn't hear anything. Shutting everything out with loud music was very typical of your sister. You didn't feel much less confused though. Why did you stop doing that then? She shook her head. I thought the answer should be obvious. I was worried about you. I was the one who brought it up, but I made you deal with whatever was left when I was gone. She sighed, glancing upwards for a moment before settling in you once more. Okay, I'll look at the picture after. This is an important scene right now. I wanted to ask you what happened without everyone breathing down our necks. That was pretty crappy of you to just bail. I was amazed you noticed I wasn't kind. Thank you for thinking of me. I'm not mad at you. I'm not mad at you. She stuck her nose up a little at that, but her smile was soft. I'm okay, Elizabeth. It didn't upset me. How are you allowed to be that mature? The lightning spirits in her were quickly gone, as she slipped back into a scowl. You have to be born in the US to become the president. What? You had never heard of that dream of hers before. She noticed your bafflement and continued. I get I was never gonna be president, but it just feels weird having stuff taken away, not even getting a chance at it. I don't like having to know that when I was born, I was gonna have a completely different life. So different, I can't even think about what it had looked like in my head. I could have spoken another language, lived away from everything I've ever seen here, had someone else as my sibling. And then my parents died, and I was adopted, and the life I got became a totally new thing forever. I can't go back to what it was, even if I wanted to. The heaviness settled between you and the person who became your sister. I feel like that too. You knew exactly how she felt. I knew exactly how you feel. It was a confused feeling to have lived one way for as long as you can remember, but not having it be what was originally yours. Elizabeth watched you seriously. She was still trying to make sense of this to you and herself. I don't know why today was the day. Nothing came up to make me ask the question. It was just something I've had in my head for a while. When I was just me and Mom's in the living room, I just kind of said it, finally. And there you go. She shifted from one foot to another, relaxing her stance just a bit. She also spoke more gently. Learning about them and what happened doesn't change how I feel about our family, Orestia. She smirked, fixing you with sharp eyes. I'd already figured a long time ago that moms weren't our biological parents. That wasn't news. Technically, one of them could be related to you. I'm gonna keep on listening. Nothing about our family was firstborn. Nothing about the family I was first born in, which made me decide that this wasn't my family anymore. If you had hoped you'd be free of my big sisterly status, you don't. I'm gonna say that again. If you had hoped you'd be free of my big sisterly status, don't think you're so lucky. She bumped her shoulder against yours playfully, her lips tilted at the corners.
You'll always be my little sister.
You'll always be my little sister. I love her voice. You smiled softly at her. You jokingly groaned at the prospect. You bumped her back. You hugged her. Oh my gosh, I'm gonna hug. I'm gonna go for the hug. Ooh. It took a few seconds, but she gave you a squeeze in return. You'll always be my family too. I think I'm really lucky. You took in the moment quietly. I think I'm really lucky. Chuckling, she seemed pleased with how the conversation had gone, in the end. Ready to head back home? It's been a long day. You gave her a nod.
Come on.
Come on, you two. Let's go. You walked home together in a comfortable silence down the well-worn street. The familiarity of it all felt nice. When you stepped through the door, you found your moms quietly sitting together at the kitchen table. Their heads snapped up and they got to their feet to meet you, Ma giving you a careful smile. We're so glad to see you. Hi, I'm sorry for walking away before. That's alright, sweetheart. We're just happy to have you here again. Ma then came over and wrapped her arms around you and Elizabeth, giving you a tight hug. It didn't take long for Mom to join in, putting her arms around the both of you. Aww. We really couldn't have asked for better, kiddos. We love you. More than we could ever say. Moms. You smiled at their comfort. You were so glad your moms were alright. You're smooshing me. I'm gonna smile. I love you too. It was a nice moment, and you enjoyed it for as long as you could. They both pulled back eventually and grinned at the two of you, and you knew then that you all had each other, and you always would. Hey, I hope you're alright. He came up towards you, a soft smile plastered on her face. And are you okay, Elizabeth? Elizabeth rolled her eyes and huffed a breath, and you knew she wasn't used to showing her vulnerable side.
Fine.
I'm doing fine. The mom on the left reminds me a lot of Yoruichi from Bleach. Yeah, a little bit actually, a little bit. Lee nodded, thought you could tell she didn't quite believe her. Well now, since we're all here, how about we do something together as a family? That sounds like an excellent idea. We should have some fun before the night's over.
Totally!
I love the sound of that! Yeah, okay. Oh, he's still here! Cove is still here! Yeah, okay. Why not? You hid the smile that threatened to tilt your lips, knowing that Elizabeth must have been in a good mood if she hadn't even teased Cove for being part of it. And no matter what she could have said about it, you wanted him to be here. The two of you had practically grown up together over the past 5 years. Who's got a suggestion? It should be something we can do here in the house with everyone in the same room. You suddenly remembered the show you and Lee had been working on earlier. Maybe we can do our show? We already finished preparing it? Oh my god! You were bummed you never got to do it after all that. You weren't so keen on that now. After... Well, no, let's do it! A show? Is that the first time? This is the first time we're hearing of this. I'm intrigued.
Wonderful.
It would be amazing if you put it on for us to watch. Oh yeah, I need to see what you've cooked up. That'd be cool. You smiled at Lee, who returned the gesture while bouncing on her heels in excitement. Take some seats and we'll get everything together. Your moms collected the chairs from around the dining table and set them in a row in the living room where there was enough space for the show. While they did that, you and Lee quickly gathered the supplies you needed and rehearsed the plan one last time. You went through the song you had written I wrote a song in one afternoon? Oh my god, am I a genius or what? The background you had prepared earlier was also ready to go now that it was needed. When the two of you returned to the living room, everyone was sitting and chatting among themselves while they waited. The group quieted down when you and Lee stood in front of them and your makeshift stage. Lee was buzzing quietly with excitement beside you. You felt nervous, you were pumped up, you were unsure how to feel. Well, I'm always unsure how to feel, but you know what? I'm gonna be pumped up. The time you and Lee had put into practicing was worth it. You were ready to go. Okay, so welcome to our show! We only came up with it today, but we promise it'll be good. You stayed quiet. Thank you for being here tonight. No refunds. You're gonna really be impressed. No refunds! Laughter rippled through the mini audience. Then you nodded at Lee that you were ready to begin. Lee took in a deep breath, waiting the few beats it took to get into the song, and started singing. It made you proud to have the lyrics you had written sung like this. The backdrop you had created gave a great atmosphere to work off. When the performance was over, he took your hand in hers and the two of you bowed deeply together. Everyone gave you a round of applause and cheered for an encore. When you straightened up yourself, you were happy to see that even Elizabeth was clapping for you. Bravo! Bravo! You are so talented. Your family rose from their seats and came over to congratulate you one more directly. You were beaming from ear to ear. Cove was the first one to approach, stepping up to you and Lee with a smile on his face. Nice job. Thank you! Hey, you were the one who painted the backdrop? Yeah, that was me. Cove smiled, content over his guess being correct. I thought so. It was good. You couldn't help but feel pleased that he could recognize your talent so easily. Your parents gushed about how great everything was and thanked you for sharing it with them. Elizabeth was complimentary in her own way, although she did describe the show as cute, which you knew she meant as kind of kiddie. You laughed it off, however, and were just happy that everyone had a nice time. In that moment, you couldn't have been more pleased to be a part of the family you had. Oh, wasn't that so heartwarming? Oh my god. Okay, before we continue, I'm so sorry, but I've got to go to the ladies' room. I wish I didn't have to go to the ladies' room, but I don't think this will be over anytime soon, so I gotta go. I'll be right back. We will be back after this commercial break. Yeah, grab everything, get comfy, get awake, if you were sleeping. Okay, I'm all ready to continue. I'm gonna check on the picture though. I wanna see the picture. It might make me cry. Oh my god! Oh, that looks so good! Tionex! That looks so good! Oh my god! That looks so good! Your cupcake looks so good. This is unfair. Life is unfair. Oh my god. Okay, let's continue. Alright. I kind of want to do all of them. That means we're probably going to be streaming for like maybe another 2 hours or so. I hope that's okay with everyone. I'm gonna go with the wave because apparently we can surf and I want to surf. And yeah, let's go with this one. Wave. The family shopping trip had lasted most of the morning, and you still had to unload everything from the trunk before you could go enjoy the afternoon. You cradled another bag in your arms as you headed towards your house. It was one of the heavier bags from the grocery store, loaded with fresh apples, ripe tomatoes, a bunch of carrots, and even half a watermelon. Oh, Ma looks so good. Ma came out of the front door and paused just ahead of you.
It's no trouble.
Need any help with that, Orestia? I can bring it the rest of the way, if you want me to. Yes, please, it will be helpful. Yes, please, it was just too heavy. No, I've got it. I'm doing just fine. No, I've got it. You could just manage to hold it. You eagerly agreed with a nod of your head. Didn't say anything. You could finish the job yourself with no problem. I'm just fine. I can carry everything. I'm strong too. I'm super tall, so that means I'm strong. Doesn't that right? Yeah? Even if it was large, it wasn't really any problem for you. Ma gave you an encouraging grin and rustled her fingers through your pink hair. You set the next bag on the counter. Your older sister began to root around inside for the content with a sight. You gotta go? Okay. You're welcome, Dharma. I'm so happy every time you're here anyways. I can set up the story for you next time. Have a good rest of your day, Dharma. Thank you for being here. Bye-bye. Where was I? You set the next bag on the counter. Your older sister began to root around inside for the contents with a sight. How much is left? Still a few more bags. With a huff and puff, Elizabeth continued putting away the groceries, and you retreated out of the kitchen before you could become the target of her bad mood.
Be careful.
Careful, Orestia. You hadn't been looking where you were going and bumped right into Mom, almost stepping on her toes to boot. Sorry! I can give you a pass this time, but be sure to watch where you're going. If you run into the wrong person, you might get your license revoked. She grinned at the bag joke as you continued through the door. Outside, Ma had started organizing what remained and putting back any loose objects that had fallen out during the trip. When you stepped up to the trunk beside her, she took in a big breath of air, her dress gently swaying around in the breeze.
It's a shame.
It's a shame we had to spend the morning cooped up in that shopping center. It's a beautiful day, don't you think? You tilted your head to the sky, gazing at the clear blue expanse. Yeah, it is. Days like today are my favorite. It's too hot. I wish it was raining. I like it when it's stormy the best. Days like today is my favorite, especially when you live near the beach. Ma smiled at you, her amber eyes glinting in affection. You and your sister are a lot alike in that way, and me too. You gave her a familiar look, but eventually you turned back to help her with the last of the bag. Oh, hi Cove! You noticed Mom wave over at Cove, who was just had just exited his front door, his surfboard propped up under one arm. Let me see, surfboard and sweatsuit. Sweatsuit? Wetsuit. Where might you be off to on this beautiful day? Cove flinched and Cove flinched at being called to so suddenly. He hadn't realized there were people out here already, but he quickly recovered. Good one, Mrs. Stars. He crossed the pavement to properly say hello to you and your moms. Hello, honey. Oh no, it's the other mom. Hello, honey. It's a beautiful day for surfing. I haven't been out on the waves in a long time. I'm jealous. Cove smiled, pleased to have people around who shared in his hobby. Yeah, I'm hoping to get a few good waves before it gets dark. Do you want to come hang out later, Orestia? Sure, I'll meet you there when we're done. Oh yeah, I could do that. Yeah, sure, I'll meet you there when you're gone. Yeah. Cool. Can I help you out with anything? Aww. No, it's our job. You go enjoy the beach. Orestia can catch up as soon as she's finished here. Alright, I'll see you. Yeah. You watch as Cove headed off towards the beach, unable to hide your grin, knowing that you'd be joining him soon. Aww! Once everything had finally been taken in and put away, you got yourself ready to meet Cove at the beach. You had a surfboard in your room that you wanted to take with you. Your family had a surfboard around here somewhere. You weren't sure where you were going to do, you were surfing and you didn't know how. No! I live near the beach! I know how to surf! I have my own surfboard in my room too! You'd been practicing your surfing more and more lately. It was always ready to go. After grabbing your board and getting everything ready, you headed down to the beach.
Have fun.
Have fun, honey. Stay safe. When you arrived at the shore, you were greeted by the crash of waves and the soft calls of seagulls. You took in a lungful of the ocean air and felt your olive skin warm in the sun. You noticed a small setup nearby with a towel, some sunscreen, and a bottle of water. It must be Cove's. You spotted Cove himself nearby. He hadn't gone out of the sea yet. He was just sitting in the sand at the water's edge, his board propped up beside him. You strolled up beside him. Hey, I'm here. Orestia. He looked up at you with a smile and quickly hopped to his feet. I was wondering if you were still coming. Aw, I wouldn't have missed it. Sorry you had to wait. And stayed inside all day? I don't think so. You were able to make him laugh with that. Then he cast his eyes out towards the wave. Cove, I'm not that good at surfing. I'm ready to get in there. Wanna have a competition? Will you give me some tips? It's casual. I'm ready to get in there. Me too. Let's go. You tucked your board under your arm and nodded at him, and the two of you ran into the water together. You paddled out into the sea to where the good waves were. The water was cool against your skin.
Nice.
He looks so cool. Look how smug he looks. Oh my god. Not too calm, but nothing crazy. It looks perfect today. I gave him the mom's voice, damn. He smiled at you, and you couldn't help but smile back. You felt totally content. Until Cove kicked the water a little too hard, and it inadvertently splashed you. Hey! Sorry. The apology did not come across as especially repentant, as he was practically laughing when he said it. I'm gonna splash him back. You laughed, but waited for an opening for revenge. The second he looked away, you kicked back, spraying him. It quickly devolved into a splash war. You had no idea who was winning at the point when the ocean decided to throw its weight around and dose you both with a tall wave. Cove laughed. His smile infectious. You couldn't help but join in. Draw? Nah, I totally won! How does that work? You conceded first. That means I win. Cove shook his head and went silent for a minute. It was a sound argument. Eventually, he just shrugged. Fine. I knew it. Cove pointed out into the ocean. Cove pointed out into the distance. You followed his finger to see some nice-looking waves. Hey, let's get going. You agreed. No doubt there was a room for you to do something good. You were ready to have some fun. You started taking on waves. Coves tried out a few tricks and you got into the rhythm and finding just the right waves. Have you ever thought of what the fish in the ocean animals think we're doing here? Have you?
Not really.
Not really. Okay. It seemed that was all he was going to say on the topic. You started to turn away to paddle to the next wave when he spoke again. Oh, that's weird. Cove reached in the water and pulled out something small and brown. Was it a tiny stick? A clothespin? Cove looked at it with disbelief. He blinked slowly. Then he raised the clothespin with a mischievous look in his eye. I guess it's needed. How else would dolphins hang up their flippers? They're gonna be stored somehow. It was terrible. I was terrible on any scale. Please don't. You're adorable. You're adorable. I'm not sure that even counts as a pun. I love it. You know what? I'm gonna be joking back. I'm not sure that even counts as a pun. Look at him looking all sheepish. He giggled shyly and kicked lightly in the water. You played around for the rest of the afternoon and kept chatting in between the waves. You thought about how you had surfed today. You absolutely rocked it. The waves loved you today. You did good. You know what? It's a fictional. Can I just be perfect in everything that I try to do? Yeah, let's go ahead. The wave loved you today. Some of the tricks you pulled off boosted your confidence. It was nice to see your own skill so blatantly on display. Even Cove was impressed. What an afternoon. Aww. The setting sun was visible on the horizon. Every time you look away, it had sunk a little lower. The beach was darkening, but still pleasantly warm. You knew you should get out of the water before it was completely dark in the sea. You rode on one last wave to get back to the beach. There, you picked up your surfboard and gave it a quick once-over. Cove followed behind you in the shore. He put his board with his other things and grabbed his towel to start drying off. As he ruffled his hair with the towel, you watched the sunset together. The color was beautiful in the distance, and the shadows around you deepened. There was no need for words between the two of you, as you both enjoyed the sight for a moment. Oh my god, it's getting so romantic. Cove broke the silence. Is he blushing a little bit? The waves were good today, I think. Yeah, totally. Perfect for surfing. Yes. He nodded mildly. You've gotten so good. You couldn't help but smile at the praise. It means a lot coming from him. You chatted a little more until the conversation truly died out, and all you heard was the rhythmic sound of the waves. Then Cove sighed. The day can't be over. Not yet. You scowled into the distance. He scowled into the distance, as if the sun exiting the sky was a personal offense. I know, Rose, it's so romantic, it's so, oh my god. Don't you think it should be longer? It felt long enough to me. This is something that I would say, but you know what? I'm a grown up now. I can own the situation. Only a shrug could express your feeling on that matter. Let's just say, yeah. Cove stood up straight in defiance of the approaching darkness. I'm not gonna go home yet. I want to go somewhere. I don't know. Cove was still dripping in salt water, so you weren't sure what the alternative was. Wetsuits were fine for the beach, but not much else. It wasn't a good idea for him to lug his surfboard around town either. You'll be real cute in that sweatsuit wherever you go. Well, I need to call it a night. Yeah, I want to do something too. We'll sure be welcome anywhere soaking wet like this. Should I go with this? Because this is, yeah, we don't have much options though. Cove finally took note of his current state and laughed. He shrugged. Then he looked down to the shore with the wide, shiny eyes. There's at least one place that's always okay to hang out in, no matter what time it is. The park. You nodded. The park was virtually always empty. Even Elizabeth only went over there nowadays, if she was looking for you. How times have changed. She used to be so protective of the place. In fact, the only person there was a chance of running into might be that Jeremy kid again. You brought the idea up to Cove and he cringed, but... I'm still going. The sun is still there, a little. I'm staying out as long as it is. I'm tagging along. Okay, let's go. Cove took a minute to put his stuff in order. He made sure to get it all, though didn't take much care to shake off the sand. You dealt with your own things. You stuffed everything together quickly. You took your time to pack. I'm gonna take my time, what the hell? The two of you finished at about the same time. He led the way down the beach to the park. It wasn't far, so he didn't take you long at all. The sun still hadn't completely disappeared just yet when you made your arrival. Cove stuck his surfboard upright in the sand and tossed his towel over top. By now, the two of you were mostly dry. The summer breeze on your skin kept you pleasantly warm. Cove easily went over to the monkey bars. He grabbed them feet flat on the ground and pretended to go across. He had definitely grown in the past 5 years. You had also outgrown the monkey bars. You were way too tall to play on them properly anymore. When he got a bar in the middle, Cove pulled himself up through, then sat on the top of the bars. His legs dangled off the side of the bar he perched on. You joined him on the monkey bars? Yeah, I'm gonna join. Oh, you took a seat on the swing. Oh, I love the swings. But I like high places. But I like the swings. But I like high places. Oh, I like high places. I like high places. Okay. You didn't even have to stretch to pull yourself up. It was rather a tall seat to clamber on, but it worked. Cove scooted over to give you more room to spread out. These monkey bars weren't made for two teens sitting on top of them. Guess what? He smiled broadly and raised an eyebrow. He's not here. Right, it's true, there wasn't a single sign of Jeremy. Looks like it was just going to be the two of you tonight. Cove hung his head and groaned dramatically. Your eyes widened when he whipped his head back up.
No way.
I can't believe how dumb my parents are for forcing me to come to this stupid place. You were taken aback and blinked for a second before you realized he was quoting Jeremy. Don't scare me like that, one Jeremy is enough. That's not really nice. Funny, but not nice. You don't have to tease him. Parents really don't know anything. Okay, I'm gonna go with this one because I don't want to go along with that. Don't scare me like that. One Jeremy is enough. Cove chuckled back at you, a mischievous glint in his eyes. You looked around the old park, the streets you knew like the back of your hand, and the beach. These were your stomping grounds. Jeremy looked like Jeremy. Yeah, I wonder how come we haven't seen him again in the story. That's really weird. Maybe I didn't make the choices for him to come by, but I don't want him back actually. I don't want him back. I'm fine without Jeremy around. You wondered how Cove actually felt. How much was his joke just a joke, and how much was sincere dislike of this place. Moving had never been his choice. He was kind of moody when he first got here too. Do you actually like this neighborhood? I know you don't think it's dumb. I'm gonna ask him. Do you actually like this neighborhood? Do you really have to ask that, Orestia? Cove kicked his legs carelessly as they dangled. He smiled softly. I like it here. I really do. It's a nice place. He didn't hesitate. There was no uncertainty. That was his genuine opinion. Yeah, I like it too. Well, at least one person likes it here. You nodded wordlessly. Well, of course. I'm here after all. You're the best thing in the neighborhood, Cove. Ooh, My god. Okay, I don't know about those. Maybe one of those two. You nodded wordlessly, which is like I'm just agreeing, or I'm just joking. Well, of course, I'm here after all. Because I would do that, but I'm trying not to be me. Should I go for that? Should I go for this one? Okay, I'm gonna go for this one. I want to be bold. He shook his head with a rueful smile. Oh, it's night time, we gotta go home. It didn't take long for the day to finally draw to a close. The sun was gone and it was dark. You chatted a while longer, but he was definitely winding down. We better get home. I wish the days were longer. You choose not to say anything. I'm not gonna say anything. You sat in the dark in silence. Cove shifted positions so that his back was on the monkey bars and he could look up at the stars. You wondered how comfortable that could be. Yeah, that probably hurts. Look at the moon. It's so clear tonight. You glanced up and saw a great... What the hell is this word? You saw a great gibbous? Damn, what? You know what? You glanced up and you saw the moon swelling over the sky. Few clouds covered the sparkling stars above. Too bad we can't stay forever. Cove sighed. It was time to go home. He hopped down from the monkey bars with a thump when his feet hit the ground. You clambered down the monkey bars yourself. You lowered yourself more slowly than Cove and barely made a sound when your feet reached the ground. Cove grabbed his surfboard and threw his towel around his neck. With his water bottle in hands, he was ready. You both began your trek up the road. Is it Gib us or Jeep us? Jeep us? Gib us? Thanks for the help. You both began your trek up the road. It was a quiet night and you didn't run into anyone else. It was in what felt like no time at all. You had reached your street. As you walked, Cove smiled to himself. It was a soft expression, and you couldn't help but wonder what put it there. Everything okay? I just remembered when we were younger, it used to be such a big deal to be home after dark. You could indeed recall. Mostly full moon. Oh, mostly full moon. Thanks for the explanation, Rose. If you got sandy, your parents would have something to say. If you got wet, your parents would have more to say. And if you came home after dark, well, your moms and his dad better have said it was okay beforehand. You used to need permission for everything. That small comment he made exposed just how much freedom you really had this summer. Cove looked up into the sky, a smile still on his face, as the two of you walked side by side reminiscing of the moon having the illuminated part greater than the semicircle and less than the circle. Having the illuminated part greater than a semicircle? Like a quarter of the moon. Like, yeah. Thank you for helping, Chroma. I think I get it. Thank you. Cove looked up in the sky, a smile still on his face as the two of you walked side by side, reminiscing. When you came to your houses, you turned to each other. Thanks for today, Orestia. It was nice seeing you. It was definitely an interesting experience. What do you mean it's just surfing? Thanks for an awesome day. Yeah, thanks for an awesome day. Cove waved and you both turned around to your respective houses. This was a pleasant end to the outing, you thought. Oh, we had a good time together. Okay, I feel like growing might be something that might be a little like heavy themed, so I'm going to go for dinner first. Let's go for dinner. Sunlight shone through the windows as you sat in your living room, your home phone pressed to your ear. Cove was on the other hand. It'd been shaping up to be an ordinary day like any other until Cove had called unexpectedly. He sounded unusually nervous greeting you. You listened silently as he kept talking, his words still stilted. So, I was just wondering, do you want to come over to my house for dinner tonight? The question came out strangely, almost like he'd rehearsed it a few times beforehand. Your eyes widened a little. You hadn't expected this to be the reason behind the call. Yeah, I'll go. I'm gonna keep listening first. I wanna know more. Cove continued. His next words sounded rehearsed too, and tinged with nervousness. My mom and dad, they really want you to be here. If your parents don't have a problem with it, they asked me to ask you. You took a moment to think. Dinner at home could be quiet and uneventful today. If you really wanted to, you could go to Cove's instead. Cove spoke again, breaking your isn't it train of thoughts? Your thought train. Okay, whatever. His voice was softer than before. Also, I want you to be there too. Can you come over? Yeah, I can come! I have to ask my mom's and get back to you. No, I can't make it. Why am I the only one invited? Or did you mean my whole family? I know, Rose, I know. Yeah, I can come. Thanks, Orestia. I'll let them know when I can. He sounded noticeably relieved by your response. Was you coming over for dinner today that serious? He spoke to you for a little while longer to explain what time to come over and other details, then hung up. And that was that. For now, anyways. Soon enough, the sun dipped out of the sky and evening came. It was time for you to head to Cove's house. After letting Elizabeth know you were leaving, she didn't look away from the TV, just grunted. You made the small journey across the street. You knocked a couple times on the heavy door of their condo. As you waited for an answer, you found yourself contemplating being a guest while both of Cove's parents were there. It was exciting. You were apprehensive. The idea made you curious. You didn't think it would be especially interesting. You could say you were thrilled. You know what? I'm curious actually. What the hell is happening today? You wondered why they decided to invite you out of the blue. Maybe you'd find out later tonight. You didn't get too much time with your thoughts though. The door opened soon enough. Cove's mom, Kara, stood in the frame, smiling warmly at you. Hey, yeah, Orestia. Well, come on. Please come in. She opened the door wider and moved to make room. You stepped inside, allowing her to shut it behind you. Thanks so much for coming over. I know it was kind of last second. Thanks for having me.
Of course.
Of course. Just make yourself at home. I'm not my home. It's not my home, but I've been given permission to say that. Hey, Orestia. Welcome to our humble abode. You jerked your head towards the sound of Mr. Holden's voice. He waved at you briefly from the kitchen, with his back turned and a large spoon in hand. Hehehe. Hope you're hungry, cause I'm whipping up a lot of tasty stuff. True to his word, you heard something sizzling on the stove. You closed your eyes and inhaled. It smelled spicy and savory. With Mr. Holden busy and Cove nowhere to be seen, it was just you and Kara. She gave you a wry smile. He sure is. While I've been barred from cooking the entire time, I'm staying here. Can you believe that? She nudged you with a elbow. Mr. Holden scoffed good-naturedly, then spoke from his shoulder. You're on vacation, Kara. You need to accept that already. Oh my gosh, what kind of divorce is that? Well, good for them. She yelled back, amusement obvious on her face and in her tone. People still cook when they're on vacation. Everyone's gotta eat. It's not like I'm some celebrity who can go out for every meal or hire a private chef.
Sorry.
Well, in this house, you're a VIP. Kara smiled and shook her head quietly, then turned to face you once more.
Well,
Sorry about that, Orestia. Here I was, trying to strike up a conversation with you, and Cliff just had to butt in. I don't butt in! She eyed him, shocking in disbelief. He wasn't exactly disproving her point with that. Kyra leaned over to whisper to you. It's okay. He likes to be included, but since Clifford insisted on cooking all by himself, I'll have to wait. The two of us can chat. Her next question continued to be said in a hushed tone, just to be safe. So? How are things doing? I'm doing good, I'm good, things are okay, I'm not really sure. I'm doing good, it's summer holiday. That's what I like to hear. She opened her mouth to say something more, but some lightly pounding footsteps caught your attention. You checked to see Cove emerge from the hall a few moments later. He might have heard all the commotion and left his room to see what was going on. He quickly took stock of the situation. Orestia, you made it! Thanks for coming! Cove's voice was unnaturally loud, as if he thought you wouldn't be able to hear it from where you were, only a few feet away. Hi, Cove. You doing okay? Yeah, I'm fine. He didn't sound convincing at all. You narrowed your eyes suspiciously, but didn't call him out on it. If you could talk to him alone tonight, maybe you'd ask him what was going on then. It was when you glanced away from Cove that you spotted his parents watching the two of you interact. Cove noticed their stares too, meeting them in narrowed eyes. Are we having dinner now? Not yet, but I'm still cooking. Alright, I'm gonna go back to my room. As he turned to leave, he bent his head to the side to face you. You coming? The question was quiet, but you heard it clearly. You smiled, pleased that he asked, and nodded in the affirmative. Cove turned fully and made his way down the hall. Have fun, you two! We'll call you when food to get ready to go. I know, right, Rose? Oh my god. They're 13 years old and their parents have no issues with that? Oh my god. Dessert before dinner. That's my style though. I always have chocolate before I eat. With that, you followed after Cove. The two of you made your way down the hall. That was your first time you were invited, really? You had visited? No, I think I went there before. Going to Cove's room was standard occurrence for you nowadays. I think he comes to my room more often than I go to his, so I had visited Cove's room before, but only rarely. Cove cut to the door first, opening it and stepping inside. You joined him. There was a mat on the floor in front of the door. As you stepped over the threshold into his room, you felt the crunch of sand beneath your feet. The sensation was nothing new to you, of course. Cove constantly came back to his room covered in sand, not bothering to clean himself off at the front door, and got it all over his personal space. That's just how he was, a little bit of a mess. A little bit of a mess! You hadn't heard Mr. Holden ever scold him before it, not like your moms would if you've done it. Well, yeah, no sand into the house, what the hell? You can sit wherever you want. Oh my gosh, my stomach is growling, I hope you can't hear that. Cove himself took a seat at the edge of his large bed, looking like the picture of comfort, and left you to decide. You didn't sit anywhere, you sat on the chair, you sat next. No, I'm sitting on a chair. A chair is more comfortable. I don't want to be sitting on this bed. There was a desk chair in the room, for a reason after all. You walked over and rolled it out, taking a seat on it. It was stiff against your butt and cracked each time you shifted. Oh my gosh, what the hell is this chair? He definitely used his bed space more often than this. Well, too late to complain now, you just have to deal with it. With the silence growing, your gaze began to drift. You stared at the bright fishing swimming in the tank. There were a bunch of them floating to and fro in the open space. They stood out starkly against the green aquarium plants. How long have you had those fish?
Yes.
My dad brought them for me not very long after I moved here. I guess it's been years now. Wow, that's a long time. You peered carefully into the tank. The fish looked to be doing well. He must have been taking good care of them. Most of them were small, but there was one especially big one. What's their names? I don't name them. Well, not really. You lifted your eyebrow at that. You continued the explanation sheepishly. Mostly, I just call them things based on what they look like. Squirt for the small one, tangerine for the really orange one. These sort of things. I've had a lot of fish and I'm not that good at coming up with names. You found that funny, you found that surprising, you found that relatable. Yeah, I relate. You didn't have any pets, but you always had trouble naming your stuffed animals or whatever else. It was such a hard choice. Oh, a couple of them have other types of names. He pointed to a small orangish red fish. Oh, that's hard to say! He was minding his own business, away from the others. My dad named her Dreamcatcher, and that other one's Mark. Mom came up with that one. Cove smiled to himself, his eyes reflecting the glow from the tank. You let other people name your fish?
It's nice.
Yeah, it's nice. He then turned to you, tilting his head to the side. There was a considering look on his face. Do you want to name one? Yeah, I do! His smile grew a little at your enthusiasm. Cool. There's a few who don't have names right now. The newer ones. You can pick which you want to name. He pointed each at the recent acquisition out to you. The first was the smallest fish in the tank. He was completely orange and zipped all over the place, running laps around the others. The second was slightly bigger and red. Its tail was dotted with black spots, which almost resembled freckles. The last fish was the biggest one. Its multicolored scales rippled under the bright light of the tank as it slowly made its way across the vast expanse. You went with the smallest. I'm gonna go with the smallest one. Cove only nodded at your answer, waiting on you to decide on a suitable name. You watched the fish you chose closely. As you did, a name eventually came to you. Frank Sambilger Orestia Cove. Name him Shrimpy. Okay. I was going to name him Shiloh, because the little orange bubbly one kind of make me think of Shiloh. But you know what? I'm gonna go with Shrimpy. Oh, that's cool that I can type in the name. How do I say okay? Do I enter? Okay. Alright, it's Shrimpy. Oh, that's so cool! With that, his attention moved from you to the tank. He peered fondly at it and its inhabitants. You smiled proudly at Shrimpy as it swam through the tendrils of the plants, disappearing, then reappearing soon after. You know, I'm not allowed to have pets in my house, not even fish. The corners of Cove's lips turned down at that. That doesn't sound fair. It's not like fish would make a mess at your house or anything. You just gotta take care of their tank and feed them, and they'll be okay. Right? My moms can be squeaked over the weirdest things sometimes. I don't mind it too much. I don't mind it too much. I don't like owning a life. You have to do so much for a pet. It's a lot of work and responsibility. My moms take it super seriously, and that's why they don't want to just get one. That's true. Your current conversation brought to mind a memory from years ago. You launched into it without any warning, earning you a brief confused look from Cove. One time, Elizabeth, came back from playing at the beach and just shut herself in her room. She only came down for food, and then she ran back upstairs straight after. It was kinda weird. My mom didn't think much of it at first though. But then, that night, Ma went over to her room to say goodnight and started screaming. Mom and I ran over to see what happened. Lizzie had a huge lizard in her arms. Cove's eyebrows rose at that, and he leaned forward in interest. A lizard? Where'd that come from? Elizabeth said she saw it half buried in the sand and didn't know what it was. Then she pulled it out and got the answer. So she brought it home. She hid the lizard in her room for most of the day because she wanted to keep it. Mom and Ma were not happy. They worried about putting it out during night, but she was going to have to let it go in the morning. Maisie was really upset. She did bring it back to the beach eventually, but she wouldn't talk to anyone for days. When she did get over it, it was almost like it never happened. You loved thinking back to that time. Elizabeth had always been stubborn. But when she was younger, she forgot grudges quickly. Now it wasn't so easy. Cove had been quiet for most of the story, apart from the reveal of the lizard. He had a thoughtful look on his face. I can't even imagine what it'd be like to have a sibling. You gave serious thought to his statement before you told him. There are ups and downs. You're lucky to be only child. It's a nice idea in general, but my sister is Elizabeth. I don't know how to explain what it's like. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go with that. It has ups and downs. It's fun to have her there when she wants to be there, but now Elizabeth barely feels like hanging out with me. Cove pursed his lips at the words, considering them quietly for a while.
Cool.
That's interesting. I think your family is cool. He didn't have much else to say, though while on the topic of your family, you considered your relationship with your moms too. They were absolutely the best. You got along with your moms. You thought your moms were okay. You found your moms to be difficult to deal with. I think they are the best, but you know what? I'm gonna go with this one. You got along with your mom. You had disagreements with them, but at the end of the day, you loved them and they loved you. That was really mattered. Well, say what you want about them, but at least your moms never tried to pay attention to be your friend. What am I saying? Well, say what you want about them, but at least your moms never tried to pay someone to be your friend. The thought prompted you to look over at Cove. He probably still didn't know what happened. You doubted that Mr. Holden mentioned it, and you never had. You wondered if you should tell him. It was a long time ago, but you were keeping a secret from Cove. I'm not gonna tell him! What the hell? You didn't tell him it was a bad time. You didn't tell him you weren't sure how he'd react. You didn't tell him secrets were meant to be kept. You didn't tell him you just didn't want to have that talk with Cove. Secrets were meant to be kept. Yeah, I'm not gonna tell him that. It's terrible. Mr. Holden told you not to tell anyone, especially not Cove. You didn't want to break his trust. It's not about that though. Time passed, but you didn't really notice. The two of you were busy, making plans for the rest of the summer and chatting about your respective days. Eventually, you heard a muffled holler from the different part of the house. You and Cove raised your heads in unison. It's time for dinner. Cove watched the firmly shut door. Cove watched the firmly shut door he had been locked. Cliff paid kids to be friends with his kids. Yes, I keep saying it. This is why it's a little weird. He wanted the first time I met him, like the very first time, he was a stranger to me, and I didn't even met Cove yet. The guy was like, "Here, I give you $20, can you hang out with my son?" And I was like, what the hell? But then Rose was all like, "Oh my gosh, he's so hot." Well, you know, so I was like, okay, I'm gonna give him the benefit of the doubt. But like, I didn't take the money. I wouldn't be taking the money. So anyways, I was like, yeah, I'm gonna be hanging out with him, but don't pay me. So that's why I was hanging out with Cove. But Cove doesn't know about that. I'm never gonna tell him. Cove watched the firmly shut door he had been locked behind for most of the night, but he didn't make a move to get up from the bed. He was hot, but I'm losing interest with his hair done. Really? Oh my god, okay. You don't like the hair down? Well, you can always put them back up, like... Really? Is that such a deal breaker? You couldn't see his face, so you didn't know what expression he was wearing. I'm glad you came. Cove peeked back at you from the side. It's been awkward. I get that. It's been hard on you, huh? You felt sympathetic toward him. You didn't know what he was going through, but you cared about him. Cove said nothing else and remained sat where he was. Now would be as good as time as any to ask him why his parents so suddenly wanted you to come over. Is there a reason they wanted me to come over tonight? It hasn't been awkward just for me. Sometimes it gets like this when no one else is around. But now you're here. You hadn't considered that, but it sort of made sense in a way. Really? I don't get it. There was another shout from outside, too muffled to actually know the words, but you could imagine what they were. Let's go. Cove finally got up, lumbering away with his shoulders sagged. You followed after him. She's always looking at the shoulders! You about the ponytail look? Yeah, tell us, Rose. What's your thing? Together, the two of you made your way back in the living room. As you expected, Cove's parents were politely waiting for you at the kitchen table, beside the windows overlooking the back of the house. Food had been prepared and set. Mr. Holden beamed as you and Cove took your places. Oh yeah, especially the high ponytail. Really? Okay, I didn't know. Okay. Like, you know what? Like, in Naruto, my favorite ever was Shikamaru. Is it the kind of that's your favorite too? Tell me, who's your favorite? I mean, who was your favorite? Or who is still your favorite? I don't know, Shikamaru was my top. Top knot ponytail, yeah. But to me, it was Shikamaru because it was clever. Gaara! Oh, Shikamaru's your favorite too? I would like people that are clever, you know? He's so nonchalant about everything, but he's very clever. That's why I like him. I resonate with Shikamaru so much. I don't know if I resonate with him. But Gaara was a close second. With the love character written on his forehead, it was so cute. Aww. Mr. Holden beamed as you and Cove took your places. I hope everyone's hungry. I cooked up a feast.
Yeah.
I know I am. Yeah. Cove's mumbled response wasn't nearly as upbeat as theirs. His parents didn't notice, or they pretended not to. I simp for red hair. Oh, like you! You simp for yourself? This is so good. Keep doing it. You have to keep the simp for yourself. Mr. Holden instead looked at you, grinning.
Thanks.
Let's all just take a moment to thank our special guest for being with us here tonight. I'm so glad you were able to make it, Orestia, and on such short notice too. I'm at 13 years old. What else do you think I had to do? You thanked Cove's parents back for inviting you, didn't say anything, you just felt awkward. I am super awkward, but I'm gonna be thank you, because, you know, gotta be thankful. I'm happy to be here. Thank you both for inviting me.
Alright.
Well, that's it. Everyone, please dig in. You can help yourselves to the food. Upon his encouragement, you look over the meal spread out in front of you. There was a large garden salad at the center, surrounded by a variety of Mexican dishes. There were a lot of sides and optional sauces to add. Ooh, that's a huge deal! You made careful note that the dishes that had meat, thankfully it didn't seem to be all of them. The three other people here were omnivores. Cove's dad might have made some of the dishes especially for you since he was aware of your vegetarianism. You were very happy about those options. You could work with it. You could work with it? You weren't exactly a fan. This kind of just surprised you. One of my group friends used to compare me a lot with Sasuke. Later in life, I understood just how wrong their impression of me was. I'm not friends with them anymore, and for good reasons. Well, my friend used to call me Hinata. Wait, is it Hinata? Yeah, it's Hinata. They said I was like her. I don't think I was like her either. But they didn't say it in a bad way. I think they just thought I was cute or something. I'm happy with the options. You loved Mexican food, I do! And there were so many dishes to choose from. You were practically drooling. Utensils and plates clanked together as a group began filling their plates. Cliff, could you pass the salsa verde? Of course.
Thanks.
Thank you. Just let me just say, you really outdid yourself tonight. I'm so jealous. Jealous? Of what? Your cooking's nothing to sneeze at, Kara. Cove's parents made small talk, feeling the silence. Filling the silence with what seemed to be barely an effort. You chimed in as well. Did it take you a long time to cook all this, Mr. Holden? Oh, not at all. Sure, this is more than I usually make for me and Cove, but I enjoyed every second of it.
Aha.
Might have gone faster if you had some help, though. Cove's mom grumbled, but it was light-hearted. Mr. Holden chuckled and shook his head. Not this again. I made the rules here, and I say guests don't cook. Even when they're staying for literal weeks?
Come on.
Even then. Everything looks great. Let's go. Everything looks great, Dad, as always. Thanks, Port. Glad to think so. Cove smiled. It was genuine, even if it was strained at the corners. Brief silences interspersed. Damn. Brief silences cut the small talk. You piled some food on your plate, waiting for your turn, if someone was serving themselves a dish that you had your eye on. Once the food had been divided and things settled down, Cove's parents started talking again. Now then, you sat up in your seat when you noticed you were both looking at you.
How's it going?
How has everything been over at your house? How's your mom? Are your moms well? You've been keeping busy this summer, or maybe you're just trying to take it easy during the break. What the hell was all those questions? Is it an interrogatory? I can see a bit of the Hinata, but I've experienced your serious Sakura side. Wait, what? What do you mean my Sakura side? What do you mean? I don't even have a big full head. Sakura is super strong. Do you mean I'm strong? Yeah, I am super strong though. But Hinata is super strong too. You felt overwhelmed with a sudden rush of questions. You were more than happy to answer. You were surprised, but you didn't mind the interest. You felt uncomfortable with the attention. To be honest, I'm overwhelmed. What the hell was all those questions? I'm 13-year-old. What's with the interrogatory? I'm gonna be overwhelmed. You were blindsided by them. Your mind blank. Then again, this was Mr. Holden. Maybe you should have expected this. You answered how things were at the house. You told them how your moms were doing. You mentioned things you'd done this summer. I'm going to answer about the moms. Moms are great. Mom, fine. They're the same as always. You should ask my parents about yourself. Moms are great. Mom took us out for dinner for dessert a couple weeks ago, since her project went really well. Is that so? I'll have to congratulate her when I see her. And that was that for the question answering. Can someone say info overboard? Can someone say info overboard? Orestia can't keep up with everything you're throwing out. Mr. Holden winced at the gentle reprimand, as if just realizing how rapid fire his questions has been. Oops, sorry about that, Orestia. I guess it was a lot to take in at once, huh? Did you know Cliff Orestia is really into art? Ooh, I'm interested. Mr. Holden's face lit up, and he stopped eating so he could lean forward, his arms pressed against the table.
Nice work.
Oh, that's right. Very cool. It's just a hobby. I'm pretty serious about it. It's not a big thing. Oh, it's a hobby, but I'm kinda serious about it, but it's a hobby still. It's a hobby. There's nothing wrong with that. There was a typo in the game. The question is supposed to be really into Cove. No, it's not a typo. It's not a typo. It's good to do things for your fun. It's good to do things just for fun. Everyone needs a hobby. I've been thinking of picking up wood carving myself. You couldn't tell how serious he was being about that declaration. Thanks. Cove's parents were definitely the encouraging type, but you could already tell that much about them. There was a lull in the conversation as everyone focused their attention on their respective plates. You noted, not for the first time, that Cove's parents were the ones guiding the conversation. You wondered if you should break the silence this time. You brought up a new topic of conversation. Yeah, I'm gonna break the silence. I'm brave. I also like other things. Would you like to tell us more?
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. They looked genuinely eager for you to keep talking, so you did. The rest of the dinner continued just like that, with light conversation as you ate your meals. Eventually, all the dishes on the kitchen table were pretty much gone. Cove, she likes Cove a lot. I'm not gonna say anything. 13 years old, remember, we're all 13 years old. Kara set down her fork and rested her arm at her side, letting loose a satisfied sigh. Her plate was completely empty. That was delish. I don't like this word delish. Who says that? Anyway, thank you for the culinary creation, Cliff. Mr. Holden was like a flower soaking up the rays of the sun. He beamed, flattered by the praise. You ate way too much. You ate until you were satisfied. You tried not to eat too much even though it was good. I ate until I was satisfied. It had taken you some time to finish it all, but eventually you'd cleared your plate. Cove successfully kept his presence to a minimum for the full meal. He was slumped over, even now, toying with his silverware. His parents practically only talked to you. Most attempts to entice him to join the conversation failed. The writers of this game are probably from California. Or you think? Or maybe she is. Maybe they're good at their job. I mean, she travels all around the world. It wasn't typical for him to say so little. He at least tried to participate. You didn't get much time to contemplate Cove's situation because your attention was taken by Mr. Holden pointedly clearing his voice. Not to sound like a broken record, but thanks for coming, Orestia. I'm glad you finally got the chance to have our... I'm glad we finally got the chance to have you over for a real dinner.
What?
What? Did I hear that right? Is this the first time Orestia has ever had dinner here? Why in the world haven't you invited her over sooner? Cove was always the one going over to Orestia's house until now. I mean, how was I supposed to reject the generous offers the Stars family to host my kid? Kara shook her head, but the amused smile she was sporting told you that she wasn't actually mad. This guy, honestly. The three of you looked at Cove in unison, his small sound being more than enough to get to focus on him after his silence. By now, he'd stopped fiddling with his fork. Would it be alright for Orestia to stay over? Like, for the night? Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! He shot you a shy glance, then smiling a little. If you're cool with that. Mr. Holden's shoulders stiffened. He sat up straighter. Eyes darting back and forth between you and Cove. His mouth opened, but no peep came out. I'm gonna drink more water. Okay. You'd never seen Cove's dad say no to him before, but that was different than the usual request. It wasn't so simple, and Mr. Holden was lost. Then Cove's mom reached out and took a hold of his shirt collar. She pulled him closer. She glanced at you before leaning in and bringing her hands up in front of their faces. The two adults whispered seriously to each other. Cove's eyes opened wider. He leaned forward, as if that would help him overhear his parents' conversation. But no one is asking me my opinion. Mr. Holden kept gesturing with his hands, while Kara made sure he didn't get too far away with all his movements. Every now and then, both of them would watch you and Cove out of the corner of their eyes. It didn't seem like they were fighting to you. They looked more like some kind of tiny sports team having a private huddle. After a bit, they broke the group up. They moved back to sit properly in their chair. You snuck a look at Cove. He stared at them expectantly. You were eager to hear their verdict too. Kara and I, think that should be fine, but... He lifted a finger dramatically, his eyebrows raising as he met Cove's gaze, and then your own. We'll have to talk with Orestia's parents to make sure they'd be comfortable with it. If they are, we can arrange for a sleepover to happen on a different night, when everyone is more prepared. If Orestia's folk don't like the idea, there's nothing we can do. He finished the mini speech with a wide shrug, using his full arms. Oh my gosh, I can't speak anymore. He finished the mini speech with a wide shrug, using his full arms. He also checked out Kara from the corner of his eyes and gave her a crooked smile. Oh, she's winking at him. I don't know, he still looks handsome to me. She nodded up approvingly and grinned back. You thought you saw her give him a thumbs up, but her hand was partially blocked by the table. They looked so pleased with themselves over the answer, but they just passed the actual decision on whether it was alright or not to someone else, namely your parents. It was a sports game. They would have punted the ball away. Cove hung his head, deflated. He had been hoping you would stay over today, not some hypothetical time in the future. Aww, you gave him some word of encouragement. You patted him on the back. I'll sneak the phone into my room tonight. Oh, hey, you could always sneak into my room again. You pouted about it too. Okay, we need to huddle here. There is two options I would like to go for. The first one, I can sneak the phone to my room tonight and we can have a nice, comfortable, comfy, intimate talk. Or I can be very bold and be like, hey, you could always sneak into my room again. Which one would be the right one to do? Which one would be the right one to do? To be honest, actually, a phone call in the evening, I think it's more intimate than just snugging around and risking getting caught. Yeah, I think a phone call in the middle of the night. This is more romantic. If you get your phone... You sneak in? Oh, sorry Rose, too late. Sorry Rose, it was too late. If you get your home phone too, then we can still talk, even though I'll be back home. Cove's eyes sparkled at the suggestions. Oh, see, he's happy anyway. It may or may not end up being possible, but it was worth trying. With that, because if they do hear that, that's going to be crazy. Yeah. With that, dinner family came to an end. Mr. Holden stood up from the table and began collecting empty plates. Cove was asked to help out, which he did with little fuss. Kara tried to lend a hand as well. However, Mr. Holden didn't let her. It seemed she was barred from cleaning as well as cooking. You weren't allowed to chip in either, since you were there as a declared guest of honor. Although the meal was over, the night wasn't. It looked like you weren't going home just yet after all. You were asked to wait on the couch. While Cove and his dad were cleaning up the mess, Kara disappeared down the hall after shooting you a wink. It was a bit strange sitting by yourself while everyone else had something to do. Luckily, you weren't all alone for too long. After a couple minutes, Cove's mom returned with a deck of cards in hand. She strolled into the room confidently while shuffling. So, who's up for a few rounds? Cove and his dad looked over their shoulders at the question. They were mutually intrigued by the cards in her hand. She beamed at their expressions and stepped further into the living room, ignoring the couches, sat cross-legged on the floor by the coffee table. She turned to you and gestured the space beside her, smiling invitingly. You accepted and followed their lead. The living room carpet was soft, but the hardwood floor underneath could definitely still be felt. Kara did an overhand shuffle while she waited for the others to finish their tasks. She smiled. The smile had yet to leave her lips.
Great.
This is going to be good. You were excited, you were nervous, you were bored, you were kind of annoyed, you enjoyed her enthusiasm. I'm enjoying her enthusiasm, she's so cute! Cove's mom was funny, upbeat and easygoing. You leaned closer to watch her expertly shuffle the cards. It didn't take much longer for Cove and his dad to wrap things enough to call it good. Cove's dad appeared first, followed closely behind by Cove. Mr. Holden rubbed his hand together in anticipation. Alright, I'm ready. As he took a seat across from you on the floor, you noticed that Cove hadn't joined him. He went straight down the hall instead, without even a word. You stared on confused as he disappeared through his bedroom door. Cove's parents didn't look concerned at its stunt. Kara nonchalantly split the deck of cards into two and riffled the half together while offering an explanation of sorts. Cove doesn't keep his wallet with him when at home. He puts it away. What? What? Cove quickly returned to the living room, a black wallet in his hand. He took a place at the foot of the table with the rest of you. You blinked as Cove unzipped his wallet. You all use real money on card games in this family? While you sat there, your hands idle in your lap. The three shot looks at one another and sized each other up.
Yeah.
That's right, $5 per round per person, winner takes all. Go big or go home. Oh, are you planning on kicking Orestia to the curb? Or do you intend on donating to the guest of Honor's pub, Mr. High Roller? Mr. Holden narrowed his eyes and leaned back against the side of the couch, completely at ease.
No worries.
If Orestia wants to play, I'll find her way in. Don't you worry about that. He rested an arm across the top of a knee, and that propped up. Cove's dad was acting slick in a way you'd never seen before. You appreciate his offer. You joked that he shouldn't be so confident. You felt awkward about the situation. I'm really awkward about this situation. Who plays with real money within the family? His shirt in this was pretty appealing. You ignored it. This is not normal, is it? No, it's not normal. It's not normal. You know what? I'm gonna play with it and say that I'm confident. You joke that you shouldn't be so confident. Okay, I'm glad you think the same. Of course, who plays with real money? My family did, but not with kids. I mean, yeah, if you're gonna go and play poker within your family, it's fine, but like, don't be like roping the kids into it. It's so weird. Are you sure? Harimi could be spelling your doom. Right, you are, Orestia. I hope you can back that attitude up. You know I can, Kara. You can let me pay for Orestia. She's my friend. Ah! Mr. Holden grinned with a chuckle. Alright, but I concede you're too polite for me. Well, you've got your ticket. Interested in throwing in? You glanced around. This seemed like serious business. In response to your consternation, Kara softened her competitive smile. Don't worry too much. We'll probably just do some round of Go Fish tonight. No biggie.
Do you mind?
What do you think? Yeah, it's awkward, but they are so eager. I'm peer pressure to say yes. I love to play. Mr. Holden gave you a big thumbs up, while Cove nodded firmly back. You were really good at Go Fish. You were decent. I'm gonna be really good. You know what? I'm gonna be really good at everything that I do in this game. I'm living vicariously. You usually won when you played with your own family, to the point Elizabeth refused to play that game with you anymore. Fantastic! You'll play for however long everyone wants to keep going, or until people start running out of cash but are still refusing to quit while they're behind. Speak for yourself, I see. With a laugh, Kara nudged you using an elbow, then motioned towards the other two with her chin. Don't be fooled by their soft faces. These boys are sharks. In reaction to her word, Mr. Holden smirked, and Cove's eyebrows became more angled. Kara's phrasing made you think back to when you were young, especially of Mr. Holden's favorite shark pants that he used to wear all the time. Perhaps they had been a fit for him in ways you didn't know of. You could feel tension in the air. Cove and his parents glued their eyes to one another, Then all placed $5 bills in an empty space in front of them. Cove dropped an extra one for you, giving you a tiny smile after he did. Oh, adorable. Once this was done, Kara began dealing out cards to everybody. It was time to begin. The first round came and went quickly, with the group getting into the groove of things. You won right away, which meant you had money to keep playing with the second round. You're a natural! Nicely done. You'd better keep those wits about you for the next round, though. As the night went on, so did the games. Mr. Holden would jokingly shake his fist whenever someone other than him got a pair. Kara acted as a news anchor, reporting on every move. Everyone met by speaking into her curled fist. Cove was still of few words, but now it was because it was focused on the game instead of being overcome with awkwardness. Most of the time, you even spotted a smile on his lips. Aww! You won quite a few games, to your delight. You had a hefty money pile on your side of the table. You must regret paying Orestia's way in, huh? No way. Orestia might be beating me, but she's also beating you too. Cove turned towards you and smiled, looking pleased by your ability to match his mom and dad. You grinned at him, touched by his speedy comeback. It became clear that where the money went in the moment didn't really matter. They ended up giving it back to one another after... Oh, really? To one another in other ways, and not just through more rounds of cards. You sat back, looking over the scene. A tiny smile grew on your face. Cove's family was pretty cool, you thought. You were glad you got this chance to come over to spend time with the three of them. Aww, that was nice. Okay, I'm gonna keep the road trip for last. I'm gonna go with growing now. Early afternoon, you found yourself in the living room with your family. It was another one of those summer days where it felt too hot to go outside. Okay, just before we continue, I wanna say their family is kind of weird, but it's so pretty wholesome. But like, I'm still like, what the hell was the divorce though? I mean, you'd think the divorce was really bad with the reaction Cove had, but if his parents are still on speaking terms, like more than just speaking terms, they're like best friends or something, then divorcing might not have been such a big deal. I don't know. Anyway, I like their family. It was another one of those summer days where it felt too hot to go outside, but it was too uncomfortable to do anything inside either. The air conditioner was cranked up as far as you could negotiate it, but everyone was still being pretty lazy. You, your moms and sister were lounging around while the TV blared on in the backdrop, ignored by all of you. You especially were. Lying spread eagle on the carpet, sitting cross-legged on the floor, perched on the arm of the couch, draped over the coffee table. I'm perched on the arm of the couch. Distance makes the heart grow fonder. You think that's what happened? It's possible, but like to that extent? When you go from being a married couple that has a child to a divorced couple of people, and you think just a distance is gonna make them eager for each other again? I don't know, it could be. Oh, well, I know nothing about people, so you're probably right, actually. Okay, I'm perched on the couch. Elizabeth had claimed the entire couch for herself. It was too hot to argue over the space, so you didn't bother. Elizabeth broke the silence with a loud groan. You glanced over. She was lying on her back over the couch, massaging her calf with one hand. Ugh, I feel terrible. I'm dying in this house and my legs hurt. Mom looked up from the magazine she's barely been flipping through and frowned concerned. Could you have strained them somehow? Elizabeth flayed briefly, then flopped onto their side with a heavy sigh. I don't know, it just hurts.
Sweetie.
Oh, sweetheart. Ma got up from her seat at the kitchen table and walked over to your sister. She did a slight pat on Elizabeth's shoulder sympathetically. Has happened to me before? What, you mean getting married, having a kid, and 10 years later getting a divorce? I mean, actually, yeah, it could have happened to you. I'm sorry if it has. Okay, moving on. I'm sorry you had to deal with that. Maybe it's growing pains. You could be taller by next fall. Not the married part, okay. Elizabeth scoffed. She didn't look impressed by Ma's assessment. I'd rather be my height forever than deal with this. Mom walked over too, leaning against the back of the couch. Kids, they grow up so fast. Soon Elizabeth will have a home of her own, maybe even a nice husband and some kids if she feels like it. Gaspy has a kid. He has a kid? But like being in a relationship, breaking up, and staying good friends. And the distance making us care more for one another. Oh, really? Oh, that's nice. She sniffled loudly and wiped at her eye, but you could tell it was just a bit. You tilted your head, even though you knew Elizabeth liked guys. It was hard to imagine her with a boyfriend or a husband. She only seemed invested in hanging out with her group of friends, not chasing after boys. Ma must agree with you because she shook her head.
No.
Let's not exaggerate. She's still practically a child. But if you overdo pursue romance, Elizabeth, you can come talk to me about it. Definitely. We're always willing to lend an ear. Elizabeth's features contorted in disgust. No way! I am not talking to my moms about that. Mom's jaw dropped. Look at her. And she gasped in an exaggerated display of shock. Her hand came up to rest against her chest. Ma only grinned. She didn't look offended by Elizabeth's quick response at all. It really wouldn't be so bad to come to us. I know what it's like to have a crush on a pretty boy or two. I have only cut communication with one previous partner. The others, I have stayed good friends. Aww, so you've been having healthy relationships. Good for you! I'm happy to hear that. I don't, but I can listen anyways. Mom snorted at her own joke, but while Ma burst into giggles. They were having a little too much fun at Elizabeth's expense. Elizabeth certainly wasn't feeling the amusement because she rolled her eyes and sat up.
Thanks.
I'm going back to my room. I'd rather melt alone, thanks. She strode off towards the staircase, taking the steps two at a time. Your mom stared after her, then turned to each other with raised eyebrows. Oops, looks like we scared her off with all that romance talk.
Well,
Oh well, we'll get her next time. You watched them titter with some surprise. Obviously, obviously your moms liked women, but you had no idea that Ma liked guys too. Today was the first time you'd heard her say something like that. Ma, I always thought you only liked ladies. You like guys too? Ma turned to you, happy to bring you into things now that you'd spoken up. She smiled and nodded. That's right, I like both. But I like your mom most out of everyone. She's special. Ma's smile turned into a soft, oh my god, this is so cute. Ma's smile turned all soft in the corners, like it usually did when she looked at her. She pinched Mom's cheek lightly. Mom reached up to cup a hand over Ma's. Aww. Even when Ma stopped pulling her cheek, their hands remained clasped together.
You're fantastic.
Thanks, Lani. I think most women have charm, but no one can hold a candle to you. Oh, they're both blushing. Oh my god, it's so cute. Ma beamed, then kissed Mom on the cheek. She'd been pitching before. You laughed at their antics. You thought the moment was very sweet. You cringed. No, this is so sweet. You smiled to yourself at the sight. No matter how often your moms expressed their feelings to each other, it was always nice to witness it. Ma looked back to you, letting Mom's hand go with a brief squeeze. She settled down next to you, and Mom followed soon after. You know, I'm also here to listen to you whenever you're ready. That offer isn't just for Elizabeth. She bumped her shoulder with yours, a reassuring smile in place. There's no rush, of course. You can take all the time you need to figure out what or who you want.
It's okay.
Don't think you have to stick with whatever you come up with right now, either. Life's nice like that. It can change and you can learn. Mom nodded her agreement. The two of us are happy to hear you out. And we may be able to relate better than you think. Still, we won't push the topic, at least most of the time. She gave Ma the weakest scathing look possible, while being unable to stop grinning. Thanks, nodded silently. You shrugged. You don't have to worry about it. I'd rather pass on all that. Thanks, I guess. I'll think about it.
Wonderful.
Good. That's all we asked for. Mom let out another exaggerated sniffle. It didn't take a genius to realize it was fake. First, Elizabeth, not you, Orestia. Do you have to grow up? Yes, children tend to do that from time to time. Your parents quickly grew absorbed in their conversation about rearing kids. You took that as your cue to leave, getting up so you could spend some time alone in your room too. They let you go without problem, so you made your way up the stairs. You let out a sigh once you stepped into your room. It was just as sweltering in there as it was in the living room, possibly even a little warmer. You couldn't even open your window since it was hotter outside, and you just let the AC out. You dragged your feet as you crossed the room. You checked your current sweltering condition in the mirror as you passed by. You thought back to the conversation you had downstairs about growing up and all that. After a moment, you stepped a bit closer to the mirror. You stared into it and turned away from the surface to look down at yourself. You were definitely growing, alright. It was weird thinking about how you were now in comparison to what you'd been when you were younger. When it came to your body, it was getting some muscle definition nowadays, was chubby, slender, heavy set? What is that? Sort of scrawny? I don't know the words. Am I getting muscle definition because I'm good at surfing? Am I chubby because I eat so much chocolate? Slender is like being fit, right? Heavy set, I'm not sure what it is. And scrawny? Scrawny, make me think of Adobe. I like the chubby though. Muscle definition of chubby. You know, I'm gonna go for chubby. I like it. Muscle definition is being toned. Yeah, that one I understood. The other ones I didn't understand. Yeah, chubby I understand too. Sorry, I got up to close the window. You shifted to the side, your head still facing forward and continuing the self-evaluation from this viewpoint. Slender is on the skinny range. Oh, Slender is being skinny! Oh, I didn't know! I thought Slender was being fit or something. Okay. Scrawny is being underweight. Oh! Okay. Scrawny is underweight, okay. And the other one was heavyweight. No. Heavy something. Heavy fit? What was it? I forgot. You shifted to the side, your head still facing forward and continuing the self-evaluation from this viewpoint. At birth you were assigned female, and you were born intersex. Ooh. I'm gonna go with female. Your chest was flat now, but that would likely change at least a little as you got even older. You were starting to develop breasts. You already had noticeable boobs. You aimed not to have breasts through hormone therapy. Wow, all the options. was younger, I was kind of like... I think I was the first one in my friends to be getting boobs. And they were all like, ooh, you booby, you booby. I'm going to be a little late this time. I'm only starting to develop breasts. Standing sideways, it was easier to notice the slight increase in that area. What the hell, my phone? No! Okay. You took a step backwards, finished with your impromptu inspection. I had to wear a bra at the age of 8. Oh, I think I got mine I was 10. It was really uncomfortable though. But yeah. Oh, yeah, it sucks wearing bras. It sucks wearing bras, I hate it. You locked eyes with your reflection, cocking your head to the side. All things considered. You thought you looked fantastic. You didn't look too bad. You had no idea how to feel. You were simply natural. You were self-conscious. You just wanted to look different than you did. I've never had to wear one. Well, you can try. It's really uncomfortable. Am I such a positive person in this story? I think I am, because I'm making all the healthy choices. I'm going to say that I look fantastic. You beamed, pleased with what you saw. You even winked for good measure before chuckling at yourself. You shook your head roughly, putting thoughts of what you were turning into out of your mind. This wasn't the time to focus on such things. You had to find something to do in this heat. You shuffled over to your bed, collapsing into the mattress, your brows crunched up in thoughts. Time passed slowly, and to your annoyance, possible ideas about what to do were few and far between. Though since elementary school the other kids would ask if I lifted weights because I had broad shoulders and toned shoulders. Ooh! Do you swim a lot? If you swim a lot, then that makes sense, because you live on an island. You weren't sure how long it had been, but eventually you heard your mom call you from downstairs. Orestia! There's a call for you! Cove wants to come over, is it alright? Ooh! You perked up at the words, sitting up in bed. You yelled back to her immediately, yeah! You got to your feet and headed downstairs, eager to see your friend. You needed to go downstairs soon anyways, because your empty stomach told you it was almost time for lunch. Just as you reached the bottom of the stairs, you saw Mom put the phone back on the receiver. She glanced at Ma, leaning her hips against the kitchen counter. Why are they both blushing? Well, here comes trouble. We better prepare ourselves. Ma clicked her tongue in clear disapproval of Mom's words. He's such a good boy. Cove never wants to cause trouble. He can just be a bit thoughtless and impulsive. Oh, I know. He's very sweet, but that's what makes it more of a problem. If a stranger or some kid from school was egging Orestia on to behave badly, I think we can both agree that she'd do the right thing in the end. It was because part of my course was lifting 3 to 4 bags of chicken feed. That weighed 50 pounds each, like every 3 days. We used to have over 50 chickens when I grew. Whoa! That's the countryside for you. Well, that's good, healthy habits from a young age. That's pretty awesome. But if Cove Holden got into a reckless mood and wanted Orestia to be a part of the ride, can we really be certain of what call she'd make then?
Yes.
Yes, I think so. Orestia helps Cove settle down. You would have gotten himself in even more trouble without her.
Thanks.
You have a point. Ma just laughed. As she turned away, still snorting, her eyes met yours. She blinked in surprise and waved at you with an easy grin. Mom looked over, noticing you at the foot of the stairs as well. Oh, I didn't expect you to come down already, Orestia. I just wanted to let you know what was happening. You pretended you didn't hover there. You called Mom out on her comments. I think I would say something. It's not bad, it's just like, let's have a talk about it. So I kind of have like large pecs because of that. That's good, that's good. Yeah, being a farmer and everything, this is the healthy lifestyle. It's exhausting though, it's really hard. Well, if I hadn't come now, then I wouldn't have heard everything you said.
Ham.
Oh, you got caught, Pam.
What?
What? You were seeing things too? I didn't say anything I wouldn't have told to Orestia directly. Oh, you're unbelievable. You shook your head at your parents, even as you thought a blush when you remembered just what they'd been discussing. Alright, you got me. I'm sorry for being gossipy and saying that about your friends. I can be bad too.
Let's go.
We'll get out of your way now. Mom sighed in mock defeat and made her way down the hall. Ma followed after her with a hushed giggle. Now you were alone in the living room, tasked with waiting for Cove, and that was just fine with you. If it hadn't been so hot outside, you would visited him at his house a long time ago. You took a seat at the kitchen counter and settled in for the wait. As expected, there was a knock on the door a few minutes later. When you got up and answered it, your neighbor was standing on the other side. He came in once you stepped aside to let him pass, giving a little wave. You greeted him as you typically did. With a wave, with a low five, with a nudge on the shoulder, with a noogie, with a hug. Aww. With a noogie, I don't know what that is. A nudge on the shoulder, with a wave. I say hello to people with a wave. You waved back, closing the door behind him with your free hands. Cove sighed and wiped his face a bit. You noted the sheen of sweat across his brow. He must be glad to be back in a air-conditioned place, even if he only had to walk across the street to get here. What's a noogie? You don't know either? Oh my god. Is something going on? Why do you want to come over? I don't want to do anything, not when it's like this. He gestured vaguely to the humid hair hanging around. I thought I could at least do nothing with you. Aww. You thought that was really sweet. How do you know I was doing nothing? Maybe I had plans. You nodded. That made sense to you. I was thinking the exact same thing. Yeah, that makes sense. You might have done the same thing. Have you had lunch yet? I was gonna do it soon. He shook his head.
Not really.
I haven't really felt like eating because of the heat. I probably should have lunch. I didn't have breakfast this morning. Aw. Playfully, aggressively rubbing your knuckles on someone's head? Huh? That's... okay, why not? I'm glad I didn't go for that. Why would you do the knuckles on someone's head? That must hurt. Anyways, it's weird. It's often seen as annoying. Well, I'm glad I didn't do it. Yeah, I get like that sometimes too. You should really eat properly. You didn't eat at all? You gotta have something now. Great, we can eat lunch together. Yeah, let's eat lunch together. Cove nodded, looking content with your suggestion. Okay, cool. As one, you headed into the kitchen. You crossed your arms as you glanced around, wondering what you should scrounge up for a meal. I don't want to eat anything that's warmed up. Is there something cold or not cooked? Yeah. After a bit of back and forth, the two of you concluded that you should raid the fridge and cabinet in order to make sandwiches. With that settled, you had planned to decide on the outside layer first. There was a wide variety to choose from, since everyone in your house had their own favorites. There was white bread, with bread. There was white bread, wheat bread, sourdough, mixed grain, gluten-free bread, and pita pockets. Ooh, I like it! Could you take the grain one for me? Sure! You reached for the mixed grain, and then made your decision. Ooh, lettuce wrap. Cinnamon swirled? Nah, lettuce gluten-free not so much. I love the mixed grain though. Oh, I don't know what to choose and I'm hungry too. You know what? All I have here is rye bread, so I'm going to go with that. You pulled out the rye bread too, setting both items onto the counter. Then you had to decide what main direction the sandwich would go in. You wanted to make the sweeter style of sandwich. You wanted to make a tree savory. Yeah, let's make it savory. I like potato bread. You can make bread with potato. You teach me so much about food, Geonax. Got no idea what that is. I like potatoes and bread. Me too, Rose, me too. Okay, let's make a savory one. I want veggies in it. Something savory would make it feel like a real meal. As for the specific ingredients. Wow! Oh my god, I love everything in here! Potato bread is sweet and yummy. Oh, I never tried it. Okay, how many ingredients can I? Okay, we're gonna have hummus. We're gonna have avocado, lettuce too. We've got hummus, avocado, French toast with potato bread is amazing. I wish I could try that. Okay, and I'm gonna go with tomatoes. I always put tomatoes in my sandwiches. And red onions because it's delicious. And then it's a little too much. Okay. Yeah, it's a little too much. Okay. And then I move on to condiments. But if I have hummus, I don't need condiments. For the finishing touch, you're intending to top your sandwich with mustard, mayonnaise, pesto, hot sauce. I'm gonna put a little bit of hot sauce, but because there is already hummus, I don't need to add anything else to it. And salt and pepper. Okay, that was it. You nodded to yourself with a quiet hum, satisfied. The two of you bustled around the kitchen, and I'm so happy, by the way. They remembered I was a vegetarian, so there was only vegetarian options. It's so cool. The two of you bustled around the kitchen, opening and closing things in order to collect everything you needed for your individual sandwiches. You focused intently on assembling your own, for the most part. When you were close to being done, though, you glanced over at your neighbor. Cove was putting his sandwich together delicately, his brow furrowed and tongue sticking out just barely. There were open jars of peanut butter and honey near his plates, as well as a banana peel. Oh my gosh, he's going for this kind. This is not a healthy meal. So he was making peanut butter, banana, and honey sandwich on mixed grain bread. That sounds great. That sounds great. Maybe you'd have one yourself at a different time, but without the honey, because I don't like honey. Curiosity satiated, you turned back to your plate and finished your own creation. By the time you were done, Cove had already cleaned up his workstation. He turned to face you, studying your sandwich briefly. A small smile tugged on the corner of his mouth. You guessed he didn't look inedible to him, at least. Done? Yeah. Cool. He waited as you quickly returned the ingredients and cleaned a few utensils. Then the two of you collected your respective plates. You both agreed to head up upstairs to hang out in your room. You and Cove entered your bedroom while balancing your food on the plates. Nothing fell, so it was a successful trip. Cove took a seat on the ground, stretching out on the hardwood floor in an attempt to keep a bit cooler. He immediately took a big bite of his sandwich, chewed, then hummed happily. His sandwich is really good. At least that's something. At this point, you sat down and started your own sandwich. You nodded. You were enjoying yours too. Yeah, it was amazing. Obviously, you were a pro at making sandwiches. I am. He leaned back on his hands while chewing and glanced around. His every movement was sluggish. Wanna do something? He seemed the plan was of not doing something at all already worn thin, despite his lack of enthusiasm. Like what? He rolled his head back, looking up at the ceiling. What about tic-tac-toe? You laughed at the suggestion but went along with it. Yeah, neither of you had much energy to do something more taxing. You grudgingly humored him. You thought it was a nice idea? Sure, why not? You know what? Better than nothing. Yeah, neither of you had much energy for something more taxing. You put your plate to the side and pulled out some markers and scrap papers. As you laid everything on the floor, he scooted back to make more room in front of you. Cove picked up one of the markers with his right hand, while keeping a half slice of sandwich in his left.
All right.
I wanna be X, so you can go first. Oh, I forgot to do the voice. I wanna be X, so you can go first. I think that's fair. Okay, that works for me. You prepared to note down your first move, your marker hovering over the paper. Of course, in the middle. I'm the one playing. After the first round, you were about to take another bite of your sandwich when a thought occurred to you. I wonder if anyone turned off the TV downstairs. The TV. It was on earlier, but no one was really watching. Then everyone started leaving the living room. I know I didn't turn it off. I might still be on downstairs with no one there. Cove smiled crookedly at that. Poor show. Playing with no one around to enjoy it. What was it? You squinted off into the middle distance, trying to recall the show's name. I feel like it was some kind of crime-solving drama. Cove nodded sleepily, his eyes closed. He opened again with some effort. Can you give any specifics? Maybe I can guess it. Well... You rested your chin on your open palm, groggily thinking as hard as you could. I remember there was a woman with long blonde hair, I think? She was the one solving crimes, like as a detective or something. There were scenes in a police station, 'cause someone got arrested. You lapsed into silence, the both of you thoughtful, then Cove chuckled. It wasn't that funny, but you joined in the laughter anyways. I don't know what that show is. Me neither, and I just saw it. Okay, I'm gonna go here. Another round came and went, and Cove grumbled as he readjusted himself. His features were twisted in a grimace. Ugh, I feel so sticky. Ugh, I'm gonna be stuck to the floor forever now. I'll have to charge your rent here. You may be my new roomie if you want. Looks like we're both stuck here forever, then I'm sticky too. No way, I'll peel you off if I have to. I'll peel you off if I have to. You can't do that. Why not? If you do, my skin won't budge. I'll just be stuck to your floor. You'll tear me in half. Bones? Oh, I've never watched that show. Any of the left side spot gets you a win. Really? You stuck your tongue out, disgusted, and Cove huffed a short laugh. Then you returned to the game. Oh yeah! I'm gonna go here. I won! Cove spoke up once more, catching your attention. He was peering down at the piece of paper between you, his expression thoughtful. You know, tic-tac-toe is such a weird name for a game. What does it even mean? Maybe they named that because people played it tick and tax? I've always wondered about that. I'll have to look it up later. It's already an old game, no one's sure where that came from. You know what? I'm gonna go with that. Really? Nobody knows? Not for sure. Whoa. Cove sounded impressed that you knew that piece of trivia. You sat up straighter under a weight of a stare. And here we go! I won! Hee hee! Oop, you won. Were you even trying? Not really. He smiled at you in an amused way. Aw, look at him! Oh, charming and everything. You somehow weren't surprised by that, despite Cove being the one who suggested the game in the first place. He started to yawn, his hand coming up to cover his mouth. It quickly transitioned into a small laugh. You understood why. Yawning just as he said he was feeling disinterested was a kind of funny coincidence. You laughed along with Cove. Well, you should have taken the challenge more seriously. You're the one who wanted to play it in the first place. I'm still a winner, and you're the loser. You shook your head at him. You know what? I'm just gonna laugh. Cove just grinned and flopped into his back, leaving his marker on the floor beside him. You stayed seated, looking at your friend over as he stretched himself out. You really are so tall now. Cove snickered a bit at the random topic. He propped himself up into his elbows and met your gaze. Why are you even bringing that up? You shrugged. It made perfect sense to you to bring it up. My moms were talking about me and Elizabeth growing up, getting bigger, and stuff. What kind of stuff? Well, Mom only likes women, and Ma likes women too, but not just women. Yeah? Since the two of you were engaged in conversation, Cove got back into a sitting position. He brought a knee up and rested his arm on top of it. A wistful expression overtook his face. I wonder when I'll know how I feel about that kind of things. You don't know? Cove shook his head. I've heard at some point you're supposed to start liking types of people, guys or girls or whoever.
I don't
But
know.
I haven't. Nothing's changed. Maybe I have grown. I have to grow up more. Maybe you just don't like anybody. Or maybe you like all types of people. That's normal too. Cove seemed to appreciate that thought, if the smile that appeared on his lips was any indication. Okay, what about you? Who do you like? He turned his attention to you, looking encouraging. You were starting to have physical attraction in a general way. You only seemed to feel physical attraction to specific cases and situations. You didn't really have a physical interest in other people. You didn't think you could tell if you had an interest in people physically. What am I supposed to say? What am I supposed to say? I think this will be like this yeah, that will have an impact for the rest of the story. You were starting to have physical interaction in a general way? Or you only seem to feel physical attraction in specific cases and situations? You didn't really have a physical interest in other people. You didn't think you could tell. You know what? I don't think I can tell. Yeah, I don't think I can tell. Yeah. But specifically when it came to how you felt toward boys, they're really asking the hard questions. You found them attractive, you thought you'd be happy to be with a guy someday. You found them attractive, but you hadn't thought about being with a guy. You weren't physically interested, but you'd be happy to have a romantic relationship with a guy. You weren't interested in guys. You generally weren't interested in guys, but there were special exceptions. Maybe I'm gonna make exceptions? Or maybe gonna go with this one. And how you felt toward girls. How do I feel towards the girls? Yeah, probably can make exceptions. For people who hunt exclusively male or females, I will make exceptions too. You returned your attention to Cove. He was waiting patiently for your response. I'm gonna explain it to him if I can. He nodded understandingly at your attempt to describe how you felt. Then he scratched the back of his head, sheepish.
I'm not really sure how we ended up talking about all that when we started out just playing tic-tac-toe. But it was good, I think. It's awkward. The conversation has a mind of its own. Cove chuckled a little bashfully. He glanced around, clearly scrambling for something else to say. So, have you gotten to make any progress on your hard work recently?
Yeah, actually. I'm really glad you brought it up.
The conversation took a light turn after that, and it felt like you got closer that afternoon.
Finally, the blazing sun began to set.
To your relief, the air cooled down a bit as a result. You pulled yourself off the floor, as did Cove, with some minor complaints. You both stretched your arm groaning and yawned into your hands. You glanced out your window briefly, taking in the soft reds, pinks, and purples of the late afternoon sky. Somehow you had made it through this scorching hot day in one piece. Cove turned towards you, motioning towards your window with his chin. Wanna go outside? It might be better out there now that... Blah, it might be better out there than it is here now.
Sounds good. I could really use some fresh air.
The two of you took your time heading downstairs. You stopped briefly to grab a drink of water, then continued on your way.
Sunset at the beach is great. I know, sunset at the beach is the best.
You stepped outside one after the other, your destination being the familiar hills behind your house.
Oh, what a nice view!
This time of the day, it was quiet outside. The flowers blew gently on the wind, petals trembling but stubbornly hanging in the air. You felt the breeze cool your heated skin and relaxed your shoulders. Cove closed his eyes, releasing a deep breath.
I wouldn't know. Oh, Rose. I hope someday you can go. Can't you take a summer holiday? The beach is really nice. It's such a different feeling. The air is different because it carries different type of things. Oh, hi, I'm back. Oh, it's good. Okay. You're not dying of boredom anymore? I hope you got a cure. I would have been happy to entertain you if you had stayed around. But yeah, experiencing the beach and the ocean, it's a complete different experience. It's so wonderful. I really hope you can go, Rose. You're not dying anymore? I'm happy to hear that.
I really love it out here.
I do too. You do too? That's surprising. Your opinion sure has changed since you first... Yeah, quietly. I'm just gonna quietly enjoy the moment.
Cove smiled. It was clear that he was enjoying it too. A bit passed, but his gaze didn't stray from your home. His voice was impossibly soft when he spoke up again. Glad I met you, Orestia. You're really important to me, you know.
Oh, you blushed. If I feel the same. It's nice of you to say. That's an option. I loved seeing the ocean at night, especially flying over it with a clear sky. That's beautiful night. Like all my friends here. Aww. Yeah, the ocean in the evening is really nice, but completely at night when it's so dark outside, I don't know. But in the evening it's great. I love it. Smile silently? You're being too sweet! You're special to me, Cove. I'm gonna smile silently because I don't know what else to do.
The two of you seemed kind of silly, standing and staring at each other, but you didn't care. The two of you looked over into each other's eyes. Nothing more needed to be said.
My god, Cove blushed silently. I don't wanna be blushing though. I don't wanna be blushing. That's embarrassing after all.
Even as the sun disappeared completely and the skies darkened, you and Cove remained side by side for as long as you possibly could.
Aww.
That was the growing one? Oh my god. Yeah, you know, I'm gonna go with the emotes too. This is me right now. That was so cute. That was so cute. Oh my gosh, Rose, if I could, I would take you to the ocean right now. The ocean is my favorite place. Okay, let's go for a road trip. Even though you were awake, the sun had barely peeked its head above the horizon, and the sky above was still dark, though lightening by the minute. Usually, you wouldn't be up so early, especially during summer vacation, but today was different. Today, instead of the lazy days you were used to, everything around you was a flurry of activity as both your family and Coves prepared for what lay ahead. Ooh, we're going to all together, okay. Because parked in the street just outside your house was a massive RV camper. So big you couldn't even see Cove's house behind it. His parents had rented the RV for a few days to take him on a short road trip to see the Redwood National Park. I've always wanted to see the Redwood National Park! Oh my gosh, what? There is a spot in the island where the ocean comes from two different sides, and there is a river that ends there too. You can walk out a bit almost as if walking on water. And when you reach the right spot, you see no land. It's like standing in the middle of the ocean. And at night, with a full moon, it is such a beautiful view. Oh my god! It's like you live in a fairy tale, Geonax. You gotta take care of the chickens, you gotta take care of the fish, and there's doggies, and there's Nebula, and there's the ocean. You live in a fairy tale. And you have a magical garden too. That's so nice. Yeah, that sounds awesome. You glanced at Cove, who was standing nearby, taking in the scene in front of him. I'm surrounded by corn. I love corn. I love corn! It's because I'm a hobbit. Oh, you live in the Shire? So where this special spot? It's corn. It's in the Shire. I love corn though. You glanced at Cove, who was standing nearby, taking in the scene in front of him. The prospect of this trip had to be a mixed bag for him, but it was only 3 days, so it seemed he was dealing with it as best as he could. Now you want to take the corn too? First you take the cake, now you take the corn. Oh, you're being very greedy. Especially now that you and your family were joining them. You weren't sure how exactly it had happened. You knew your parents and Cove spoke to each other often, and somewhere along the way plans were made after Cliff offered to share the space. Puerto Rico, a beach between Fajardo and Luquillo on the north of East Coast. Okay, I did my best. Might have to escape with my wife there and take her there on a romantic walk. But what are your 6 kids gonna do? You said the first name right, Willie? Luquillo. Okay. It's really hard to say. The parents all thought it was a fantastic idea. You had already gotten a good look inside while helping to load everything in, and you had to admit that while it was a really big car, fitting that many people inside was going to be snug. Survive till we get back. Okay, that's a good thing. You have to teach them survival.
Let's go.
Movie diluted, kiddo. Mom bustled past with a cooler in one hand and a large bottle of water under the other. She was upbeat for this early in the morning. Independence. Ma, however, oh, she's so cute. Ma, however, seemed to be on the other side of the wavelength. She followed behind her wife, dragged her feet on every step. I'm going to need a whole jug of coffee once we hit the road. You could relate to Ma, it was way too early. Personally, you were as raging as your mom. You felt like you were a middle ground in between the two. Yeah, let's be the middle ground. You just tried to keep up and took in some deep breath. The air was still a little damp from dew, but you didn't mind it. And then, on the other end of the chain came your sister. She had a bone to pick before her trip officially started. Her rattling of critics added some level of normalcy to everything new going on. I don't get why I can't sleep in the bed tonight. Orestia is the youngest, and I'll never fall asleep in that loft. We're trying to make things fair on everyone. If you want to play the older card, you should be offering to take the loft both nights. It's important for a big sibling to make sacrifices for their younger ones. Elizabeth huffed, not happy with that answer in the slightest, and folded her arms, leaning back against the side of the RV. The trip plans had been nailed down prior. The sleeping arrangement included. Elizabeth still held on to her objections with them. There was a main area of the RV with a couch, loft, and some floor space. At the end of the car was a room with a large bed. Your moms were sharing the bed. Kara was on the couch, and father and son intended to sleep on the floor. The adults determined you and Elizabeth would switch between the small loft above the driver's seat and sharing the bed with moms. You were fine with the arrangement. You were excited to sleep in a loft. You felt sharing the bed with your parents was gonna be awkward. You were looking forward to a sleepover with your moms. You weren't too happy either, but didn't want to make a fuss. You thought it was unfair that Cove had to sleep on the floor. Oh, okay, those are all the options. What do we feel like? I don't think it's unfair to be sleeping on the floor. I mean, hope they have mats or something. But yeah. I mean, Cliff and Kyla, they can't really be sleeping together, given that they are not together. And like, I don't know, I think it's just Cliff is probably forcing him to be polite, but also I feel like he would be polite and he wouldn't want anyone else to be sleeping on the floor. So, I think I might be fine with the arrangement. To be honest, I don't really care. I think I would be happy to be sleeping with my moms either way. Because Elizabeth is such a... yeah, she can be quite annoying about stuff. I'm just gonna be fine. I don't like arguments. As long as you had a place to rest your head of some description, it didn't bother you. Alright, you lot. Does everyone has everything they need? I spelled that horribly low. But what, independence? That's okay, I still got you. I got you all, I understand. Independence! Oh, you're still not there. That's okay, all. It's okay. Don't struggle. It's gonna be fine. There we go. Good job. You can have a cookie now. We're heading out in 5 minutes. Now's the time to double check. You don't want to forget something important. Yeah, I feel stupid now. Why would you? It's fine. It's only us here, no one else saw. Don't worry. At the word, Elizabeth yelped and dashed back into the house, her bedhead hair bouncing behind her as she went. Ma came over and gave you a smile, sitting her hands on her hip. How about you, Orestia? Why is that character blushing now? She wants you. That's my mommy! What are you talking about? It's mom! Do you have all your clothes packed? Toiletries, deodorant, floss, anything else you can think of? Or she's drunk. She's not drunk! She's just super cute! What the hell? You were confident you had it all. You weren't sure about that. I'm pretty confident I've got everything. I'm pretty prepared. I watch too much anime? Probably, yeah. Wanting to make sure everything was organized and ready to go, you had to pack the night before and set your alarm too. Yep, I'm good. That's great. We'll have to wait for the ones who weren't as organized, but we'll be heading off shortly. She's so pretty. With a few minutes left to spare before leaving, you mentally went over what you had packed before the trip. Clothes, a pillow and blanket, usual day-to-day gear for most people. You also had more personal things, such as, I can... Portal game, you know what, I don't know. We're going to a national park, maybe I'm not gonna be bringing my console. Definitely pencils and paper, because I want to be drawing. You had to be prepared in case you saw something to sketch at the park, or if you had to write anything down, or if you needed to pass time just doodling. What else? Favorite stuffed animal? You know what? No, I might lose it. A couple of things to read. A bag of makeup? No, that's not me. A bowl, my camera, an MP3. Definitely music! I bring music! With so much time going to be spent driving in a car, you wanted to make sure you'd be able to have some music to put on. My camera too. Apparently I don't have a phone, so I'm gonna bring a camera. It was just a little pocket camera you had gotten from your mom's, but you couldn't miss the opportunity to take some new snaps. And I guess that's gonna be it. I'm not gonna have time to read anyways. That was it. Hey, let me take that for you, Orestia. I'll stow it in the RV. There's a few spots left. It'll fit. You let Kara take your bag and gave her a grateful smile. With nothing left to do, you watched the others getting ready for the trip. Kara and Cliff seemed to have the most energy of anyone. They were finishing packing the suitcases away while your moms had gone to lock up the house. They high-fived whenever another one got crammed into the storage compartment of the vehicle. This is weird! Why are they high-fiving? But they have a weird dynamic. Even though your own parents were more low-key than Cove's, you could tell they were both excited for the trip. It had been a while since your family had been anywhere together. Elizabeth skipped toward the RV, a bag slung over her shoulder, and you were surprised to see she seemed more optimistic about the whole ordeal now. Usually, she wasn't one to exit the confines of her room unless it was for TV or food or to leave her family behind to be with friends. You would have thought 3 whole days packed in the RV with 6 others would be too much for her, but it was a nice surprise. You supposed any vacation was better than no vacation in her mind. Cove had been pretty quiet so far and, more than anything, seemed to be overwhelmed by the situation. You were excited. Of course I'm excited! You weren't excited. You were eager to get to the destination. You were curious about the RV. You didn't feel much either way about the plans. Am I eager? I'm really happy to be going to a national park. I'm gonna just stay generally excited. Here we go. It was great to get away and explore new places. Soon the miscellaneous remaining tasks had all been wrapped up. Everyone piled into the RV. It was officially time for the trip to start. And it did. Cliff took to the first shift driving. He cautiously navigated the massive car out of the narrow neighborhood streets. It was touch and go for the first part of the journey. Your moms and Kyra were all huddled at the front, trying to get a view of how much space they had on each side. There was a sense of relief when the first long leg of the trip was hit, and the RV would only need to go down one stretch of highway for miles. The mom group cleared out the driver's area, leaving Cove's dad to it, taking more comfortable seats around the main cabin. You felt like you could finally relax now too. Time slipped by as morning faded away. Before you realized it, the engine for the RV came to a stop, but only halted for a few moments as Cliff climbed out from the driver's seat and Mom took over. Ma was sitting shotgun, giving Mom a quick tutorial on the controls, as it was her first time driving anything this large. Cliff groaned as he headed towards the rest of you, stretching his arms above his head and loosening up his muscles. We're making good progress. Yeah, maybe you should take a nap in the backup for a while. This was a long haul you just did, and I know you're under less sleep than usual. Cliff waved his hand, that trademark grin of him slipping into place. I don't need sleep. I still got a few miles into the whole tank. He flexed an arm, showing off his muscles to drive the point about how resilient he was home, and Kyra rolled her eyes in amusement. I'm gonna drink a little bit more of water. Dad, everybody has to sleep. Cove shook his head at the tough guy act, though Cliff simply chuckled and ruffled his son's hair.
So,
Are you going to be driving again anytime soon, Mr. Holden? I want to know so I can prepare. Did anyone pack some rope? I might need it. There is no seatbelt up here. Elizabeth called down from where she was lounging in the loft above the driving compartment. She was laying on her back, her hair falling over the side and swinging around as the RV started up again and took off down the road. A bag of potato chips was balanced on Elizabeth's stomach, and she tossed a couple in her mouth, right as Cliff held a hand to his chest, pretending to be offended by the remark. Kyra laughed, lied her away. Lucky for all of us, we have enough adults to cover the shifts today. He won't be driving again until tomorrow. You stayed quiet? You shook your head at the ribbing? Phew, that's a relief. Just enough time to write up my last will and testament. We shouldn't gang up on the poor guy. It's not his driving I'm worried about. No, let's do that. We shouldn't gang up on the poor guy. Thank you. At least someone here is on my side. Yeah, I always side with the lonely person. Mom then sat back in her seat to join in the conversation, a playful smile tilting her lips. What I'm more worried about is this whole monster getting us there and back again before falling apart. It looks as tough. It looks as though it was built in the early 90s. Oh my god. It must be older than some of the occupants. That's just the aesthetic of the decor. It's not that old, I think. Did you ask what year the model was before you rented it? Kara wrinkled her nose in thought. Yes, I did. And just remember what the answer was. Cliff chuckled at her, while the rest of you let out a collective sigh. The RV lurched a little bit. Oh, I'm sorry, I really have a hard time. Okay, it's almost the end of today's trip. Let's power through. The RV lurched a little as it picked up speed, and you held onto the ladder to the loft to keep your balance. You felt something graze the top of your head before the weight settled on your pink hair. When you tilted your chin up carefully to look, you heard the rustling of the bag of chips and realized Elizabeth had rested the end of it on your head. She gestured to the opening, silently offering to share a snack. You took a handful. I'm gonna take an apple. Reaching up, you scooped up some chips. After that, the weight of the pack left your scalp. You happily munched away as the conversation continued on, and you got closer and closer to your destination. The day flew by, with the group of you chatting, playing games and passing the time together before finally arriving at the park and setting up for the night. Ma was closing the windows while everyone got ready for bed, saying goodnight to the others as she made her way to the back room. You had all had dinner together while still driving, and some hours after had arrived at your destination and found a spot to park in for the rest of your stay. Giving a look across the front of the RV, you noticed almost everyone here was already dozing off where they were, with Cove having completely fallen asleep curled up into the passenger seat. He must have done so while Kara was driving the last leg, and they had decided not to disturb him. Kara herself was the only one up there who was still awake, flipping through the magazine next to a portable light from her spot on the couch. He'd seen Mr. Holden needed to sleep despite his claims. You followed your mom into the back room and closed the door behind you before clawing onto the bed between them. It was a queen-size bed, so there was enough space for the three of you together without too much squishing. Get a good rest, Orestia. We've got a big day ahead of us tomorrow.
That's fantastic.
I'm looking forward to the bushwalk in the morning. It's been a long time since I was out in nature like this. There will be plenty for us to see. You stayed awake for a little while longer while your moms whispered about the park and forest in general. With the sound of their voices in the background, eventually you nodded off to sleep. That sounds like an awesome trip though! The next morning, you were up bright and early, preparing for the day ahead. I have slept well. You fell asleep before you knew it and had woken up rested. Ma whined a bit about the firmness of the matrix, but Mom had only encouraged her to enjoy the trip while she could. While looking for a spot to get ready, you had some trouble finding a space of your own as the others were doing the same thing. Cove was perched on top of the counter, brushing his hair and tucking up his leg every time someone wanted to move past. The parents were checking, double-checking, triple-checking that you had everything, to the point where you had stopped listening to them altogether. You knew you wouldn't be returning to the RV at all that day, but by the look of it, the backpacks that were packed up and ready to go, you doubted anything was missing from them. It didn't take much longer until you all exited the RV in a bustle of headed into the Redwood National Park. Oh my god! Wow. Cove had his head tilted upward, the canopy of trees, his eyes wide as he took in the massive trunks on either side of you. You knew that the redwood trees were considered the tallest trees on Earth, but you weren't prepared for exactly how huge they would be in person.
Come on.
Smile, you two! You spent just in time for Kara to snap a picture of you and Cove together, before she pointed her camera at Cliff, trying to get a shot despite his weak protest that she should just enjoy the moment. So how's everyone doing? I don't think I asked that. Well, Rosie's sleepy. Geonex, I think he's doing okay. I'm super good. I'm having a great time here with this story. How about you? Are you still... Are you done with work, by the way? Have you been to any national parks? I really enjoyed my national parks. One of my favorite hobbies. Your parents were walking behind the group a little while with Mom telling Ma some information she had read about the park in a brochure. What time is it where are you at? And I'm still here for another 30 minutes. Well, it is some kind of a time, that's for sure. But out here on Jupiter, it's not as simple as what it looks like on Earth. Yeah, so I wouldn't bother about it. So you still have to work for another 30 minutes. Okay, that's good then. It's almost the end of the day. Then you'll go home to your 6 kids and wife. Ma listened happily while looking around and taking in the sights, every now and then asking a question or making a joke about something Mom had said. You smiled at them, thinking your mom must have read a lot of pamphlets to know so much about the park. Yes, Mom, lol, home is good. Are you saying your home is good? 40
45 minutes left. Yay, Rose, it's almost over. Oh, maybe my stream will be finishing right on time for you to go home. Maybe you should come and work here as a tour guide if you know so much about the place. Elizabeth teased, earning a squeeze on. Elizabeth teased, earning a squeeze on the nose from your mom. She seemed to be enjoying herself, but you thought that might just be because she was amused by everyone else's reactions. Yes, I'm in awe. Am I fascinating? Oh my gosh, am I in awe or am I fascinated? I'm in a good mood too, though. You're what? No, it's not true. I'm not embarrassed with what tourists. No. Oh, I don't know what to choose. I am in awe. But I am fascinating. I am in awe too. In awe. Okay, let's go with in awe. Thank you for helping. Surrounding you on either side, the enormous trees shoot up into the sky, the sunlight peeking through their canopy and speckling the path in front of you. The sheer side of the woods made you feel like a tiny ant bustling along through the forest. The adults had decided on some casual nature walks, rather than any serious hiking, and you strolled along at your own pace, taking in the scenery. Elizabeth sped up a little, smirking at Cove as she fell into place between the two of you, and immediately you could tell by her expression she was gonna say something taunting. I can't believe our families are actually on vacation together. She threw her arms out, speaking with a genuine sense of bewilderment. I would have joked about something like this happening, but now I'm not sure I want to give them any more ideas. Cove smiled at her, even if it was a little awkwardly, and continued walking along. Just watch, next year they'll be talking about their next new amazing idea. She put on a fake voice deeper than her own. We would just sell both our houses and move in together. That's such an anime trope. Think of how much we'd save on the mortgage. Look at his face, oh my god. It was clear that Elizabeth was being sarcastic. Cove simply shook his head, not really bothered by her. You suppose he was used to this by this point. But seriously, they really do act like we're a single family, just because we live across the street from each other. Elizabeth gave you and Cove a look, her eyes glinting with mischief as she leered at you.
Yeah.
Maybe one day we'll be related, legally anyways. She said it as though she was gossipy old lady. Maybe. I guess you and me could get married, Elizabeth. Wait, what? What? Elizabeth? What? Me? Yeah, that way Orestia would have to be my sister-in-law. That would be fun. What? He's thinking of me as a sister-in-law? That's so cute. Elizabeth stuck her tongue out at Cove, as if the very idea were ridiculous. You told her to get it out already. Cove has a point. It wasn't a great comment. I'll marry you, Cove. You ignored Elizabeth. You were embarrassed. I'm ignoring her. You said nothing, choosing to let your sister prattle onto her heart's content. You knew from years of experience that the best way to annoy Elizabeth was by not giving her any attention at all. Are you even listening? Huh? Did you say something? She huffed at you for that one. The day continued on, with plenty to see and experience. You passed a few different activities that you would have liked to try out if you had the time, such as kayaking and rock climbing, but Ma said that would have to wait for another trip. There was a little stream during the walk that you sat beside and set out a picnic for lunch, nibbling on a selection of fruit, sandwiches and chips. Various birds flew by overhead, and you made a game out of guessing the species that were hanging out in the trees nearby. You even managed to get a couple of them right, including the kingfisher that grabbed half of Cliff's sandwich. He got his sandwich sniped. Okay, you were glad you got to do this in the end. You were disappointed? Oh no! You thought the long trip wasn't worth
But only one day? Oh. You had more fun hanging out in the RV? You hadn't had a good time with this trip. Well, no, it's still nice that we got there, but like, a bit disappointed that it's only one day. Yeah, only one day. There was so much here, and you felt like you'd need a whole week, maybe even more, to experience it all. You sighed it quietly to yourself, wondering if you'd get the chance to come back. Your group made it back to camp just as the sun was setting in the sky, and the stars were appearing one by one. Everyone had enjoyed different parts of it most. You traded stories of what you thought, while there were still. I'm sorry. Let's start over. You traded stories of what you thought while you were eating dinner. Then afterwards, you pitched in to help clean up. You, along with Elizabeth and Cove, got to head back to the RV early and spend some time together while the parents stayed outside longer. It was nice to have a space to yourself after the cramped journey there, and while Elizabeth had locked herself in the back room with her headphones, you and Cove were left in the main lounge area. You headed up to the loft to relax on your own. You hang out with Cove. Let's hang out together! We might as well get comfortable. Who knows how long they'll be out for. You took a seat on the sofa while Cove sat down on the other end, tapping his finger against his knees. You know, I hardly ever see you wearing a jacket, especially in summer.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I like wearing a few layers as possible. It's easier that way. I'd rather be cold than extra hot, and it's kind of a pain to carry extra clothes around. My parents made me bring this jacket. I'm the same way. I don't mind either way. I love wearing layers. I love layers and accessories too. I hate wearing layers, but I hate being cold, so I've got to layer. Well, gonna get ready to go here. So if you're on still when I get home, see you then. If not, I'll see you tomorrow. Or if stream lost sometimes. Sure. Well, I don't know if I'll still be here when you go home, so have a very lovely evening and thank you for stopping by. I will be there tomorrow and I'll be happy to see you on your stream someday. Bye bye! I'm gonna say I don't mind either way. I just rest depending on the weather, or how I'm feeling at the time. Cove smiled lightly at you and nodded. I've noticed. Awesome, see you later people, bye bye! Bye bye! You changed the subject. You asked him what you like to see other wear. Yeah, let's talk about fashion. Hey, what kind of things do you think are nice to see on other people? Cove's eyes widened at the question, and his defensive reply seemed to slip out before it had the chance to have a proper think about it. Nothing. What? That was funny. You laughed out loud, and Cove gave you a dry look. Come on, that was not what I meant. You composed yourself and sat up straighter, all traces of laughter disappearing from your face. Answer with what you mean then. Isn't there anything at all you think look good when you see it on someone? Cove mumbled under his breath, and you couldn't quite catch the word. He was having a difficult time with the subject. It was a topic that made him uncomfortable, so you let it go. You had a little fun, and that was enough. You changed the subject. You're not very good at these conversations, are you? I swear I won't make fun of you. I just thought it would be fun to talk about. Well, yeah, I just thought it would be fun to talk about. What's wrong with talking about fashion? You hadn't intended for this to sour the mood. What's with his face? Cove sighted and looked down at his lap. While he was fidgeting with his hands, still reluctant to give an answer. I don't know. You made an unimpressed sound over how this was going. Are you sure? Fine, I guess. I kind of like ankle bracelets. Ankle bracelets! Yeah, everyone can wear a pretty bracelet. Wrist ones are cool too, but they're pretty normal. There's something fun or flirty about ankle bracelets. Oh, it's cute. It's more special or something. I I don't know how to explain it. Cove brushed his look at his goofy smile. Cove brushed his knuckles against his cheek awkwardly, seemingly unsure where to go from here. Thanks for the answer, I like them too. Huh, out of everything in the world you picked that. So you think they're sexy? No, I'm gonna say I like them too. Cove smiled at you, happy to hear he wasn't the only one who felt that way. When he said nothing else, you took a moment to gather your own thoughts. You had to get an anklet on ASAP. Maybe you'd wear an anklet more now. Maybe you wouldn't wear an anklet so often. You thought about buying an anklet for your own. You were happy to hear more about Cove, but didn't really change anything. Yeah, that's not gonna change much. I'm not really about accessories, I'm not gonna stop now. Cove's opinion hadn't had an impact on your own thoughts on the accessory. Cove looked away again, feeling awkward about this. But what, he wanted me to wear one? You gave him an understanding look, and soon enough he was smiling like normal again. Oh yeah! Well, now you have to answer too. What do you like for another person? Oh! I don't have much, I don't know. What do I like? Muscles, pretty hair, glasses, blue eyes. That's really reducing though. I don't really care whether there's muscles or not. Pretty hair, that's really vague. I mean, I guess it's better to have okay hair rather than I don't know, hair. I don't know, glasses? I don't mind glasses. Blue eyes? Yeah, but that's really reducing though. Okay, let's go with, because it's true that blue eyes are beautiful, but that's unfair. Blue eyes are the most unfair thing in the world, because only a few people get to have them, and they're so pretty and it's unfair. Glasses are pretty hair for me? Really? I'm gonna go with blue eyes, but that's still unfair. Cove chuckled as though you had said something highly amusing. You have blue eyes, Rose? That's so unfair! That's so unfair! You're part of the unfair people! Having blue eyes is so unfair. Good luck. I hope you find someone. With that, the topic abruptly dropped off. Cove officially had no more to say on it. The parents all arrived soon after, each of them climbing into the RV and finding some place to sit and rest their legs. Elizabeth, having heard the commotion, came out from the room for the first time since arriving and joined you all. I know you have one blue eye at least. Yeah, because you have different colored eyes, Rose. Bedtime arrived within a blink of an eye. As the group hunkered down for the night, your mom did a final round to be sure nothing had been left behind. She explained that Cliff was going to start driving early in the morning, like on the first day, but would be letting everyone else in the group sleep. There wouldn't be a need for all of them to get up. Now was the time to check you hadn't left anything outside. You, as well as everyone else, were confident you had all packed up inside the RV, which meant it was time to get some rest before the journey home tomorrow. There's blue in green. That's true. Plus, usually when people have green eyes, depending on the lighting, it changes color a little bit. Your moms and Elizabeth said goodnight, heading to the back room while you climbed up to the loft. Cove and his family got situated below in the previously set arrangement. You tried to get comfortable as a million thoughts were running through your mind. It was hard to believe that the trip was practically over, and before you knew it, you'd be back in your own bed at home. You enjoyed this mini adventure. You thought the trip had been okay. You felt the trip was a waste of time. You hadn't had a good time. Well, it was a great adventure even though it was so short. It was short, that was for sure, but you got to see and do so much during your time here. All in all, it was a nice break away from home. The minutes ticked by silently. It didn't take long for the soft snores of Cliff and Kara to drift up to you. They were asleep now. You wondered if Cove was still awake and decided to poke your head out from the loft to find out. You blinked through the dark. Looking down the hall, you noticed Cove laying on his back, his eyes staring straight up at the ceiling. His seafoam hair was spread out on his sleeping bag. He must have felt you watching him, because suddenly his eyes locked on yours. It was difficult to see much in the dim light, but you could make out the crooked smile on his face well enough. You grinned back at him. You made a silly face. You waved at him. I'm making a silly face. Cove rolled his eyes at you, or at least you thought he did. Then you gestured for him to come over. You then went back trying to sleep. You then decided to have fun quietly. What do you mean have fun quietly, like listening to music? Well, I can tell him to come over. Maybe we can play some cards or something. Cove looked unsure about it, but you were happy to see him slowly start to sit up anyways. His sleeping bag rustled as he moved, though he tried to go slow and froze up like a deer in headlights every time he made a sound, watching his parents for any sign of movements. Eventually, he managed to maneuver around his sleeping dad and make it to the ladder, standing on the bottom rug, where he looked up at you and whispered, "What?" "Hi. Oh, it was nothing. Good night. How are you doing?" You invited him up in the loft. "Yeah, let's have a talk. Do you want to come up?" His eyes widened a so. You could only tell because he had come to where you were. Cove glanced behind him quickly, as had his sleeping parents before turning back to you. "Okay." You broke out into a grin and scooched back as far as you could, making space for Cove to crawl in. He was very tall, so it wasn't a great fit for him, but he managed to squeeze himself in. You understood how that felt, and with the two of you in the loft together, there were barely any room to move. Oh, it's a pretty picture. You laid down next to each other on your sides, face to face. He got under the blanket a bit. One of his arms was nestled under his head for comfort. The other had nowhere to go and was rested alongside his chest on the floor of the loft. Cove spoke to you softly. "So, what am I doing here?" "I don't know. I thought we could hang out." "Well, yeah, I thought we could hang out." Cove's eyebrows dipped. He probably thought you had something more important than that going on. "It isn't a big deal for us to both in the loft, right?" "Yeah. It's not some huge thing. We've shared a million times by now, and usually they're the ones encouraging us." Cove gestured in the direction of the parents, and you nodded in agreement. They had always tried to put you and Cove together, ever since you were little. I wonder how much trouble we'll be in if we get caught. It wouldn't be nearly as much as we would be in if my mom found out you snuck into my room for the night at the start of the summer. He winced just imagining it. I still can't believe I did that and didn't get caught. It was a very dramatic morning. You could easily picture his frantic escape in your mind's eye. You're kind of a troublemaker, aren't you, Cove? No, I don't think so. Cove trailed off, and he seemed to be lost in his own thoughts. Well, maybe sometimes. Cove smiled fondly at you, and you grinned triumphantly. You spent the rest of the night smooshed up in the little loft together, whispering about your past memories and trying not to giggle too loud at the silly things you had gotten up to together over the years. Eventually, the chatty trailed off, and when you noticed Cove has drifted off to sleep, you followed soon after. When you woke up the next morning, it was to the rumble of the RV as it traveled the long journey home. You noticed quickly that you weren't as warm as you had been during the night, and when you checked next to you, Cove was gone. Blinking sleepily, you peeked over to the edge of the loft to find out where he had gone. Maybe he had snuck back into his spot on the floor during the night. However, you soon noticed him sitting on the couch, talking quietly with his mom. His head hung in embarrassment. Your movement gave you away, and Kara suddenly looked up and caught your eye. She simply smiled, amused at you, and it was obvious what happened. Cove hadn't gotten away with it. They found him there in the loft, and then you woke up while he was trying to explain. You knew it was gonna be a long, long time before you lived this one down, if you ever did. Soon, your moms and Elizabeth emerged from the room, dressed and ready for the day of travel. You spent most of the day hanging out together in the RV, savoring the last few hours of vacation. Kara suggested a few different travel games she used to play with Cove when he was younger, and all you had a great time competing against each other. A little later in the day, you tried to talk to Cove about what happened in the loft, but he simply apologized and changed the subject. It was a bit too much for him to try speaking on, especially right now, you understood. When the RV finally pulled out onto the street, it was well into the night, and you were looking forward to crawling into your own bed after the last few days away. Everyone else must have been feeling the same, because it was mutually agreed that unpacking and cleaning the RV would wait until morning. Once home again, you went straight up to your room and dropped onto your bed, shoes and all. Ah, not the shoes! Not the shoes! You were happy to be on your home bed. It felt weird to be alone. It felt good to be alone. You wished you were still on the trip. You missed being near Cove. It feels good to be alone. Shoes and all. I know! That's disgusting! I don't understand how you tired enough to not be taking off your shoes. It's easy to kick off the shoes and to take a shower. But that's okay. That's just me. I'm happy to be in my bed. You stretched out with a smile on your face, enjoying having the space all to yourself. With those last few thoughts drifting through your mind, it wasn't long before you dozed off into sleep. Tomorrow, life will go on like normal. Okay, that's it. This is it, okay. And then summer ended. Here we go. Are you sure? Yes. This is almost the end. There was no denying it. Today was the very last day of summer. Tomorrow, you were heading to class. You were excited to go back. Anxiety gnawed at your stomach. It was a bummer. Your feelings were muddled. It's a bummer. I want to keep staying in the summer vacation. Summer had been so much fun. When you thought about going back to school, it was with a sense of loss. Soon, you wouldn't be able to choose how your days were spent without the school bell telling you where to be and when. It was with a heavy heart that you chose your outfit for your final day of freedom. Life was going to be different. You had come to think of the summer vacation as the norm. But schools suck up the majority of the year, whereas the summer vacation was just a respite in the middle. So rather than it being different, it was kind of a return to the normal. What did your normal life really mean? You considered how fondly your moms talked about their summer vacations as kids. You dimly recognized that one year the pattern of school and summer itself would be over for good. It was hard to imagine. You'd gotten distracted, one arm still out of the sleeve. You pulled it through and pulled your mind back to the present. Oh my gosh, do you guys do that too? Sometimes I'm putting on clothes and then I get distracted and like with my pants on the floor, kind of like trying to walk and like the t-shirt's like halfway put in. Somehow suddenly I can't not drink water. Oh my gosh, I hate when I do that. And then I realized that this is completely ridiculous. Put down the water, put on the clothes, and drink the water. This season had brought you plenty of changes of its own, like Kara's visit, though that too was coming to an end today. Oh, she's leaving! You were happy you'd finally gotten a chance to know her. You had become extremely fond of her. You didn't really like her. Oh, your mind wasn't made up on. Okay. And you didn't care one way or the other. Some of the options are kind of extreme, though. I'm happy I've gotten a chance to know her. She was interesting to be around. You liked how easy it was to talk to her. You finished dressing, which was good. Cove would be here any moment. You'd agreed to see his mom off together. Officially, the plan was that he would come over to bring you around to his house when she was ready to set off. But you both know that you'd be hanging out for at least a little while beforehand. Kara's visit had troubled Cove when it first happened. It had been such a change, thanks to Mr. Holden's infamous tendency to surprise people, but once he was able to adjust, he'd been in pretty good spirits with her around. He was a relief for everyone. The next thought that crossed your mind was, it would only be polite to get the door for Cove. You went downstairs to wait. You couldn't wait to see Cove, so you went downstairs to meet him when you arrived. Cove knew your house well enough. You could lounge in your room and wait for him. Well, to be honest, at this point, he can't let himself in. You made yourself comfortable on your bed. This was where you'd be hanging out, so there wasn't much point in going downstairs just to come straight back up anyway. It wouldn't be the first and probably won't be the last time that Cove brought himself up to your room without you taking him there. A knock at the door broke you from the idle daydreaming you'd be having about endless summers. You recognized the sound immediately, different from the cheery tune Ma rapped out when she wanted your attention, or Mom's direct beats, and Elizabeth tended to skip knocking completely. Those knocks were just hard enough to be heard and had uncommonly long pauses in between. There were Cove's. Come in! Cove opened the door, smiling casually at as he caught your eyes.
Hey.
Hi, Orestia. No. Hi, Orestia. Hi, Cove. He stepped further into the room. With other guests, you might have offered them a seat, but you and Cove were long past those tentative stage of friendship. Your room was as familiar to him as his own. You watched as Cove sat down in your desk chair, his preferred spot. He rolled it closer to the bed to make it easier to chat, tweaking an angle so that he was facing you fully. Once happy with the position, he leaned in towards you, hands held on his lap. His actions weren't the ones of someone who planned on moving from his spot anytime soon, even though you had an appointment to keep together that day. When is your mom leaving?
Don't worry about it.
We've got some time. She's still got a shower and stuff before she goes. She didn't want me to just keep hanging around while she was doing that. He lifted his head, his gaze drifting out through the window, and chuckled. I can't believe she's already leaving. Just when I'm getting used to her being here every day. He leaned back in the chair, a wry smile tickling his cheeks. Yeah, you know it. She'll be back. Time's going so fast. Well, she'll be back, probably. He cocked his head thoughtfully before shrugging. He ran a hand through his hair before shaking his head, as if shaking off the topic like a dog whipping off water following a dip in the sea. Cove perched an elbow on the chair's arm and propped his jaw against the curled hand. There was a natural ease to this movement, a familiarity from the echoes of all the times before when he'd sat in the same position. This was a really nice summer. Totally! It was alright. I'm glad we got to spend so much time together. Hey, I've had better. I'm looking forward to the next. You nodded in agreement. I'm looking forward to the next! Cove still nestled nosily in your chair, smiled at your response. How are your fish doing? Really good. Things in the tank are stable and everybody looks healthy. That was really nice to hear. You'd earned from Cove how hard it was to maintain an aquarium. Shrimpy. Shrimpy has been busy. keeps darting between the plants and out again when I walk by, like a game of peekaboo. Or hide and seek. Yeah. Cove eagerly glanced out of the window. He gave a resigned sigh. It's gonna be harder to surf. You know, with school, it's getting colder out. I might store my board away. I don't know how I'm gonna go on without surfing. I like surfing, but wish it liked me. I'm over surfing now. Surfing school when we can. I don't know how I'm gonna go on without surfing. I wish I could do it more outside of summer. He gave a light smile, coupled with a shrug response. Orestia, Cove! This isn't call from downstairs, could you both unaware? You'd already forgotten the world outside your room. From the guilty look on his face, Cove had done the same. Just had a call. Cove's mom is ready to go. If you're quick, she might keep the mandated motherly smothering to a minimum. You doubted that, but it was nice that Mom and Mr. Priest and Mrs. Priest had their strange sense of humor in common. Your eyes met Cove's. Wordlessly, you headed downstairs together. Each step of the way, there was painful, slow, like he was trying to delay the inevitable. His whole body tensed, leaving the house, and Cove froze altogether before you both could cross the street.
Oh.
The door is open. That must be taking her stuff out. He swallowed hard. She is really gonna leave. You smiled at him reassuringly. You gave his back a pat. You rested your hand on his arm. This isn't the last time you'll ever see her. I'm gonna smile reassuringly. If I can do that, I will. You were unsure what to say or how else to react, other than being there to support him. Cove's bottom lip quivered, and he turned away. Thanks. At that, some of the conflict wearing on his face eased a bit. Together, you went across the street and inside his house, finding his parents in the living room, surrounded by his mom's packed things. Hey kids. Good timing. I just called the taxi.
Hi.
And hi, Orestia. So glad I get to see you today. It was fabulous getting to know you this summer. I finally got to put a face on the name I've heard so many times. She winked and Cove pouted on cue over the teasing. I'm really happy I got to meet you. I hope you had a good time visiting. No, I'm really happy I'm meeting you. Yeah. Hopefully, it won't be too long before we see each other again. Nodding, Kara turned her attention back to her boys. She patted Cliff on the arm with a warm smile, and then she enveloped Cove in a crushing hug. Initially, Cove squirmed to break free from her grip, but his mom was unfazed and kept locking him in place. Heartbeats later, he gave in and hugged her back tightly.
I'm so glad.
And I'm so happy this trip was a success. Cliff looked like he was bursting with pride. And then Cove stiffened. Kara loosened her hold on him enough to study his face, concerned. She spoke her next words in a whisper that had been meant just for her son.
What do you think?
Do you want to unshelve it? Raising an eyebrow, Cliff watched them carefully. His smile began to falter.
What's wrong?
What's wrong? Cove sighted, and his gaze flickered over to you for a moment, and then, just as quick as it back on his parents.
It's okay.
It's alright.
Really?
Are you sure? I don't want to do it now. I can tell that later. Nervously, you watched the exchange with the growing suspicion that Cove didn't want to have that conversation while you were there. You wondered if you should offer to leave when Kara and Cove a pat on the head.
All right.
You can always call me if you want me to be a part of the conversation, okay? I'll call. Thanks, Mom. Cliff still looked baffled about what Kara and Cove were referring to, but you watched as his shoulders slowly relaxed. You figured that he decided to wait for Cove to be ready to talk to him. But look at that though! He almost has the same waist and shoulder as his dad, and he's only 13, oh my god! And with Cliff silent, things seemed to be settled for now. After that, it wasn't long before the taxi arrived, rolling up in front of the house and in clear view of the open door. Kara stood up, smiling sadly. Well, that's my pride. Yeah. The matching really got up a chuckle out of Kara as you all filled out of the house. It's getting harder and harder to read, but we're getting to the end. Father and son went with Kara's back in end. Once outside, you spotted your family waiting by the street, and to your surprise, Derek was also with them. He stood uncomfortably, and he waved as soon as you noticed him.
What's up?
Hey, Orestia. Hi, Cove. When did you get here? My dad dropped me off just a little bit ago. I thought I could visit one more time before school started.
Sorry.
You picked a busy time. Sorry. Derek couldn't even look at Cove. He nervously kept rolling a pebble with the bottom of his shoe.
Sorry.
I wasn't even thinking that your mom would be leaving today. I'm sorry, dude. What? You're not interrupting anything. You're always welcome here. It would have been sad if I didn't get to say goodbye before leaving. So Derek was there this summer too? I haven't seen him at all. I thought he wasn't there. Derek came to hang out often, so it was inevitable that the two had met at some point this season. I think so too. It was apparent Derek would have preferred to have gotten there at a more opportune moment. He never liked seeming impolite, but their reassuring words soothed his worries. Aw, look at this, so cute. The tension he was holding in his body listened, and he looked like he was feeling much more like himself. Bye, Derek. It was fun getting to know you. Bye, ma'am. Is there anything I can do to help? Nah, don't worry yourself over that. We're just about set. In that short amount of time, Cliff had gathered and packed the bags into the trunk. Kara took one last look at everyone inside it. Alright, I don't want to keep the driver waiting. It's time to head out. The little crowd that had formed around started their chorus of farewells and well wishes traveling, but Kara still made no move to get into the taxi. She placed her attention on Cove. I'll call when I get to the airport and when I'm headed to Nevada. Also, you better call the moment you walk in the door at home, otherwise we'll be wondering all night if you got into trouble on the way there.
Can do.
I can do that. And could you call tomorrow too, so I can tell you how school went? Of course! I want to hear all about it! Kara put a hand on Cove's head and affectionately ruffled his hair one last time. She then let go, only to move into squeezing his cheeks in her hands instead. Mom!
Cove.
I love you so much, baby! She was chuckling by the time she freed him and rounded things off with a small tap to the tip of his nose. Cove rubbed his face with a grin. Love the goofy smile. Finally, she walked to the car while waving and took her seat in the taxi. Cliff hooked a arm around Cove's shoulder and kept him close as it began to pull away. For a moment, Cove looked up at his dad and then wrapped an arm across his back.
Bye.
Aww. Bye, Mom. Bye, travel safe. Kara rolled down the window and stuck her head out of it. She waved again while blowing kisses at Cove and Cliff. See you again. Before she was out of sight, you decided to call out with your family and hers, wave goodbye, watch quietly. I'm gonna call out. Bye bye. Bye. As you added your voice to the others, you watched Kara's smile grow larger. The cab turned down another road and completely disappeared from view. Cove let go of his dad and took a few steps out into the empty street, still looking in the direction his mom went. He smiled quietly, deep in thoughts. You got the impression Cove was feeling better than he was earlier, He was finally content with the way things were. You jumped a bit when your mom put a hand on your shoulder, pulling you away from your thoughts. She smiled when you looked at her. Was this vacation, huh? Was this a great vacation, huh? Yeah, I don't think so. I nodded. I shrugged. I don't know. Some reason over until the second I fall asleep. I'm gonna nod in agreement. Yeah, it was a good one. Cove walked back over to the group, still genuinely happy. Derek grinned at him welcomingly, and everyone else there smiled at him, even Elizabeth. Well, Ma clapped her hands together, bringing everyone's attention back to the present. It's almost lunchtime. I think I'll put something special together. Her eyes sparkled with a plan, and Mom smiled. I bet you could use some help with that. That'd be absolutely wonderful. Derek glanced between the two, eyebrows furrowed. Is there something I could do? Ah, it's adorable! Your mom's exchanged a fond expression. Ma shook her head.
How sweet.
That's very sweet, Derek, but it's alright. It's not your job. Technically, your dad left you under Cliff's watch. You're meant to be taken care of by him, not doing chores for the neighbors. Mom laughed a little over her own joke. You watched Derek look away, discouraged.
It's okay.
It's okay, I don't mind. He was a little bashful about it. You wondered if Mom's joke had just reminded him that he wasn't initially meant to be invited to lunch. It was getting a little awkward. Mom grinned sympathetically. Her comment was meant to lighten the mood, not bring it back down. Ma tried again to get things moving forward. Why don't you kids go have fun? You all can come back in about an hour. We'll make enough for everyone. Mom nodded in agreement.
Sounds good.
Another stunning idea, Lani. Thanks.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. That sounds like a plan then. I don't want to cramp your style. I've got some stuff to work on, so I can be out of your hair this afternoon. You should come by later too. No reason you should be the odd man out. The odd man out. Mom seemed amused as Cliff rubbed his neck nervously. He grinned, a wavering but pleased smile.
Thanks very much.
I appreciate the invite. He looked over the assembled crowd with knowing glances. I can help too, with as many people as you're feeding. That's going to be a lot of food. I didn't hear that. Didn't you hear what we told Derek? It wouldn't be fair to make you cook when we are the ones who are inviting you in. What do you mean quit the game? No! I must have clicked quick by mistake, sorry. Ma raised an eyebrow and Cliff waved it off.
Come on.
I insist. Derek would be missing time with his pals. This would be a break for me. I'm quite the chef. Ma and Mom exchanged further glances before Mom shrugged. An airtight argument. If you're sure, we'll be happy to have you, Chef Cliff. Cliff's grin widened and seemed more hyped than you'd expect him to be about helping with lunch. Cove shook his head with a fond smile on his head. Then all of us grown up will be heading outside. I assume the rest of you kiddos are staying out. Maybe not all of them. Ma tilted her head. A silent question for Elizabeth. Your sister thought for a moment.
Alright.
I'll stay with the kids.
That's fantastic.
That's great. Both your moms smiled at her, while Derek and Cove didn't seem to appreciate her phrasing. But with the plan decided, all three parents waved ahead and headed for your house. It was just you teenagers now. Elizabeth looked at you and the others, a curious expression on her face. So, what now? You silently wondered if Elizabeth only stayed out with you to avoid getting roped into work. Then again, she could just genuinely want to hang out. You couldn't tell with your sister. Cove spoke up after no one else did to answer Elizabeth's questions. Wanna go down to the shopping street? It's been a while, and I don't think there's a lot of other things we could agree on. Yeah, sure.
Awesome.
Sounds awesome to me. Unlike you guys, I have been there 1,001 times. It's new to me.
Let's do it. Okay, if you guys really want to, there's nothing else to do. Okay. You strolled across the road as a group, down to the beach, and then to the left. It took less than 15 minutes to arrive, one of the convenience of Sunset Bird. The four of you looked around the familiar shops, trying to see if anything caught your attention this time. Derek was the most enthusiastic. He checked out every stall with his eyes, wide with wonder. Elizabeth and Cove were in good spirit as well. That's cool! He ran over to the street musician. Oh, the street musician is still there! He ran over to the street musician, who was currently doing a card trick for a group of enchanted tourists. Derek clapped when the magician showed a middle-aged man his card. Derek turned back to the group with a curious gleam on his face. What does it take to perform here anyway? Do you have to ask somebody, or do you just show up and start doing stuff? Who would you even ask? It's a public street. Hey, Miss Mayor, can I pull a rabbit out of my hat? Please. Flopsy is well behaved, I promise. Derek chuckled. His eyes searched up and down the scene. Maybe there's a buzz in the shopping street. No one does any of this around my neighborhood. It's just regular stores behind walls. It's different if someone wants a real store. But here, I'm pretty sure people are just putting on their little shows whenever they want and do whatever. That's so neat! Would we be allowed to do something too? Cove laughed and Derek began almost vibrating with excitement. Elizabeth rolled her eyes. By the way, where's my cousin? She was there just for one episode. Oh my god. What would we do? Oh, that was Derek. What would we do? Well, I don't know what. Not yet. I mean, I just found out it's a possibility, you know? But there's gotta be something. We know cool stuff. I'm sure if we think about it, we could plan a show that's really get a crowd pumped. Also, not much Jeremy. Yeah, it's true. I wonder why those characters were introduced. I mean, the family character, why not? That gives us another friend to talk to. But Jeremy? What the hell with him? Maybe we'll see him later. But it's the same with Shiloh. Shiloh was there when we were a kid and then he's gone because he moved away. And yeah, I don't know. But same for Derek, he was gone all summer even though he was supposedly there because he met the mom and everything. But we didn't get to interact at all. But there's gonna be something. We know cool stuff. I'm sure if we think about it, we could plan a show that really get a crowd pumped. You thought it was a great idea and wanted to be a part of it. You felt he could try his idea on his own. You thought Derek needed to abandon that bad idea stat. You gave a look at the other two. You know what? It's a story. It's not really me. So it will be really fun actually. Maybe we can go busking or something. Yeah. I'm in. Woo!
Nice.
I knew I would count on you. I could count on you. Now we just need the act. It'll come to us. Right. With some amusement, the gang continued to peruse the stalls. Elizabeth found some earrings with a dangling, badly misprinted globe that everyone laughed at. Cove picked out a globe as Iceland. Huh? But Derek thought it would be Greenland. Oh yeah, they're talking about the earrings. Okay. You know, this is a world with what... You know, this is a world with what looks like 9 continents? I think you're both wrong. You wanted to side with Cove, you backed up Derek, you agreed with your sister. No, it's Australia! Yeah, it's Australia! The other three giggled at your interjection. Suddenly, Cove froze. You stared at him, and then tried to see what caught his attention. When you saw a familiar face down the way, it all made sense. Oh no, it's Jeremy. Between the crowds, his bright hair stood like a neon green bowl in a kitchen sink. It was Jeremy. Jeremy slowly drifted his eyes down the street, and his eyes widened in mutual recognition. He definitely noticed you. Derek frowned and Cove sighed.
Neither of them were happy to see him again. Well, it was 2 months ago. Maybe it's better now. You stood there shocked. You glared at Jeremy. You waved at Jeremy. You decided to smile at Jeremy. You looked away. I'm gonna look away. When you're not sure, just look away. You didn't want to even start with Jeremy's shenanigans today. Well, did we meet him more than once in the summer? Elizabeth raised an eyebrow. Her gaze swept over Jeremy without a hint of a clue. Jeremy simply scoffed to offer him. Gonna take that. I gotta go, but I'll check the file later. Okay, Rose, okay! Bye bye! Have a good night, have a good day, have a good whatever, and good. Congratulations on finishing work. I got a little bit hyped here, but congratulations on finishing your day of work. Yay! Go home safely, okay? Bye bye! Thank you for staying with me all this time. Jeremy simply scoffed to himself and waded deeper into the crowd of people. Derek relaxed and exhaled loudly. I'm glad he's not gonna start anything. He peeked over at Elizabeth with a tiny smirk. See? That was the main kid.
What?
Huh? Travel safe, yeah. She still didn't get it. The first summer day hadn't made nearly as much of an impression on her as it did for Derek, but he smiled and waved it off. Just forget about him. I already have. He laughed and Cove smiled lightly. He seemed in a much better mood now that Jeremy was gone. Your eyes wandered over to where Jeremy disappeared. You hadn't forgotten the day you met him either. He was only going to be in town for a vacation with his parents he hated. The glimpse was probably the last time you would ever see him. But that doesn't sound like it's going to be the last time. You mentioned that realization to everyone. You kept the thought to yourself. I'm gonna keep that thought to myself. Elizabeth snapped her fingers in front of your face. Apparently you had spaced out. Cove and Derek were already at the next stall. Come on, unless you want to get left here. You nodded and caught up with the others. Cove raised an eyebrow. What were you thinking about? Nothing. He gave you a searching look, but let it drop when Derek yelled at you to go check something out. You couldn't help but wonder though, what would have happened if you would have interacted with Jeremy more? You were glad that you wouldn't find out. Well, maybe in the DLC actually. Jeremy was unlike anyone you had ever met before. You thought he was horrible, you thought he was weird, you thought he was stupid, you thought kind of pitiful, kind of okay. You didn't know what to think about him. Yeah, I'm going to be neutral about that. It was just a one-time thing after all. You and the group moved on from the stall from Jeremy. It didn't take long for everyone to return to the joking. You all enjoyed that little time you had left. As Elizabeth mentioned, the hour was almost up. The little trip had flown by, and lunch must have been waiting for you now. Derek bounced on the ball of his feet.
Okay.
Come on guys, let's get going so we can eat. I'm starving. If we have to, I can't wait. Phew, I've had enough walking around. Homebound, here we go. You nodded sadly. I can't wait for lunch. Cove stretched one of his arms lazily. Let's go then. No, that's not it. Let's go then. I don't know. You looked at him appraisingly. You asked Cove to carry you back to the house. What? No. You nodded at him. Sure. When you followed Elizabeth, as she took it upon herself to lead the way at home. To lead the way home. She walked fast, much faster than Derek preferred. She kept gaining a lead, and then Derek would jog back up to the group. With Cove's long legs, he had trouble keeping up. You moved to the front with Elizabeth. You walked side by side with Cove. You stayed with Derek. I'm gonna stay with Derek. I haven't seen him in a while. You gave Derek some company, which made him brighten up considerably. He brought up the idea of trying to make up for a performance again. And you listened to his plans. For the most part, you could tell he was being silly on purpose, but there was the shine in his eyes. You both got so engrossed in conversation that you didn't notice how far you'd fallen behind your sister until Cove looked over his shoulder and shouted something. Derek grinned at you and then tried to make it a race to catch up with Elizabeth. It was a pleasant walk home, and in no time you had made it back. Derek got to the front door and held it open for everyone as you each got inside, I guess. The three parents were still in the kitchen. They looked up and waved. Welcome back, everyone. You made it just in time. I hope you're angry. So, did everyone have a nice time out? She gestured for everyone to take a seat at the table. Plates and silverware have already been passed out. You took your normal seat. Elizabeth sat across from you, and Derek took the seat to your left. Cove sat on your right.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we had a great time. It was fine. I had fun. I really liked it. It was okay, I guess. Yeah, the bank heist went off without a hitch. Yeah. Your joke got some chuckles going around the table. I wanna be a funny person too. It's good in my book. Casually, Mr. Holden sat in the empty seat across from Cove. He smiled at you and all the other kids. Mom set down a platter full of water glasses on the table. She looked down at the gathering. It's a good thing we have 8 chairs. I can't remember the last time we've had a group this big for a meal. Can you pass the drinks down the other side? Make sure you all get one. Sure. Those close to the clubs obliged and started offering waters around. As everything got set up, Matt chided Elizabeth to take her elbows off the table.
Now.
And you shouldn't slouch. She pointed to Mr. Holden, who was leaning forward with both arms on the table. Oops. Mr. Holden seemed unsure about all the sudden attention and carefully rearranged his posture to something suitable for a fancy dinner. He smiled sheepishly at Ma. Elizabeth rolled her eyes, and Ma gave a little look at her. You shouldn't be impolite to guests in the house either. Elizabeth groaned, long and long-suffering. Ma giggled and Mr. Holden chuckled.
Not bad.
The lot of you could learn a thing or two from Derek. He has the best manners here. Derek blushed, but it was true. His posture was upright and formal. He even held his fork gracefully. Aww, that's adorable. His stable manner on top of all his attempts to head your parents made him the model of meal attendee behavior.
Aw.
It's nothing. It's true though. You have been a lovely guest. It's nothing that too. Oh, I've noticed that too. It's always nice when you stay over, Derek. Derek smiled and sat a little taller in his chair. And do you have anything good to say about your other guests? She looked deliberately at Cove and with a teasing smirk. Or is it just nothing to say? Well, Cove is my number one, but he does still clean his hands by wiping them on his pants. Cove frowned. And that... okay, this is almost the end. I can power through. Cove frowned at that and absent-mindedly brushed his hands on his pants legs. Your moms laughed lightly.
There.
Elizabeth, you should know, after all these years, Cove is hardly a guest anymore. Cove smiled awkwardly. Thanks. Manners. Who cares? I don't think it's that of a big deal. You tease Cove for his bad habits. You compliment Derek on his politeness. You joke that Derek was basically an adult. You kept quiet and took a bite of food. I'm gonna joke about Derek. Next time Derek really is going to stay inside to cook, he's practically a mini adult. If he's joining us grown-ups, then you're going to have to treat him like one. Okay, so Mr. Suarez, how go your taxes? Derek shook his head and chuckled. Everyone ate their meal together and continued to hang out for the afternoon. After the food, you and the others played a couple games and talked about plans for the upcoming year. The time passed by quickly, and soon it was time to part ways. Mr. Holden talked to your moms, and Cove drifted over to you, knowing that as soon as his dad has finished up, he would be leaving. It'd be cool to stay, but we have some stuff to do before everything closes today.
Okay.
Yeah, bye. Could you move? I need the phone. Cove raised his eyebrow, and Elizabeth impatiently gestured behind him. Cove realized he was standing right in front of where the receiver was placed. He sidestepped out of the way and shook his head, clearly thinking Elizabeth was rushing too much. Your sister made a beeline for the phone and started dialing the number of what you figure was one of her friends. Knowing Elizabeth, she was going to be on there for a while. You, Cove, and Derek shuffled closer to the door. It seemed like Mr. Holden was wrapping up his conversation, so everyone started saying their various farewells.
Talk to you later.
See you later, Cove. We gotta do this again sometime. Yeah, see you. Cove turned to you and smiled slightly. Bye, Orestia. You hugged Cove goodbye, you patted Cove on the back, you nudged Cove's shoulder, you ruffled Cove's hair, you waved. I'm gonna wave. You accompanied the gesture with a smile on your face. Cove waved back with a warm look in his eyes. Aww. I'll see you soon, okay? Yeah. See, dude. We'll have to hang out later. I'm gonna miss you during school. He offered Cove a high five, and the two boys clapped their hands together. Cove and his dad left soon after that. Your parents started cleaning up the house, and Elizabeth was still chatting to her friends on the phone. It was just you and Derek left. He elected to stay outside in front of the house to wait for his dad to pick him up. You decided to keep your guest company, although he was originally Cove's visitor. A light summer breeze blew through your hair, and Derek shifted his weight from foot to foot. Thanks for waiting with me. He kicked at the ground distractedly.
Well,
That's still gonna be a while, so do you wanna go for a walk? Sure, I don't mind. Two of you walked down the street again, just wandering without a destination planned. It was a quiet stroll, too quiet for Derek being the company. You turned to him when you had noticed that he wasn't saying a word. That was unusual. Derek always had something he could chat about. You weren't sure if you should ask about it. Somehow you ended up at the whole park, near the beach. You glanced over to Derek once more, still expecting him to say something any second now. However, nothing came from him. In fact, now you noticed a frown creeping on his face. Derek smiled when he realized you were watching. At least, his mouth was turned up. There wasn't anything that really felt happy in his expression. He turned away, and a smile fell off his face. His eyes stared intently at the ground, and you raised an eyebrow. Is everything okay? If you want to talk about something, I'm here. Derek, what's going on? You kept quiet. If I ask is everything okay, it's easy for him to say, yeah, everything's fine. But if I ask what's going on, maybe it's gonna say something to me? Tell me what's on your mind, please. I'm a little sad. It's just, with school starting back up again, it's gonna be harder to visit. I'm gonna have homework, and clubs, and practices, and everything else.
sucks.
It really sucks when we go to different schools. Oh, we don't go to the same school! His face screwed up, and his fists were closed tightly together. This was really concerning him. What if we don't have time? You channeled your optimism into the conversation. You shared those worries. I'm gonna be optimistic. We'll make time. We can talk over the phone and have plans for weekends. It'll be okay. Derek looked up at the sky. It was orange and purple with little wisps of clouds scattered around. A plane flew high with a jet stream trailing behind it. Then he turned to the ground again. Derek's face was tilted far enough down that it was hard to read his expression. Hey, Orestia, I actually wanted to talk to you about something, if you don't mind. There was a pause and you waited for him to finish his thoughts.
Sorry.
I was just kinda wondering, do you like guys at all? Like, would you ever want to be with someone who was a boy? Sorry if that's weird to ask. Oh my god. Oh my god. I could be with a guy, maybe? I don't know. You didn't answer him. I kind of don't want to talk about that. Which direction are we gonna be? I could be with a guy. Yeah, I could be with a guy. I could be with a guy. Let's go with that. Okay, then... He hesitated before finishing his question. So, what I mean is, just, is there any guy you think is kind of cool that you like around here? Not at school or anything like that. He ducked his head further. You thought about it. I like you? What? Well, I like Cove. Mr. Holt. We have the dad option though. We have the dad option. Oh my god. He likes you. He likes me. You think he likes me, but we haven't seen him all summer. I mean, we've seen him all summer, but he wasn't even in the story. There are a lot of guys I think are cool. Not right now. I don't really want to say. I'm gonna say not right now because I don't want to say I like him because I don't like him. I don't want to say I like Cove because I don't like Cove. Mr. Holden, that would be funny though. That would be funny if I was going to go for the father. I'm going to say not right now. I would say Cove. No, I don't want to say Cove. If I like Cove in the story, I will tell Cove first. Well, you don't like Cove? But I like Cove, but like not like that. We are still friends at this point in the story. We're not even grown-ups yet. I'm going to say not right now. Okay, I get that. So... Derek pulled himself together, somewhat meekly. He looked at you while he tried to project confidence. His posture was too tight for you to believe it. He was nervous.
Right.
You know, thinking ahead and everything is important. You've got to get yourself a game plan and all that. It's good to make plans, especially backup plans. He babbled, all full of energy and forced gusto. Well, anyway, I heard about this thing where people make pacts with their good friends that if they don't find anyone else, then they get together. Well, you do this kind of pacts when you're like 30 years old or something. What the hell? That's so sudden though. Oh, that's so sudden. Together. Like they get married and stuff. So I was thinking, since it's good to have plans, it might be cool if we did something like that. He's adorable though. His eyes wide. He's literally asking me to marry him? That's so weird. It's so unexpected. His eyes widened and started to make frantic hand gestures. Just, you know, then we'd never have to worry about the future or finding someone. We can set it like a whole decade in the future, forever from now. We'd have graduated high school and probably college too. We'd have jobs and be really grown up. I did a pact like that once, a pact that later I promised I was not going to fulfill because it was a mistake. You were 14! Oh my gosh, he's 13! Wow, well, you were very forward for 14 years old. I only heard about those pacts when I was like past 20 or something. I mean, we'd probably have our own places and maybe our own pets and student loans and cars. Derek babbled for a while more. It was as if all the words he held in silence during your walk had burst out now, all at once. So, yeah, what do you think? That's a good idea. I think having a backup plan sounds smart. You accepted the deal because you were fond of Derek. I'll think about it. I don't think that would work. I'm sorry, Derek. Do you like me? Oh my god! I'll think about it. I don't want to be can't I just joke? Can I just make a joke? I want to defuse the situation. I want to defuse the situation. That's a good idea. Having a backup plan sounds smart. Is it the diffusing plan? I want to defuse. What am I supposed to do? That one is too sad. I'm gonna go with that one, okay? We can always... Yeah, I want to defuse. I don't want that to happen because I don't want it. But like, the last option? The middle one, I think about it. No, because I'm just leading him on if I do that. I just leading him on. This one kind of sounds like a joke, isn't it? I'm having a backup plan. Having a backup plan sounds smart, right? The top two agree to do it. Really? They don't defuse. Oh no! How do I defuse? I don't want to break his heart. Well, we don't know. Maybe when I grow up, I will like him. I don't know. Okay. Are you sure this one agrees to it? That I don't think would work. Well, yeah, we diffuse it. It's too sad. That one is too sad. I think about it is to disregard. Really? Okay. I'll think about it. It's kind of a big decision for just being put on the spot. Yeah, sure. Don't worry about it. It was just an idea. Thanks for hearing me out and answering my question and stuff. Oh, I think we're okay. You kind of look sad though. There is no way to say no and not hurt him a bit. But, I don't know, You felt a little worried that Derek wasn't happy. When he saw your face, he smiled encouragingly.
It's okay.
Oh, I promise I'm not mad. I was just wondering. I'm sure things will be okay in the future, no matter what. You just nodded. You didn't spend much longer at the park after that. Derek didn't want to miss his dad, so you both made your way back to your street. After Derek went back home, you decided to settle in for the night. Stretching your arms over your head, you noticed that the living room and the phone were free. Oh yeah, let's call my cousin Lee! You picked up the receiver and quickly punched a familiar number while going to take a seat on the couch. Soon enough, after explaining the situation to the housekeeper, Lee answered. Hey! Hi Lee, can you talk? Definitely, we practically have to. My gosh, can you believe it's almost time for school to start? What happened to our summer? School starts first thing tomorrow for me. Ew, and I thought starting next week was bad enough. Enjoy your last week. Oh, I will. I hope you'll survive your first day. Me too. I need a good year. Ditto. And at least summer was nice while it lasted, right? We were busy. Yeah. Fondly, you thought about all the best memories you made this summer. Lee was there for some, but there were still many you hadn't filled in her not yet. You reminisced about the moment of your summer. Yeah, let's talk about the summer. You began to speak about the road trip. The one day with the big shopping trip in the morning. The time you went to Cove's house for dinner? The incredibly hot afternoon. Let's talk about the road trip. I went on a vacation. Cove's parents ended up inviting my whole family on the RV road trip.
Really?
Whoa, that's awesome! It was a 3-day trip, and we visited the Redwood National Forest. Lucky! The park was amazing. It was fun hanging out with everyone all together. I really like riding in an RV for the first time. Cove snuck up into the loft where I was staying. The park was amazing though! I really want to go to a national park. The pictures I've seen of it are crazy. And I can't believe you got to see it for real. It's even better than how it looks in pictures. Sounds like you had a good time. I'm happy for you. Yeah, let's move on and talk about her. What was your big highlight of the summer, Lee? Talking to you is always the best part of my summer. Oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh! I like her. Even though it was a phone call, you just knew it was Liz winking at you. You laughed, you shook your head. Come on, tell me. Good, I'm glad you picked the right answer. Yeah, I'm glad you kept the right answer. That had Lee laughing hard for a few moments. Alright, okay, so a high point for me was when I took that trip with my parents to Europe. That was amazing! You and Lee continued to go over your adventures until you both were yawning to each other over the phone. At that, you decided it was time to say goodbye for now. You did have school to wake up to in the morning. Bye, Lee! Bye! Night, Orestia! Talk to you later! You left the phone on the side table for now. Looking at the clock on the wall, you saw that there was only about 10 minutes until your moms would be insisting that you had to go to bed, so you could be rested enough for school. You stretched your legs out on the couch and sighed in defeat, watching the minute hand change 1 minute closer to bedtime. You rearranged yourself, feeling restless, and looked out the window. Startled initially, you spotted a figure out on the hills. It was Cove! Woo! When the surprise faded, you realized it really wasn't that much of a shock at all. It was exactly something Cove would do. You went outside to meet up with him. You ran off to go see him. You left him alone. You smacked the window to get his attention. You opened the window to call out to him. Yeah, I'm calling out to him from the window. Happily, you got up and strolled over to the window. You opened it fully. Hey, Cove! Startled, Cove jumped and turned around to see you through the glass. He quickly relaxed and waved at you. Then you went outside to talk to him. You ran off to go see him. Then you left him alone. Well, let's go and talk to him. Strolling casually, you went over to the front door. Romantic again. When you arrived, you noticed how many fireflies were out that night. They drifted along lazily, barely minding your presence as you waded through to reach the top of the hill. Cove turned towards you as you approached, and you noticed right away that Cove looked happy to see you. Hey. You had a bounce in your step. You weren't sure how long you'd get before your moms roped you back inside for bed. Hey, what are you doing here? Nothing really. He shrugged, seemingly unhappy with his own answer. What? You stared at him, waiting for him to continue. Well, I guess I was feeling kind of weird about stuff. So I'm getting some fresh air before bed. You really should go to sleep. I know how you feel. It feels good. I feel good. I hope you feel better. You shrugged back. You nodded. I know how you feel. It sucks that the summer is ending. It's hard to stay still. Tomorrow is going to be the start of a new year. At the mention of school, a small noise escaped him. Cove let himself fall back onto his butt, and then all the way down, so he was laying on his back. He looked up at the sky. You let down yourself, you sat in the grass, you stood there, you sat on his chest? Wait, what? I'm gonna lay down and look at the stars. You lowered yourself to lay back on the hill. He had been lost in thought, or was possibly waiting for you to situate yourself, but he started speaking unprompted again. Sit on his chest now! That's too weird!
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry for being kind of awkward when my mom was leaving. Surprised, you stared at him a moment. You weren't expecting that. I just wanted you to know that I talked to my... Oh no, that's him talking. I just wanted you to know that I talked to my dad about how I felt and things. It's okay now. You're still going? I know, right? I'm exhausted. I can't believe it's that late already and I'm still reading. We're getting to the end. We're getting to the end. And you're here at the good part. This is almost over. I cooked dinner and everything. Oh my god. I didn't even have lunch yet. You were genuinely glad to hear that, and it brought a small smile to your face. But your thoughts quickly wandered back to the first day you met Mr. Holden. Did his dad confess about that? From the way Cove talked, you guess he hadn't. So there was more Cove and his dad to talk about, but he was a relief to know that they had made a start. You made a salad? Oh, that sounds awesome. Now was not a good time to bring up what you were thinking though. You could wait longer to say it. It was almost unbelievable how much of an impact he made on your life, just by moving next door. You couldn't even imagine what your days might look like in a world where you hadn't met him. Cove glanced back at you, waiting for a response, and you had no idea what to say. Then, still without a word from you, Cove shook his head strongly. What? It's you. Huh? He snickered before answering. He looked thoroughly amused with your reaction. I have steamed rice and beans with some chicken strip. Steamed rice! I want some steamed rice. That's what you do all the time. So I'm being you. You do that all the time too. So do you, Cove. You were stunned he noticed enough to take note of it. I don't do it that much. Not being able to argue with his assessment, you accepted it. You feel bashful about his joke. You do that all the time too. Do I? Yeah. Cove couldn't help but grin at that. Honestly, there weren't many people you could think who you could tease. It's over. Honestly, there weren't many people you could think of who could tease you about something like that. Returning his smile, you realized there was no denying that you two have been around each other for a long time. Cove broke the quiet before he could fully settle.
See you tomorrow.
Hey, I'll see you tomorrow. Yeah, see you then. With a final wave, Cove headed for home, but you stayed here a few minutes longer. Your mind kept going back to his simple statement, see you tomorrow. No matter how much was changing around you, there were some things in your life that always seems to remain true. The hills felt warm to you that night. Before you knew it, you were getting comfortable under the covers in your room. Your mind couldn't help but still be buzzing with thoughts about the future. You felt excited, nervous, unsure. Nervous. Every bit of your gut felt like it was being turned into a pretzel. Oh, not that much though! I said nervous, not neurotic. A new chapter of your life was about to begin, and you were worried what new changes were waiting for you. Slowly, your eyes grew heavy as you drifted off to sleep, your mind spinning with wishful thoughts. No matter what happened next, you could only hope that you would make the most of it. You were ensnared in a dream when a noise from the outside world jostled you. Your eyes snapped open, noises happen, just forget it. You stubbornly kept your eyes pressed shut. You know what, when I hear a noise, I turn on all the lights and I make sure that everything is okay. The light clatter continued. Now that you were more alert, you could distinguish it as tapping sound, quiet, slow, but persistent. Each beat was like being poked. You couldn't ignore it. You lifted your head from the pillow and looked for the source. Not much work was needed to puzzle it out. It was from the window. The alarm? What alarm? Now I'm sure it's Cove. It's coming from the window like Dawson. With that, you knew exactly what it was. From the color of the light filtering from your room, it was too early for anyone to be awake, including the sun. It had barely held itself over the horizon, but that didn't stop from people, it seemed. You sat up in bed and opened the window wide. Cool air, not yet warmed by the day, tickled your face as it pushed into your room. And, just as you'd expected, there was your neighbor crouching under the windowsill. He was fully dressed, though not for school. Oh, surfing! He was wearing a wetsuit and a fond smile. Hi, Orestia. You stared back, blinking. So technically, we won't be back to school for a few more hours. His voice was delicate, yet deliberate, each word careful explanation. Classes haven't actually started yet, so do you want to hit the beach with me one more time this summer? Yes! I want to! Here we go again. You're crazy. Cove, you're so cute. You gave a decisive nod. Does that mean yes? Yes, I wanna go! Cove chuckled conspiratorially and returned the nod. You rushed to get changed into something suitable while Cove climbed back down the ground level. Your limbs, still half asleep, struggled somewhat as you attempted to coordinate them into a swimsuit. But you got there in the end. Soon you were tiptoeing out of the front door, clutching a towel. Cove was already there to greet you. Your eyes met. Cove's gaze darted to your destination and back to you. You checked the door was closed, gave him a thumb up, and the two of you leaped into action. Wordlessly, you began to run down the familiar path ahead, Cove beside you. The thrill of your illicit outing made you want to laugh. Not that you dared if anyone in your family looked out and saw you, then your summer would be back to being over. One glance at Cove told you that he was exactly the same, holding back sneakers for fear of being heard and caught. The towel streamed out from under your arm like a cape. You were running so fast downhill that simply keeping your balance and not tumbling down was a real threat. It just wasn't enough of one to make you slow your pace. For every step you took, the beach was a little closer, and the day a little brighter. What lay ahead for you would arrive, and you were happy to meet it. Aww, that's such a nice ending! Oh my god! In between? What? It's not over yet? Oh, come on! So we're changing. Do I stay chubby? I'm gonna be a little more grown-up looking, maybe? Like this? Design a boyfriend time. Yeah! Yeah, because I can't save now. I have to keep doing it. I'm not gonna change the color of my skin or anything. I don't like my face, actually. Peach? That's cute. Yeah, I'm gonna be a peach. The color of the eye is not changing. The hair. Ooh! Oh no. Oh, should I change my hairstyle? Maybe longer hair? Nah, that's not me though. That's not me, 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 not me, not me, not me, not me, not me. Cute, but not me, not me, not me, not me. Wait, what? Nah, it's too cool looking for being me. Oh, that one! Oh, but we're going to be grown up though, that's too childish. Oh, I like that! That one is like, kind of like, yeah! What kind of back hair would go with it? Flowy? Short? Medium? Ponytail! I look so grown up like this, don't I? What do you guys think? Still no to all of that. Medium, no glasses, no earring, lips, okay. Yeah, you like it? Okay. Birthmarks, scars, freckles, clothing types, I'm still gonna go with pants. Accessories? Well, there's no anklets. So, no with that. Ring, none. Headscarf, nail, nail color, nose ring. Woo! I think that one is new. But I don't want to have a nose ring, I don't like it. Okay, done! Oh, how do I feel for Cove? You know what? I'm not gonna change my feelings. I think I'm still going to be fond of him. I don't know if I'm ready to fall in love. Or should I fall in love? I'm gonna be direct or relaxed. You have a crush, admit it. I don't think so. I think you do. I mean, everyone is really cute in here, so I don't know who to choose. Should I be... I think I'm gonna stay relaxed. I won't be direct. I'm gonna stay relaxed. Do you guys want me to have a crush? Hell yeah, I do. Okay. Well then, okay, for your sake, we're going to be furthering the relationship. So let's go for the crush. So basically, if we go for a crush, that means we can't go back to being fond of them. And I think... yeah, no, that's it. Okay. Okay, here we go. Ready? Begin step 3 at relaxed crush. Yeah! If you get all shy when you're thinking about being romantic with them, then you have a crush. Well, I'm not shy at all though. The story is just really fun. Yeah, let's go. I mean, no, let's go. Wait, what? Custom? Come! Okay, let's custom the boyfriend for real now. Appearance, let's stop. Wow! Oh my god, you look so good. You look so good. Oh, we can't twirl him around. That's too bad. Okay, the hair. Hair 1, hair 2. Oh, that's the one you had growing up. And now it's a new hairstyle with a ponytail. Ooh! Rose, you're gonna like it. Rose, you like the ponytail, don't you? He has glasses or no glasses? Hair 1? You like this one better? I thought you liked the ponytail better. Okay, what about the glasses though? Does he go with glasses? No glasses. 1, 2, 3, nothing. 1, 2, 3, nothing. 1, 2, 3, nothing. I like 1, but I like nothing too. 1? Oh, so you want glasses too? Okay, we can go with the glasses. Now earrings. Earrings 1, earrings 2. Do you see a earring? Earrings none. Maybe it's only 1 per ear, and when it's earring 2, it's the earring on the other side. Do you guys want earring on him? I don't mind at all. I don't mind whatsoever. Don't... Career? Wait, what? No earring? Is that what you mean? No earring. Okay, no earring. Don't care. Oh, you don't care about the earring. Okay. Well, then let's go with no earring if we don't care about it. Okay, the shirt. Number 1. Ooh, I like it. Number 2. Number 3. Number 1. Number 2. Number 3. Ooh, I like number 2. Number 3. Oh, come on, Rose. I knew you were gonna say that. I knew you were gonna want that. Okay. What about the pants? Number 3B. Wait. 1, 2A, 2B, 3A, 3B. 1, 2A, 2B, 3A, 3B. Number 2 is how I normally dress. Really? Oh my gosh. I really like this though. I really do. 2A. Okay. Okay. We're gonna keep the... wait, let's see what options we've got. Oh, I like this one. This is a nice bracelet. Number 2 and nothing. So we've got number 1 or number 2. Number 1 or number 2. Number 1, number 2, number 1. Okay. Yeah, I like it too. And this one. Number 1. Ooh, number 2. Oh, I don't like that. And number 3. Number 1 is good. But is that a bit too much to have stuff on both hands? What do you guys think? Nothing? 1, 2, or 3? You like 1? Okay. What about you, Dionex? This is basically Rose's personal boyfriend making out here. Dionex, you don't like the style?
Necklace number 1. Nothing. Oh, there's only one necklace. Oh, I like the necklace though. We keep the necklace, right? We keep the necklace. Necklace good. Awesome. Okay. Wow. Well, it's probably going to be keeping... Okay. So, Peaches, no glasses when he goes to sleep. This is more cute. I dig it. I would put on both arms. Okay, awesome. Earrings. Well, we're not gonna be wearing accessory to go to bed. Okay, Peaches. The t-shirts. Oh, okay. There's not much change. Okay, 1. Okay, this is 2. Oh, damn, did that break the game? Oh, it's fine. 1 or 2 for the top. 1 or 2 for the top. And the pants, 1, 2. 1, 2. I let the bird decide. Okay, Geonex, what kind of clothes do you want him to wear when he goes to sleep? Let us know what you think. We've got PG1, PG2, pants 1, pants 2. Top, bottom, please let us know. 1 for shirt, okay, and for the pants? One and 1, okay. Oh my gosh! Don't look! He's naked! We see his nipples! Oh no! Oh no! What are we gonna do? Wait! Okay, here we go. We are safe! Okay, swimsuit. It's gonna be the same hair, no glasses when you go to the swim, no earrings when you go swimming. The swimsuit number 1, number 2. Ooh, pink! Pink is cute. Okay, number 1, blue, number 2, pink! What do you guys want? Pink! Okay, here we go! Okay. Ah! No, you stay there. You move down. Ooh, looking good! Formal! Oh, should we put back the glasses on when it's formal? Shirt 1, 2, and we can't choose between the pants. I like the black. It's all black either way. I think I like this one better though. Number 1 or number 2? Number 2. Okay, I like it better too. And maybe because it's formal, we should put an earring? Yeah, everyone says 2? Okay. For the earring, yeah, I will go for an earring when it's feeling formal. Woohoo! Awesome! So here we go. Boyfriend material. Maybe different glasses? I don't really like the other ones. If we go for glasses, I think this is the only one that looks good. This is too serious. This is too... I don't know, it's kind of red and he's got green hair. I don't like it. I like it better like this. The smaller one for formal, I would say. Yeah, but that's too IT guy. That's too IT guy. I don't like it. It's just fine. It's just suggestion. Okay. It's just what I would do. Well, you could play this game. You could have the option to be a boy, you know. You don't have to be a girl in this game. So you can be playing the game too. Anyway, we're all set. Boyfriend acquired. Done. Since you're romantically interested in Cove and are old enough to start being physically affectionate, more seriously, you can choose what initiative level he has throughout step 3. Making sure the player experiences what they want is important in our life, but always putting your choice first can potentially make a relationship feel one-sided. I'd be gay for Cove. Those are the glasses with no scratches for a nice occasion. The everyday ones would probably have to... Oh, I see. You want to differentiate. You want to differentiate everyday and formal situation with the glasses. I get it.
Wait, making sure the player experiences what they want is important in our life, but always putting your choice first can potentially make a relationship feel one-sided. So we've added some flexibility in how it works out. Low initiative means that Cove will occasionally ask to touch the MC? Well, am I a rapper now? And in those situations, there will always be an opportunity to say yes or no. For example, he won't simply lean over and kiss the MC as a greeting or an emotional moment. Every piece of physical interaction will be either initiated or approved by the player before it happens. Middle initiative means there will be those certain times when Cove requests to touch the MC, many chances to initiate affection on your own, and also Cove will pretty regularly give affection automatically. One example would be giving the MC a kiss because he's happy or emotional or something else. And in other situations, you can choose not to make the first move in order to give Cove a space to be the one to act afterwards. Overall, Cove can get romantic, but the player's agency will take priority. High initiative includes everything middle does, but it also means the player agency will be reduced to a degree in favor of having Cove give physical affection even more frequently and with less prompting. Also, Cove is like set up to like us either way. So whatever we do, he's gonna like us and initiate contact? But we haven't said that we were going out yet. Instead of other major affection giving situations being led by a choice menu for you two to decide on, some will instead be replaced by Cove acting automatically. This level is only recommended if you're very comfortable with physical affection and would prefer to simply see it happen rather than always holding the reins on it. However, this level is mostly relevant if Cove hands up as your official boyfriend at some point. Okay. Situations where high-level initiative makes a difference tend to come up in scenes that are exclusive to being in a relationship. The parts that are also included in the middle initiative will be seen whether you are dating or not. Once you pick your level, it can't be changed later, so keep your full playthrough in mind when decided. We hope you enjoy whichever initiative option you decide on. Oh no, I have to decide now? Damn, I have to decide now! I want to decide next week! But I can't quit now. Oh damn it, I was trapped. Guys, what do? I go middle? Okay. It's safer this way. We won't be able to change it, okay? Let's go for middle initiative. Yeah. Yeah, this is more comfortable this way. And I can always say no, right? Yeah. It's fine. And save. Empty slot. Okay, we saved the game. We quit the game. Oh my god. How long have I been streaming for? 7 hours! Oh my god! My voice is kind of like in shambles, my throat hurts, and my tongue feels weird. Which is why it was getting harder and harder to keep reading properly. Well, the quality of the stream might not be the best. But I did my best and it was fun. I can't believe it's been 7 hours. Oh my god. Chocolate and sleep? Well, I didn't even have lunch, dinner, or snack. I don't know what to do actually. I gotta go take a shower and stuff too. Oh my god. I didn't know it would be that long. I knew it might be a little bit longer than last time, but I didn't expect it to be that long. I thought I'd be done like about 2 hours ago. Oh my god. You should eat a snack. Yeah, but it's kind of pretty late now. I don't know, but like, yeah. And so I need a little recap though. So we were teenager friends and that was really nice. That was a really lovely summer when you think about it. That's the kind of summer you kind of like, I'm out of apples. I ate the last one yesterday, I think, or the day before, I don't remember. I didn't eat much yesterday either because of the pain, but like, yeah. Such a nice summer though. I had a really lot of fun. This is the kind of summer I want to have. I want to go to the beach now.
eat something. Yeah, maybe. I mean, I had cookies. It's not like I'm gonna die. I'll try maybe. I don't know. It's really late. It's too late for eating. Yeah, no, I'm gonna give up on that. I'm gonna eat more tomorrow. Anyways, such a lovely summer. Oh, I wish I could go to the beach right now. I miss the beach. I miss it a lot. I wish I could take you Rose to the beach. It's such a nice place. Just literally just a nice place. Oh, okay, but my throat is kind of in shambles. I'm looking forward. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I would take you. But I'm really looking forward to next week. Okay, next week we're going to be grown-ups. So we were 13 now, and since we're grown-ups, we might be at least 20 years old. So that's a big jump. I wonder what happened in that period. I wonder if we're going to see Shiloh again. And I wonder if we're going to be seeing Derek too. A grown-up Derek, actually. But apparently, Cove is the only option though. We're not having any choices for anyone else. I think it'll be late teens. No, I don't think so, because they said that the step 3 would be young adults. So I think it might be maybe university years. Because that I knew from the start, that the first step would be childhood, then teenagers, and then young adults, to finish at actual grown-ups, adults. So it might be around 20, I think. Yeah, that's gonna be fun. But I might not do the whole chapter next time. I might stop because I think next chapter might be a little bit more heavy than this one. So it might be even longer. There is a Derek story too. I'm looking at the DLC. Oh yeah, Geonex, you could be playing the game. You could be playing the game too. That would be fun. I know there's a lots of different DLCs. There's so many DLCs for that game. So I don't know if I would be doing them or be playing another game. But yeah, that would be, I don't know, that would be fun. But yeah, next week I will be playing half of the thing and then, yeah, finish the other half the week after. So that means we still have at least 3 weeks of our lives to go. Because the last chapter, the adult chapter, they said it's kind of like, what's the word? You know the word when it's the end? The thing that comes after the end, or something like that. So it might not be that long. We'll see. I'm really looking forward to it though. Waiting 1 week for it is kind of like epilogue. Exactly, that's the word. Thank you, Rose. You always hear from me. Thank you. But yeah, it's good. It's really hard to wait a whole week just for that. But also, it raised the excitement for it, and I'm really happy. Step 3 is age 18. Oh my god! They said young adult though. 18 is not young adult, it's still teenager. Okay, well, we'll be 18 years old. Hey, isn't that too young to be doing physical stuff and stuff? I don't know. Whoa, I just saw grown-up Derek. Don't tell me, but I'm pretty sure he's really hot. It's gotta be like tan skin with green eyes. Oh my god. So will you be going for him, Geonax? There's probably a DLC for Shallow too. There has to be. I wonder if there's a DLC for a female part too. I think he is. Oh my gosh! I hope I'm going to see him in the next chapter then. Okay guys, I'm officially kind of nearing my limits. I'm nearing my limits. I'm gonna check if anyone's out there so that I can raid someone maybe. Let's have a look. Oh my god, my computer is tired too, I think. Oh, Scarf is playing. Oh my god. Isn't Scarf one of your viewers? Rose, I think. you guys okay? Yeah, are you guys okay with raiding Scarf? There's only 2 people here that are still streaming. Scarf and Iron Mouse. I don't think we can raid Iron Mouse. He's playing War Armor. Yeah, he is. Is it okay? Okay. Let's go and do a raid then. Wait, let's wait for the end of the music though. Let's take it easy. Let's take it easy. You watch Iron Mouse? Yeah, sometimes. I really like her. She gave me the knack for streaming actually. I know she's Puerto Rican. I know. She's just like you, but she's an Iron Mouse and you're a salad bird. Anyway, thank you very much guys for being here for so long. I'm happy I yes, salad bird. I'm happy I kept you company during your work period. And let's go. This is the end. This is the end. This is the end. Let's do the raid. Okay, this time I'm not going to be messing up. I'm not going to be messing up. Let's raid properly. So we slash raid. No, raid. Limit raid. Yeah, and scarf. Is that what it is? No, a scarf. Damn. A scarf 4. Okay, I think I got it right. Okay, everyone. Bye bye, guys. Bye bye. Have a lovely rest of your day. Have a lovely evening and have fun. And thank you so much. And maybe I'm gonna be dating Cove next week. Oh my gosh, I'm gonna get a boyfriend. Bye bye, everyone. Bye bye. Bye bye. Bye bye. Bye bye. Bye bye. Okay, tingle. We rated the right person.